The Uzumaki Tales, Return of the Whirlpool Book 1. Chapter 1, This Year's New Genin Teams. Today was the day. Today was March 5th, the day that this year's class would finally end their time in the academy and become full-fledged ninja of the village. The graduation exams had been held just 2 days ago with all but one student graduating. This student was Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto was the village prankster and the class clown. He was also considered the dead last of the class, and everyone thought of him and his proclaiming that he would become Hokage as a complete and utter joke. No matter how much Naruto tried, he couldn't manage to succeed for some reason. Even the simplest jutsu, such as the clone jutsu, were too much for Naruto, and as such, Iruka was reluctantly forced to fail Naruto. Iruka didn't want to fail the blonde child that he had become emotionally attached to, but seeing as the child had failed to perform even the simplest jutsu, was forced to decide that Naruto was not quite ready to be a ninja. Frankly, Iruka was beginning to doubt that Naruto would ever be able to graduate. And then that event happened. On the evening of March 3rd, Naruto stole the forbidden scroll of sealing as an attempt to earn some extra credit and pass the exam. It was on this night that Iruka and Naruto did battle with the traitorous Mizuki, one of the now former academy teacher. It was also on this night that Naruto finally learned why his life had practically been a living hell. He was the Kyubi no Kitsune, or rather the Kyubi was sealed inside him. Just under 12 years ago, the Kyubi no Kitsune attacked the village, resulting in many deaths and a great deal of destruction. Seeing no other way to defeat the beast, the Yondaime Hokage, the greatest shinobi of his time, sealed away the great beast into a newborn infant. This infant was Uzumaki Naruto. Now, Naruto wasn't the Kyubi, nor was he some manifestation of the Kyubi. The Yondaime had made one last wish, that Naruto be regarded as a hero of the village for keeping the Kyubi at bay. Unfortunately, the Yondaime's dying wish was ignored and the village began to torment the child. This upset the Sandaime Hokage, who had returned to his former position after the death of his successor, and many laws were enacted. The most notable was to forbid the village from even mentioning the Kyubi. Unfortunately, this resulted in the village shunning Naruto, leaving him to contemplate why the village hated him. What was worse was that the child was an orphan, not knowing the love that only a parent could give him. Whenever he would ask the Sandaime about his parents, the Hokage would just bypass the answer to the question by saying they were great people. This and the shroud of secrets surrounding Naruto only served to further the young child's misery. And then it happened. After years of constantly failing to master even the simplest of jutsu, Naruto finally did it. In a time where his and his sensei's life, one of the few people who had actually acknowledged him, Naruto finally performed the clone jutsu, or rather the shadow clone jutsu. This was a Jonin-level technique that told Iruka enough: Naruto was in fact ready to become a ninja. As such, Iruka decided to pass Naruto, by giving him the leaf headband off his own head. Looking around the classroom, Iruka couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of pride come to him. All 27 students in his class had managed to pass. This was a rare accomplishment that he would be sure to rub in the face of the other teachers later. He only wished that all of his class would become true genin. "Alright class, I would like to congratulate you all for becoming ninja," the instructor announced. "I have your team assignments right here. After I call out your teams, you will be dismissed for the morning and report back here this afternoon to meet your new senseis." With that, Iruka began announcing the team assignments. Team 7 will be Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke. Sakura was happy that she was on Sasuke's team, but mad that Naruto was also there. Naruto was happy for being with Sakura, but mad that he got stuck with Sasuke. Sasuke, well, he hated both of them. Hinata was also a little disappointed that she would not be with Naruto. Team 8 will be Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Team 10 will be Yamanaka Ino, Narashikamaru, and Akimichi Chuji. The class was dismissed. With the newly minted genin given the rest of the morning off, Naruto figured now would be a good time to ask his crush and now teammate, Haruno Sakura, to grab lunch with him. Unfortunately, this turned out like any other attempt to get to spend some time with her. She rejected him, rather harshly. It was no secret who Sakura liked, as it was the same guy most of the other girls in his class. She was an avid fangirl of Naruto's other teammate, Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto didn't like Sasuke, simply because of all the attention Sasuke got and the slight rivalry the two had developed during the academy, although Naruto constantly got his ass handed to him by said Uchiha. Unfortunately for Sakura, she was shot down just as harshly when she tried to see if Sasuke wanted to grab lunch. Instead, Sasuke simply went off to brood about some unknown issue. It was then that she realized what she was treating Naruto like. In fact, this actually got her to think about being nicer to the blonde the next time they ran into each other. All of the genin met back at the classroom after lunch break and waited for their new senseis to come and collect them. While the other teams left with their senseis, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were left alone in the classroom, waiting, and waiting, and waiting. They had been waiting for just over 2 hours before someone finally came into the room. It was their Jonin sensei, who had somehow managed to fall for one of Naruto's more obvious and ridiculous traps. Naruto had wedged an eraser in the door, which would fall when the door opened. For Naruto, the trap worked perfectly, and their new sensei was bonked square on the head as the eraser bounced off his gravity-defying silver hair. For their sensei, this gave him a bad first impression. All he really said to them was, "My first impression is, I don't like you," before taking them away to the roof of the academy for introductions. Their sensei went first, introducing himself as Hatake Kakashi, a Jonin in Konoha. Unfortunately, this was all Team 7 got out of their sensei, as the remainder of his answers were rather vague. Naruto followed up. Unlike Kakashi, Naruto basically read off his autobiography for the most part, stating his dream to become Hokage and his absolute love for ramen. His hobbies included eating ramen and pulling pranks. Kakashi sent him an intriguing look, almost as if he knew Naruto from a long time ago and was slightly curious as to how the boy had grown. Sakura was next. Like Naruto, she didn't hold back, although she really didn't say much. No, her expressions told the entire story. In short, she was a die-hard Sasuke Uchiha fangirl, who was probably only here to impress Sasuke. Sasuke finished off the introductions. His introduction was much darker than the two before him, stating that he disliked many things and liked very few things. His dream, or should I say ambition, was to kill a certain man and to rebuild his clan. A ramen-obsessed failure, an emo avenger, and an obsessive fangirl, thought Kakashi as he made his impressions on the teams sitting in front of him. Sadly, this was going to be like every other team, they would fail his exam. He hated to do it, as one of the children given to him was the last member of his late friend and former teammate, Uchiha Obito, and his senseis. Well, I'm not allowed to talk about that because of the Sandame's laws. Kakashi gave his team the dreaded news of the actual Genin exam, telling them to meet him at Training Ground 7 tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. This test would determine if they were amongst the 33% of their class that passed the exam. Oh, and he told them not to eat breakfast or else they would throw up. Kakashi was a lazy liar. That was Team 7's second impression of Kakashi, and one that they got before beginning the exam. They were told to meet up at 8 o'clock, but Kakashi didn't even bother showing until just after 10 o'clock. Furthermore, the "don't eat breakfast" part turned out to be a trick to simply make them suffer more. Kakashi explained to them that the objective of this test was to obtain the 2 bells that he had tied to the side of his belt. However, because there were only 2 bells, only 2 people would pass while the third would be sent back to the academy, that is if they even managed to get a bell. Instantly, Naruto began to shout out against this, questioning the whole point of the test. Kakashi began the exam, giving them until noon to take the bells from him. As soon as he started, Sakura and Sasuke darted off into the trees to conceal themselves like a true ninja would. As for the third member of the team, well. Come and fight me, declared Naruto, not even bothering to hide himself. Baka, both Sasuke and Sakura though, observing Naruto from their hiding spots. Naruto charged as the one-eyed Jonin only to halt when Kakashi reached into his back pouch for what seemed like a weapon. To Naruto's slight disappointment, it was an orange-colored book titled Ika Ika Paradise. After overcoming his initial confusion, Naruto resumed his attack, hoping to teach the Jonin a lesson for underestimating him. Kakashi managed to dodge every single blow with minimal effort, if even that, not even having to take his eye off the book. A ninja isn't supposed to get caught from behind, idiot, Kakashi said, appearing in a crouching position behind Naruto. Kakashi made a quick hand seal as Naruto tried to react in time. Too late. Hidden technique, 1,000 years of pain. Naruto was sent flying while Sakura and Sasuke just looked on in embarrassment. All Kakashi had really done was poke Naruto in the ass, sending him flying into the stream in the training ground. You sure are weak for someone wanting to become Hokage, taunted Kakashi as it became obvious that the blonde wasn't surfacing anytime soon. Shut it you. I'm going to make you acknowledge me, shouted Naruto as half a dozen Narutos burst out of the water. For the first time since meeting his team, Kakashi was actually slightly surprised. Even Sasuke and Sakura were amazed by the fact that Naruto had managed to pull off these many clones, and not just normal clones, but physical ones. You still can't beat me with that jutsu, Kakashi said as the 8 Narutos charged at Kakashi. Before he knew it, a 7th Naruto had grabbed Kakashi from behind. Weren't ninjas not supposed to get caught from behind? Right, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto said ironically. Here comes revenge for poking my ass like that. Even Sasuke admitted that Naruto had come up with a decent plan. Naruto made a fist and punched Kakashi, only to realize that he had punched one of his clones. Before anyone knew what was happening, the Narutos were beating up each other. Kakashi had used a substitution jutsu to get out of that mess. Naruto spent the next few minutes trying to find where Kakashi went. To his delight, he found one of the bells sitting by the base of a tree. He dropped a bell, Naruto said, reaching for the bell. Next thing he knew, he was pulled into the air by a rope. He had just walked right into a trap. Kakashi then appeared and picked up the bell. 1 down, 2 to go. Seeing his opening, Sasuke unleashed a barrage of shuriken upon Kakashi. All of them hit their mark as Kakashi was pinned into a nearby tree with half a dozen shuriken sticking out of his head. Poof! Kakashi turned into a log, using a substitution jutsu to avoid any damage. Sasuke was cursing as he had just given up his position. Panicking, Sasuke bolted out of his hiding spot as Sakura did the same, not wanting to lose sight of her crush. Sakura quickly lost sight of Sasuke, only to find herself in Kakashi's trap. Hello Sakura, said Kakashi, appearing behind her as she was caught in a swirl of leaves. The next thing Sakura saw was a beaten and bruised Sasuke crawling out of the bushes, roughly a few dozen kunai and shuriken sticking out of her body. And then he collapsed to the ground, dead. Sakura cried out in horror as she lost consciousness due to the genjutsu placed on her. 2 down, 1 Uchiha left. Kakashi moved to the next clearing, tripping a wire and sending a barrage of knives at him. He easily dodged the trap that Sasuke must have set for him. When Kakashi recovered, he quickly found himself engaged in a taijutsu battle with Sasuke. Kakashi easily repelled Sasuke's attacks and Sasuke was forced to resort to something Kakashi really was not expecting. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, shouted Sasuke. Genin fresh out of the academy weren't supposed to know jutsu on this level. It was surprising that Naruto knew the shadow clone jutsu, but the fact that Sasuke also knew an advanced jutsu, he was beginning to hate the fact that he would be forced to fail them in less than an hour now. The flames died down and Sasuke couldn't see any sign of Kakashi anywhere, that is until a pair of arms came shooting up out of the ground, dragging Sasuke into the ground so that he was buried up to his head. 3 down. Shortly after, the 3 academy students found themselves back at the posts with Kakashi facing them. Sasuke and Sakura were sitting against 2 posts and Naruto had somehow managed to get himself tied to 1 post. Kakashi gave them a quick lecture about not working together, emphasizing his point by telling Sakura to kill Naruto or he would kill Sasuke. He didn't actually mean it, but it was just to help prove his point. Kakashi agreed to give the 3 one more chance, as long as they did not share their lunch with Naruto. After much complaining, Sasuke decided to go against Kakashi's rule and offered Naruto his lunch. Sakura quickly followed and Kakashi caught them in the act. The 3 of them prepared themselves for the punishment and Kakashi delivered. They passed. They were now officially ninja of Konoha. Yuhi Kurenai had been assigned to Team 8, consisting of Hinata, Shino, and Kiba. Like the other Jonin, she had been tasked with determining whether or not her team had the potential to become an actual team of shinobi. Hinata was the current heir of the Hyuga clan, currently the most powerful clan in Konoha. However, her father had labeled her as a failure due to her lack of skills and her shy and timid nature. As such, her father, Hayashi, had assigned Kurenai to watch over Hinata since a few years ago while he shifted most of his attention to his younger daughter, Hanabi. Kurenai wasn't too fond of the treatment Hinata had received at home and she was sure her father still cared for his daughter. However, clan politics had gotten in the way of what's best for Hinata. Kurenai took this as a challenge, determined to make Hinata into a kunoichi that the Hyuga clan would regret casting aside. It was for this sole reason that she would most likely pass her team, even before she tested them. Kiba was the younger of the 2 children in the Inuzuka's main family. For years, the Inuzukas were renowned through Konoha for producing some of the best hunter ninjas in the shinobi world. Their relationships with dogs made them ideal for tracking and their own senses were more beast-like as well. Kiba's own sense of smell was about 100x more powerful than humans, not nearly as strong as a dog's, but still. Shino was the final member of her team. He was the clan heir to the Aburame clan. The Aburame were, in a sense, outcast by some of the population of Konoha as they lived in symbiosis with insects, allowing the insects to live inside their own body. However, much of the shinobi population knew of the potential the Aburames possessed and as such, they had a great deal of respect for the clan. Shino's knowledge of the insect world and ability to make use of the faint chemical signals found in insect pheromones made him a valuable member in a team that was destined to become a great tracking team, if not the best. Kurenai saw the potential in this team to be great. She would put very little effort in testing them as she was pretty much set on passing them the moment she was assigned this team. Sarutobi Asuma had been assigned to the clan heirs of the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, as per tradition. Ino, Shikamaru, and Chuji were the selected members of each clan who were destined to form the next generation of the Ino Shikacho trio, Konoha's legendary combo rivaled only by the Raikage and his brother in terms of teamwork. Ino was, and still was, one of Sasuke's biggest fangirls. Like all the other Sasuke fangirls, this held back her own potential. If she could just focus more on her shinobi career and less on the last Uchiha, she would be one hell of a kunoichi. Shikamaru, like the rest of the male populace in his clan, was extremely lazy yet possessed superior intelligence that was seen nowhere else. Like Ino, Shikamaru had immense potential, but he held himself back as it would be too much effort for him to care about much else. Chuji was the final member of his team. Chuji was the heir of the Akimichi clan. The main problem with Chuji, however, is that he cared more for food than shinobi training. Sadly, this was common in the Akimichi clan. Asuma would likely pass this team as well without much evaluation. He knew the three of them were destined to work together, like the generations before them. All he had to do was to get them out of their own little worlds and start working together. Once that happened, his team would be a force to be reckoned with. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, gathered all of the Jonin instructors assigned to this year's class. Like in the past, there was only about a 33% pass rate for all of the teams. In particular, the most notable team that passed was Kakashi's team. He had been assigned to test genin teams for the past 7 years and all of them had failed, miserably. However, this team had managed to pass. Many Jonin credited it to the fact that the Uchiha was assigned to him. Out of the nearly 1,000 students who graduated this year, only 300, or 100 teams, were actually going to become genin. That is all for the first chapter. Hope you enjoy this fanfiction. The link to the original fanfiction will be in the description, so if you want to read it for yourself, enjoy. See you in the next video. Bye bye. Chapter 2, A Ninja, Finally. Naruto awoke early the next morning. He had finally done it. He was now officially a ninja. Yesterday, he and his team, Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Team Uchiha, had passed the True Genin exam and they were slated to start as True Ninja today. Naruto went through his usual morning routine before leaving his apartment to meet up with his team. Meeting up at the training ground, he found that Sasuke and Sakura had already arrived, but Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. He remembered from the past 2 days that Kakashi had been late by at least 2 hours. Hopefully this wouldn't be a regular occurrence. Sadly it was. "You're late," shouted Naruto and Sakura simultaneously as Kakashi arrived 2 hours late. "Sorry guys, you see there was this old lady who needed help crossing the street and then she needed help." Kakashi was interrupted. "Can it?" shouted Sakura. "Yeah, come on sensei, what sort of cool ninja stuff are we going to be doing today?" asked Naruto. "Well, someone looks eager to get started. So, we will. Today we will be working on your teamwork," said Kakashi. "Huh?" All three of them looked at Kakashi with a dumbfounded look. "Why do we need to do that? Come on, we are ninja now. Can't we get either an exciting mission or a cool new jutsu?" asked Naruto. "No, not today anyways. I told you yesterday that the three of you will be working together in a team, so we will work on making sure the three of you can work together," said Kakashi. "But come on Kakashi. We are ninja now," argued Naruto. "No buts. You are ninja and as ninja, you need to work together in teams," explained Kakashi. "Do you have a problem, or would you rather go back to the academy?" No. Teamwork is great," said Naruto sarcastically. For the rest of the week, Kakashi had them working on simple trust exercises, such as throwing a ball back and forth blindfolded or having someone guide another around a course while the one being guided was blindfolded. For the most part, these exercises went smooth, for the first hour that is. There came a point every time when Naruto would become fed up with the exercise and slip up somehow, creating tension within the group. Most of this tension was between him and Sasuke, with Sakura siding with Sasuke, always. As such, the exercise would go downhill from there. Kakashi sighed at his team's progress. Perhaps a mission might help things out. He had the right mission in mind that was designed to serve as a good first mission and help build teamwork. "Is everyone in position?" Kakashi called out through the wireless radios his team was wearing. I'm ready, called out Sakura. I'm in position, said Sasuke. I'm here, replied Naruto. Alright, where's the target? Asked Kakashi. Target is 5 meters. We are ready to go, said Sasuke. Alright, on my mark, go, ordered Kakashi. With that, the 3 newly minted genin dove forward on their target. Naruto came up the one to catch it, although he was wishing he hadn't. Their target just so happened to be a pretty angry cat, known around the village as Tora, the fire daimyo's wife's pet and the demon cat of the leaf. Team 7 reported that they had caught the intended cat, indicating that it had a pink ribbon in its ear. They quickly made their way back to the Konoha mission hall and Naruto couldn't get rid of the cat any sooner. By the time Tora was back in the suffocating arms of its owner, Naruto's face looked like it had just been put through a blender 5 times over. Kakashi called that enough for the day, citing Naruto's health as an excuse to dismiss his team for the day and to read his book. Before leaving, Iruka, who had been stationed to give out missions that day, asked Naruto if he wanted to get ramen later. Naruto gratefully accepted Iruka's offer. So, Naruto, tell me, how was your first week of being a ninja? Asked Iruka. You know, I thought it would be better, but all Kakashi-sensei has us doing are stupid teamwork exercises and then we get that mission, said Naruto, rubbing his face. My face still hurts. Ah yes, the infamous Capture Tora mission, said Iruka. Wait, did you have to do that mission as well? Asked Naruto. Iruka cringed a little as he recalled the full memory. Yeah. That cat has a history of getting away from its owner. Naruto laughed. I can see why. That lady was practically suffocating the cat. Serves it right, said Naruto. Now Naruto, be nice. That lady is the wife of the fire daimyo and you won't believe how much money that cat brings into the village, said Iruka. Naruto looked at Iruka a little confused. Alright, I'll explain. People hire ninja to do tasks ranging from catching a pet cat, all the way up to assassinations. We assign a ninja team to these missions based on the assigned ranking and the clients pay us a commission. Out of the commission paid, you get a certain amount of it, as well as the rest of your team, and the village takes its cut. This is main way a ninja village makes money is through the service of our ninja. The price of a mission depends on a few things, but the 2 main factors are the intended length of the mission and the assigned difficulty. Now, missions are assigned a difficulty rank ranging from D all the way to S. As a genin, you will only be doing D ranks for now, but you may get a C rank or 2 in the future once begin to prove yourself. Do you understand? Yeah, I guess. But still, said Naruto. Iruka laughed. Don't worry. Everyone has to go through D ranks. Think of it as a rite of passage that every ninja has to take. Eventually, there will be other ninja doing those missions and you will be doing things more exciting. Just stick with what you're given for now and eventually your time will come, said Iruka. Yeah, you're right. Besides, they can't all be as bad as catching that stupid cat. Just you watch, in no time I'll be kicking ass and saving nations. Databeo, exclaimed Naruto. Naruto was walking back from their daily training session. It had been just over a month since he became a ninja. His current schedule consisted of alternating between missions on one day and training on the other day with a personal day for rest or whatever every week. Now this wouldn't have been so bad if it hadn't been for the missions they were stuck doing or the training, if it was even that Kakashi had them doing. The missions were more of chores. In the past month, his team had accomplished 10 D ranks which consisted of menial tasks such as painting fences, weeding gardens, delivering baked goods, picking up trash, and the worst of them all, catching that damned cat. Sure, Iruka-sensei told him a few weeks ago just to put up with them, but this seemed just like a waste of his amazing ninja talents. It was also on these missions where he always seemed to screw up somehow, and as a result, Sasuke had to come to his rescue, causing Sakura to fawn even more over Sasuke for acing so cool and heroic. Naruto would then get yelled at, usually by Sakura, for not taking things seriously. Well, perhaps if he was taken more seriously and given something that an actual ninja would do, then he would actually take the mission more serious. If the missions weren't enough, the training just made it worse. After getting out of the academy, Naruto was expecting to learn some really cool jutsu and ninja techniques, but Kakashi had them working on nothing more than team-building exercises. Today was an exercise where Kakashi had one of them blindfold the other, and then the non-blindfolded person would guide the blindfolded person around, directing them away from danger. Everything had started all right. He had been tasked with guiding a blindfolded Sasuke around an obstacle course in less than 15 minutes. Sure, he might have steered Sasuke into a few trees or off a log once or twice on accident, but that didn't warrant what he received when he and Sasuke swapped places. It only took about 5 minutes before Sasuke guided Naruto into the river, soaking him. From there, everything went downhill, and the two boys ended up in a little bit of a fight, Sasuke coming out on top. Naruto cursed his misfortune, being stuck with Sasuke team and a sensei that couldn't care less for his career as a ninja. If Naruto was having a bad day, then Sasuke's wasn't much better. These menial ranks were starting to get on his nerves as well. He needed to become stronger so that he could accomplish his goals, and these general labor tasks were not doing anything. In fact, if it wasn't for the dobe and the obsessive fangirl, he could probably get them done faster and use the rest of the day to get in some useful training, but sadly that wasn't the case. During those missions, Naruto would usually find some way to mess up and he would be forced to save the blonde. However, Naruto wasn't the worst. At the very least, Naruto was trying, to some degree. He had to give him that. Sakura, on the other hand, was the worst of his two teammates. He hated how her attention was always focused on him and not the task at hand. If she would put even half the effort into the mission or bettering herself as a shinobi, then that would also better the success of the mission and he would have some time to train. Sasuke knew what Sakura was. She was a fangirl. Ever since the academy, he hated the fangirls. They did nothing but fawn left and right over him, coming up with ridiculous excuses to try and capture his attention. In fact, they had even gone as far to grow all of their hair because they heard that he liked girls with long hair. All the fangirls did was prove to be an unavoidable obstacle for him. If it wasn't for Sakura's constant nagging, he wouldn't have dropped Naruto into the creek. In reality, he couldn't care less. As part of his goal was to revive his clan, Sasuke knew that one day he would have to find a girl, or girls if the village forced the CRA on him, to help him. However, he didn't want this girl to be a brainless fangirl who practically worshipped the very ground he stood on. No, he wanted a girl that was strong and herself. He wanted someone who could stand against him and tell him he was wrong when he was. He wanted someone who didn't care if he was an Uchiha. Sakura was nowhere near that someone. Sasuke could also care less for the team-building exercises. To him, they were nothing more than a waste. He needed to kill someone, and in order to do such, he needed power. He needed training. Not this. He needed real training, and he needed real missions to test his abilities. Sakura was nearly the exact opposite in terms of Naruto and Sasuke when it came to these missions. She didn't mind the menial missions or the labor. In fact, she rather enjoyed them as it gave her an opportunity to spend some quality time with Sasuke. The only thing she disliked about the missions happened to be Naruto. He always seemed to get in the way of her and Sasuke. Sakura wasn't complaining so much. She had been slightly nervous when she started as a ninja, afraid that she would be thrown directly into some life-threatening situation. She had heard of the shinobi lifestyle from her father. He was a former shinobi, nothing special, who retired from that life a few years after she was born, as he had nearly lost his life during a mission with their former sensei, Irika. When she told her parents that she wanted to be a shinobi, they questioned her decision, but eventually ended up supporting her. Nonetheless, there was still a fear that she was getting in over her head. Regardless, this choice wasn't too bad, as it put her on the same team as just about every 11 to 13-year-old girl's dream guy, Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto had just finished up dinner one night after yet another day of D-ranks. It was now 6 weeks since his start as a ninja, and he was really getting fed up with the current program. Kakashi still had them doing teamwork exercises with some physical conditioning involved. Yet, Kakashi still refused to teach them anything ninja-like. Coming out of Ichiraku, receiving some of the typical glares from the villagers, Naruto spotted someone he hadn't seen since the academy. It took him a few minutes to realize who it was exactly, but it came to him. That someone was Hinata. He had always thought of her as a weird and dark girl who just sat in the back and never talked to anyone. In fact, she was the exact opposite of most of the girls in the class. She was one of the very few, possibly the only, girls that didn't fawn over Sasuke. But there was something else. She was also the only one in the class that was never mean to him. Naruto hadn't seen anyone else, besides Sakura and Sasuke, since the graduation from the academy. Well, actually, he had seen Shikamaru and Chuji once, but they were busy chasing after that damned cat. "Hey, Hinata," shouted Naruto. He was just looking for someone else to talk to from his class besides Sasuke and Sakura. Hinata froze up, hearing the voice of her crush coming up from behind her. "NN Naruto," she stuttered, looking frantically for something to hide behind. She found a nearby post and used that as cover, although she peeked out from behind, glad that Naruto was talking to her. "Hey, you still have your headband," exclaimed Naruto, noticing the forehead protector around her neck. Besides his own team and Team 10, Naruto didn't know who the other teams who passed the Genin exam from his class were. Kakashi had mentioned that there were 3 teams from his class, but he didn't know who the other team was, until now. "That means your team passed the Genin exam." "Why yes, we did, and Naruto." I'm glad TTOSCT that you did as WL, replied a stuttering Hinata. "Wait, you're actually glad that I passed?" asked Naruto. He was sure half of the class had placed bets on him failing and the other half were preparing to beat him to death when he was the reason for Sasuke failing. I am. I always knew why you would," she said. "You did?" asked Naruto, getting a slight smile on his face. "Thanks. I'm glad you passed as well. Everyone in your family must be proud of you." Hinata was happy that Naruto had acknowledged her, but at the same time, she was wishing that he hadn't brought her family into this. She looked down, catching Naruto's attention with this. "Hinata? What is it?" "And nothing. Just that my father has always been strict and I am afraid I'll disappoint him," said Hinata. Now, if there was one thing Naruto knew, it was disappointment. For most of his life, he had been just that, a disappointment. However, through experience he learned that you're only a disappointment if you just give up. If you keep trying your absolute hardest, there is no way you could disappoint someone. He proved this the night he finally graduated after saving Irika-sensei with the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Don't worry. All you have to do is do your best. If you do that, you'll never disappoint. Databao. This picked Hinata's spirits up. If there was one thing she always admired about Naruto, it was his never-give-up attitude. It was around that time that another man came onto the scene. "Hinata-sama, let's go." "You shouldn't associate with that thing," said the man. He had the same eyes as her, indicating he was also a Hyuga. But Hinata tried to protest. "No, Hinata-sama. He's not right. You can't believe anything he says," said the Hyuga as he took Hinata away. Naruto looked down. He was used to this, adults grabbing children and dragging them away from him. He knew why, thanks to Mizuki's big mouth and an explanation later from the Hokage, but he still didn't understand. He wasn't the Kyuubi, he just had the beast sealed inside him. But he told me to not give up. What's so bad about that?" asked Hinata. The Hyuga stopped in his tracks, turning around to see Naruto walking away, head down. Being a Hyuga, he could easily read people, and in Naruto he saw a sense of sadness and loneliness. He hadn't seen this before, probably blinded by the whole Kyuubi thing. After what Hinata told him, he finally decided to take a good look at the boy. Perhaps he was wrong. This boy was trying to encourage Hinata, something she didn't normally receive at home. Perhaps he wasn't the demon the entire village saw him as. A group of men came walking past the two Hyugas, obviously coming from a bar. "Hey! It's that thing," one of them exclaimed quietly to the rest of his group so that Naruto wouldn't hear. The other men picked up various objects lying around in the street and alleys, including a broken bottle of sake, a wooden plank with a few rusty nails, and even a rather large wrench. The men snuck up behind Naruto, ready to beat him as the other villagers just simply watched. Most of the villagers were hoping that the men would give Naruto a good smack or two before some of the ANBU intervened. To them, it was one of the more entertaining things in the village, watching a few people take a shot as the one they labeled Demon Child. Naruto felt something coming up behind him. This was a familiar feeling to him, and he learned how to detect it. If he didn't know how to detect it, he most likely wouldn't be alive. It was the feeling of someone wanting to hurt him. Naruto turned around just in time to see the group of men charge towards him. He did what he would normally do, he began to run. Naruto had gotten halfway down the street when he realized no one is following him. He turned around to see those men on the ground unconscious and the Hyuga man, holding Hinata's hand, standing over them. It was obvious that he had knocked them unconscious. Hinata was a little surprised that her caretaker had actually decided to help Naruto. For as long as she could remember, he did everything he could to keep her away from Naruto. Naruto approached the Hyuga with caution, not sure if this was some sort of trick. "Honestly, I don't really see why they hate you so much. You're nice to Lady Hinata, so you can't be that bad," the Hyuga said. Naruto was pretty sure he had just managed to make another friend. Thanks for the help back there," replied Naruto, not sure of the man's name. "I'm Ko Hyuga, pleased to make your acquaintance, Naruto," said Ko. Hinata hid behind her caretaker, blushing a little. She was also wondering if this meant that Ko would actually let her talk to Naruto from now on. "I'm sorry, but it is getting late, and Hinata-sama's father is expecting her home. Perhaps we will see each other some other time." Ko's last remark encouraged Hinata that perhaps he wouldn't try to force her away from Naruto. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura showed up at the training grounds the following morning at 10:30. Kakashi had told them to meet up at 9 a.m., but they had already gotten into the routine that Kakashi was going to be at least 2 hours late. Sakura had started the day out as she normally did, trying to get Sasuke's attention and ask him out on some sort of date. After a while, Sakura gave up for the moment, but she would be back. Just after 11 a.m., Kakashi finally showed. "You're late," shouted Naruto and Sakura. "Good morning. Sorry I'm late, but there was this little old lady Anne." Kakashi stopped as he saw Sakura getting angry with him. Anyways, I'm here, so who's ready for some wonderful team-building exercises? As soon as he mentioned it, all three members of Team 7 looked at Kakashi with killing intent. They had all just about had it with these exercises, even Sakura who saw them as a way to get to Sasuke. We don't want none of your stinkin' team-building exercises. We've been doing those for what feels like forever, shouted Naruto. I think it's about time that you finally teach us a cool ninja technique or something, right guys? Naruto looked to Sasuke and Sakura for support and surprisingly, he got it. The dobe is right, Kakashi-sensei. Those team-building exercises of yours aren't getting us anywhere, said Sasuke. Kakashi was feeling slightly insulted that they were attacking his team-building exercises. Even Sakura had to agree with Naruto, and not just because Sasuke agreed. Kakashi sighed. He was wondering when this day would come. Alright, I suppose we've done enough of those exercises for now, said Kakashi in defeat. I suppose it's time we work on your guys' chakra control. Why do we have to do that? We spent the last 4 years learning how to control chakra. Naruto blurted out. We get our first real training session. Now why can't you teach us a cool new jutsu or something? Naruto, chakra control is very important. Without the proper control, you would never be able to master anything above a D-rank jutsu, Sakura said after smacking him upside the head. Sakura's right Naruto, Kakashi said. If you hope to be able to learn a cool jutsu, you must learn how to control the flow and release of chakra. The lessons you learned in the academy are basic, but they are not enough. Fine. It beats catching that damned cat anyways. I wonder what sort of demon that cat came from anyways, said Naruto. Somewhere in Komagakure, a young woman with blonde hair felt the urge to sneeze. As if scripted perfectly, said cat came running out of the trees with a genin team in pursuit. Unfortunately for Naruto, Tora remembered him from the last time Team 7 was assigned to capture her and proceeded to claw Naruto in the face before darting off into the woods. I swear that the village makes more off of that cat than all the other D and C ranks combined, said Kakashi quietly. Anyways, today we'll be working on the first of the regular chakra control exercises, the tree climbing exercise. Tree climbing? Sakura questions while Naruto and Sasuke looked on with a bit of curiosity. Yes, it's the first exercise in chakra control. The idea is to hold a constant chakra at the bottom of your feet and use it to stick to a surface, in particular the side of a tree, while you walk up it, Kakashi explained. He further instructed the genin in that exercise and they each proceeded to a tree. Naruto and Sasuke took a few steps up the tree before falling to the ground. Sakura had managed to climb the entire tree with little effort. Kakashi noted that her control was the best of the group. They were instructed to work on that exercise for the remainder of the day until they could climb the entire tree. After that, they were to exhaust their chakra as they continued to refine the technique. Out of the 3 rookie instructors, Kurenai had begun teaching her students much earlier than either Kakashi or Asuma. It was already clear to her that her team had no pressing issues with one another, except for Hinata wishing that Naruto was on her team, and they didn't require much effort getting the 3 of them to work together. As such, Kurenai had begun actual training with them only a week or 2 out of the academy. Asuma followed, but it took a bit longer to get the boys and Ino to work with one another as Ino would constantly belittle them, saying stuff regarding Sasuke doing much better than they would ever do. For Naruto and Sasuke, it was getting late. Sakura had already called it a night as she didn't have anywhere near the chakra reserve that Sasuke, let alone Naruto, had. However, she had accomplished the training after about 2 hours. Naruto and Sasuke were locked in a competition as to who would reach the top first. After the day ended, they were each about 2/3 up the tree. The following day was a mission day for them filled with more exciting D ranks. It was obvious that Naruto and Sasuke were getting irritated at having to do those. By the second day of their training, the two boys of Team 7 had managed to make it up to the top of the tree. Sasuke had been the first to reach the top, although he noted that Naruto was not far behind, making it to the top the next attempt. The three of them were instructed to refine the exercise for the remainder of the training days that week, until they had it down perfectly. They even used their free day to dedicate to the training. Alright, Team 7. For your next mission, you can either babysit an elder's grandson, shop in the neighboring village, or... The Hokage was cut off by someone entering the room and whispering something in the Hokage's ear. Well, it appears Tora has escaped again. Team 7 shuddered at the thought of having to catch that cat again. No! Naruto shouted out. I don't want another stinking D rank. I want a real mission. Surprisingly, Sakura and Sasuke both found themselves agreeing. I thought it was about time for this, Kakashi thought to himself. Idiot, you're just a rookie. Iruka shouted, his head growing to 5 times its original size as he used his big head no jutsu. Everyone starts off at the bottom and works their way up. But we keep getting the crappiest duties. Naruto responded. The Hokage sighed. We've been doing menial tasks for the past 2 months. It's about time we got something more fitting for a ninja. Naruto, it seems I have to explain to you what these duties are about, the third said. Every day, the village receives requests, from babysitting to assassinations. Each request is written down and given a rank of D, C, B, or A. These missions are handed out to ninja based on their experience. If the duty is completed, the village receives payment from the client. You just recently became genins, so D ranks are perfect for you. Obviously, Naruto was distracted, discussing his favorite ramen. It was then that the Hokage flipped out, and Kakashi knew he was going to get it later. But, if you must, the Hokage said. Team 7 diverted their attention to the old Hokage. I'll give you a C rank mission. Naruto was ecstatic, Sasuke and Sakura were pleasantly surprised, and Kakashi was in disbelief. You will be acting as bodyguards for a certain individual as they travel to the land of waves. Who is it? A feudal lord? A princess? Naruto shouted out. The door opened, and in walked a slightly drunken-looking man. You're giving me these brats? Hey, you, short one with the stupid-looking face, are you really a ninja? The man asked. Huh, who's the short one with the stupid-looking face? Naruto asked, soon realizing it was him as he was the shortest. Naruto tried to charge the man, only to be held back by Kakashi. I am the super expert bridge builder Tazuna. I expect protection until I get back to my country and complete my bridge, the old man said. With that, the team departed the village a few hours later. Chapter 3, Journey to the Land of Waves. The 4 ninjas, plus Tazuna set out of the Leaf Village for the Land of Waves, the location of their next mission. They had been walking for roughly a few hours now. During the beginning of their trip, Kakashi explained about the layout of the ninja world and that there were 5 major shinobi nations. Each of those nations had a corresponding Kage that was the leader of the ninja in that nation. However, the Wave Country was a small nation that didn't have any ninja to protect it, although ninja don't normally bother it because of its size. He also explained that it was common for ninja of different countries to encounter one another and do battle as missions between countries tended to interfere with one another. Don't worry though, Kakashi reassured. This is a C-rank mission, which means we won't encounter ninja from other nations. It was at that moment that Kakashi spotted an out-of-place puddle in the road ahead of them. As the group passed, 2 cloaked figures appeared from the puddle. They had claws surrounding their hands with a spiked chain connecting them. Before anyone knew what was happening, the cloaked ninja charged Kakashi, entangling him in their chain. As the two pulled on the chain, Kakashi was instantly ripped to shreds. The three genin stood there horrified. "Kakashi-sensei," they shouted. "One down," the enemy ninja said. "Two down." They suddenly appeared behind Naruto. They struck at him with their claws. Naruto was too petrified with fear to move. However, Naruto was spared when Sasuke flung a shuriken and kunai at the ninja's chain, pinning it firmly into a tree. Sasuke proceeds to deliver a few kicks to the face of the enemy. When they got the chance, the ninja detached their chain, bolting around Naruto and Sasuke. Their target was Tazuna. Sakura jumped in front of the bridge builder, ready to defend them from the enemy's attack. Before they could strike, Kakashi appeared and knocked the pair to the ground, unconscious but not dead. Everyone realized then that Kakashi had used a substitution when he was attacked. "Naruto, sorry I didn't save you immediately. I didn't think you would freeze like that," Kakashi said to his student. "Damn it. I couldn't do anything." But Sasuke, it was his first real battle, yet it didn't faze him at all. "He saved me," Naruto thought to himself. "Hey, you," Sasuke said to Naruto. "You alright, scaredy cat?" Naruto was getting really pissed at Sasuke's smugness until he realized a wound on his hand. "Naruto, save it for later," Kakashi said, picking up on the wound as well. "Their claws are poisoned. We must open the wound and remove it, or you will die." Kakashi turned his attention to their client. "Tazuna, I need to talk to you. These are Kirigakura Chunin." The two ninja finally woke to find themselves tied to a tree. "How did you read our movements like that?" one asked. "On a sunny day like this, when it hasn't rained, there is not going to be a puddle," Kakashi explained. "If I wanted to, I could have killed you, but I needed to know who you were after. Ninja attacking ninja is something we have to deal with, but their target wasn't one of us, right Tazuna?" Everyone turned to the bridge builder. "We haven't heard that there was any ninja after you. We were only hired to protect you from thieves or gangs. This was supposed to be a C-rank mission, but it has now become a B rank, if not an A rank. I'm sure you have your reasons, but the mission becomes more complicated when information is left out. Sorry, but we aren't ready for this mission. We need to head back and get Naruto some medicine for that wound," Sakura said, a little relieved. Unfortunately for her, Naruto had to open his mouth. Suddenly, blood splattered to the ground. Naruto had pierced his own hand with a kunai. Everyone looked on in shock. "Naruto! What are you doing?" Sakura screamed. "Damn it, why am I always so far behind?" Naruto asked. "I've completed many missions and even practiced jutsu on my own every day. I should become stronger. I won't lose to you anymore, Sasuke. With this kunai, I will protect the old man and continue this mission." "Naruto," Kakashi said, smiling. "It's good that you're releasing the poison, but any more and you'll die from blood loss." Kakashi helped Naruto to close the wound but saw that it was already healing itself at an accelerated rate. He knew why, the Kyubi. Kakashi just wrapped the hand and told Naruto that he will be alright. The Konoha ninja agreed to continue the mission but told Tazuna that this mission was becoming at least a B rank and that he would have to pay the village when the funds become available. "You failed," a rather short man shouted in a castle far away. "You were supposed to be very strong former ninja." Getting pissed off at the little man's yelling, one of the ninjas swung his sword, stopping just before it cut into the man's neck. "Stop bitching. This time I'll go and kill them myself," the masked ninja said. "Heh, are you sure? It seems as if the enemy has hired some skilled ninja," the short man said. And with the failure of the demon brothers, they are aware of us now. Who do you think I am? The masked ninja said, irritant. There's a reason I'm called the demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi. A few more days of traveling passed and the group of 5 came to the edge of the sea where a farrier was waiting to take them from the land of fire to the land of waves. The boat was small, and it was barely able to hold the 6 of them, not to mention it almost tipped a few times because of Naruto. Soon, Tazuna's fabled bridge came into view and Naruto had to admit that it was impressive as he stood up to observe, nearly tipping the boat, again. Wow, it's huge! Naruto shouted out. Suddenly, he was silenced by Tazuna and the farrier. Why do you think we are hiding in the mist and the motor isn't running? We don't want Gato to find us. The farrier said. Who's Gato? Sakura asked. He's a wealthy shipping merchant known across the great nations. He came to our country, promising a boom to our economy. However, after a little, it was clear that he was only taking over our economy for his own gain. He quickly took control of our shipping companies, the major source of income for us. Over time, he took over our economy using his secret drug trade and some of the ninja he employs. Through force, he now has a monopoly on all shipping traffic into and out of our country, Tazuna explained. The only thing he has to fear is the completion of that bridge. So that is why those ninjas were after you, Sasuke realized. But why did you hide the fact that ninja was after you? Because of Gato, the wave country is poor. Even the feudal lord has no money. We can't afford an expensive B-rank mission right now. Tazuna explained. The group got off the boat, but Kakashi had an uneasy feeling. He knew that if they attacked again, it would be by Jonin-level ninja this time. Suddenly, Naruto heard something off in the bushes and tossed a few shuriken, just barely missing a poor rabbit. However, Kakashi was even more suspicious. The rabbit was a white snow rabbit, yet it was late spring. Suddenly, Kakashi knocked his team to the ground as a large sword came flying towards them. When Kakashi looked up, he saw a man standing on the hilt of the blade, Zabuza Momochi. Everyone stay back. This guy's on a whole different level, Kakashi said. He lifted his headband to reveal a red eye with 3 black marks, a Sharingan. Heh, so you would be Sharingan Kakashi, Zabuza said. This shocked Sasuke that Kakashi had a Sharingan, the dojutsu of his clan. I already get to see the famed Sharingan, I'm almost honored. What's the Sharingan? Naruto asked. It's one of the 3 great dojutsu, also known as the copy wheel, Sasuke explained, as it was part of his clan. It said that the Sharingan gives the user the ability to defeat all types of taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. But that's not all. That's right, Zabuza said. What's even scarier is that you can copy your opponent's techniques once you see them. Kakashi, when I was a Jonin for the Hidden Mist, there was a page in my bingo book about you. It said that you had copied over 1,000 jutsus. What's going on? The Sharingan only appears in a select few members of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke thought to himself. Zabuza jumped off the tree and landed on water, just a few meters away. Kakashi attacked the ninja, who just turned to water, revealing it to be a water clone. Before Kakashi knew what was happening, Zabuza appeared behind him. Suetun, water prison jutsu, Zabuza called out as Kakashi became trapped in a ball of water. Zabuza then made another water clone to deal with the kids while he held Kakashi prisoner. Wearing headbands and acting like ninja, the water clone said. But you know what? A real ninja is someone who has survived numerous brushes with death. Basically, once you're good enough to be listed in my bingo book, then you can call yourself a ninja. The clone disappeared, only to reappear and kick Naruto, sending him flying and knocking his headband off. "Take Tazuna and run. You're no match for him. His clone can't move far away, and he's stuck here keeping me prisoner," Kakashi yelled out. As the clone began to move towards Naruto, he thought he was really going to die there. He froze again, but suddenly realized the oath that he had sworn a little while ago. Naruto charged at Zabuza, only to be sent back to where Sasuke and Sakura were standing. However, he got what he wanted. Naruto was able to reclaim his forehead protector from Zabuza's clone. "Put this in your handbook, you browless freak. I'm the one who will become Hokage one day." "Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto exclaimed. "Sasuke, lend me your ear." Sasuke didn't like the idea of working with Naruto, but realized that he had no choice. "Hee," the clone laughed. "When I was your age, I had already slaughtered my entire class. That is how I got the name, the Demon of the Hidden Mist." "The Hidden Mist graduation exam?" Kakashi asked, still trapped in water. "Ah, so you've heard of it," Zabuza said. "Wait, what exam?" Sakura asked. "Hee, fights to the death between students," Zabuza said, letting some killer intent loose. "Children raised together as friends, were pitted together until one lost their life. 10 years ago, the Hidden Mist changed their graduation exam as a result of one child who killed his entire class, without pause or hesitation," Kakashi said. Zabuza. It was at that moment that Sasuke attacked the clone, only to be forced to the ground. He was starting to cough up blood. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," Naruto said, making about 30 clones of himself. They jumped at Zabuza with their kunai, only to be dispelled by one swing of his sword. As Naruto slid past Sasuke, he handed his teammate a Fuma shuriken. Sasuke threw the shuriken at the real Zabuza, not the clone. However, he caught it. "What? Another shuriken in the shadow of the first?" Zabuza said as another shuriken sailed towards him. He couldn't catch this one. However, he jumped to dodge the second shuriken. Sasuke's attack had missed. Or did it? The second shuriken disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing that Naruto had been transformed into the shuriken. Before landing in the water, Naruto threw a kunai at the mist Jonin. It was aimed for the back of his neck and he wasn't going to be able to dodge this one. Zabuza did the only thing he could. He jumped back, releasing Kakashi from his prison. "Great plan, you two," he said to Naruto and Sasuke. "Heh, I just got distracted and released the jutsu," Zabuza said, trying not to admit he had been bested by a couple of brats. "No, they forced you to move," Kakashi stated. It was now Zabuza versus Kakashi. The two ninja jumped away from each other. Zabuza flipped through a series of hand seals as Kakashi copied the seals exactly at the same time. "Sushin, Water Dragon Jutsu," they both said at the same time. Two water dragons rose up out of the water and began to do battle with one another. In the end, it was a draw. Zabuza was shocked that Kakashi was following him so close and so exact. "My movements, is he?" Zabuza was interrupted. "Reading them?" Kakashi finished. Kakashi flipped through a few more seal, shocking Zabuza. "Suetun, Water Vortex." Kakashi called out as a blast of water sent Zabuza crashing back into a tree. "How?" Zabuza said, weakly. "Can you see the future?" "Yeah," Kakashi responded. "You're going to die." Just as he said that, two Senbon came sailing out of nowhere and nailed Zabuza in the neck, killing him. Out of surprise, Kakashi looked up to see a mist ninja wearing an Anbu mask. To everyone's surprise, the ninja was a kid, no older than Naruto. "Thank you very much." I have been searching for the opportunity to kill this criminal, the mysterious ninja said. That mask, you must be a Kiri hunter ninja, Kakashi stated. The ninja agreed. What the hell? Who are you? Naruto said as the hunter ninja caught his attention. Back down Naruto, Kakashi ordered. He's not our enemy. It's not that. He killed Zabuza, our enemy, that easily. Who the hell is he? Naruto blurted. Naruto, in this world there are kids younger than you, but stronger than me. Just accept that fact. Kakashi stated. With that, the hunter ninja took Zabuza's body and disappeared. For Kakashi, something still wasn't right, and it wasn't his lack of energy as he collapsed to the ground. The three genin and Tazuna then proceeded to carry their lazy sensei's body towards Tazuna's house. Back near the site of the battle, the mist ninja was preparing to do something with Zabuza's body. He pulled out a pair of scissors to cut the bandages off Zabuza. That's all right. I'll do it myself, Zabuza said, waking up from his death. Damn, you sure are rough. Zabuza pulled the sunbon out of his neck. You shouldn't be rough yourself, or else you will die from pulling them out, the masked ninja said. How long are you going to wear that mask, Haku? Zabuza asked. It reminds me of the old days. Plus it is useful in situations like this, Haku said, removing his mask. His face was rather young and looked rather feminine, although he was a boy. You shouldn't move for about a week, while you heal. Humph, you are so pure and clever. That's what I like about you, Zabuza said. That's because I'm just a kid. Haku smiled. Kakashi woke up, feeling something was wrong and scaring Naruto and Sakura so much that they nearly choked on the food they were eating. What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. Hunter ninjas usually dispose of the body on sight. How did the hunter ninja dispose of Zabuza? Kakashi asked. I don't know, he just took the body and disappeared, Sakura said, her words not reassuring Kakashi. Sasuke also realized what Kakashi was thinking. There was no way simple needles could kill Zabuza like that. He was still alive. What the hell do you mean? Naruto shouted out. You even said he was dead. I did, but that was most likely a momentary death, Kakashi explained. He knew about the body structure thoroughly, and he used a weapon with a low chance to kill. He was there to save Zabuza, not kill him. There is no assurance that Zabuza is alive or dead, but I say we have a week's time before Gato rallies another, stronger opponent or Zabuza returns. You guys will need training. Over the next week, we will try to make you strong before Gato returns. What's a little training going to do? Sakura said, taking Naruto's place as the loudmouth on the team. Sakura, who saved me back there? Kakashi said. You guys are growing rapidly, especially you Naruto. So we will train until then. Sounds like fun. Naruto shouted, reclaiming his title as Team Loudmouth from Sakura. That's no fun, a little boy said, appearing in the room. Oh, Inari. You're here, Tazuna said. This is Inari, my grandson. Inari, say hello to everyone. They are ninja who protected me. The boy turned to his mom and grandpa. Mom, they are going to die, the little boy said. There is no way that they can win against Gato. What the hell are you talking about, you little brat? Naruto said, only to be held back by Sakura. Listen kid, one day I'm going to become an incredible ninja and Hokage. I don't know who this Gato guy is, but I'm not going to lose against him. What are you, stupid? Inari responded, sending Naruto into an even greater rage. If you don't want to die, leave. With that Inari left. Tazuna apologized for his grandson's behavior and explained to everyone how his father was killed by some of Gato's thugs. Naruto had followed the boy, who was in his room crying, but he decided to leave the kid alone. Chapter 4, 1 week. Kakashi had brought his team out to the edge of a lake. Kakashi knew it was true, Zabuza was alive, and he would most likely be back. With the false death that the hunter Nin had put Zabuza in, Kakashi figured he had about a week to get his team ready for the inevitable rematch with Zabuza and whatever else he brought with him. "Kakashi-sensei, so what are we doing?" asked Sakura. "Easy, we are making you stronger," replied Kakashi. "I have the next chakra control exercise for the three of you, water walking." "What? Water walking?" asked Sakura and Naruto in unison. Was that even possible? Apparently, it was. Kakashi demonstrated by gathering chakra in his feet and hobbling with his crutches out onto the water, remaining afloat on top of the surface. Naruto and Sakura looked on in amazement with Sasuke looking on with an indifferent expression. "You are to expel chakra from the base of your feet at a constant rate, keeping you afloat on the surface," explained Kakashi. "You saw how I did it, now I want the three of you to try," he instructed. Naruto was the first to try, gathering chakra into his feet and taking a step out onto the water, only to fall straight in, soaking himself. Sakura was next. Much to Kakashi's surprise, she had managed to stay afloat, even though she was bobbing like crazy, trying to get herself to stabilize. After a few minutes, she finally had the flow of chakra down and was standing on the surface just like Kakashi was. "Wow, Sakura, it's great that you can already do that," shouted Naruto. Sakura turned around, giving a slight smile while scratching the side of her face. She had hoped to get a positive response from Sasuke, not Naruto. Sasuke was last, confident that he would get it. He took a step onto the water. Like Naruto, he fell through the surface. Kakashi instructed the three of them to work on the exercise. Since Naruto and Sasuke hadn't gotten it done yet, they had to get the technique down first. Sakura, on the other hand, had already managed to stand on the water after the first attempt. Kakashi attributed her success to her superior chakra control over the two boys. For the next 2 days, Kakashi had all three of them working on the exercise. He had Sakura refining the technique by doing various physical exercises such as running, jumping, and skating on the surface of the water. Sasuke and Naruto were still struggling to get the water walking exercise, and much to Sakura's delight, had resorted to taking off all but their shorts so their clothes wouldn't become any more soaked than they already were. It wasn't so much Naruto she cared for, but a shirtless Sasuke was too much to pass up. This was the one time in the exercise where she completely lost her focus and ended up falling through the surface into the water. At the end of the second day, Naruto and Sasuke were getting close. They were each able to hold the chakra flow for a few seconds before falling through. Like the tree climbing exercise, they had inadvertently turned this into some sort of competition, not wanting the other one to best them. Late at night, Sasuke managed to get the exercise down first, but Naruto was only an attempt or two behind, showing Sasuke that the dobe really wasn't that far behind after all. Back at Tazuna's house, Naruto and Sasuke showed up, finally. Kakashi was glad that the two had finally got the basics down. He gave the two boys one more day to refine their technique while he and Sakura would join Tazuna on the bridge for guard duty. The following day, Naruto and Sasuke were back at the lake, working on the same thing that Sakura was doing the other day. Both boys were getting impatient by this as there was really no way for them to compete against one another. And then Sasuke made a suggestion. "Naruto, fight me," he said. It was true, he wanted to fight Naruto. Even though he always wiped the floor with Naruto back in the academy, he had taken notice of the blonde's rapid progress. Now he wanted to fight the blonde. "What?" asked a slightly surprised Naruto. "You heard me, dobe. Fight me, right here. The first one to either give up or fall through the surface loses. Or are you afraid, scaredy cat? Taunted Sasuke. That last phrase did it as Naruto accepted the challenge. That's it, I'm finally going to kick your ass and show to you what a good ninja I actually am. Naruto ran at Sasuke, only to receive a foot in the gut, sending him sliding back across the water and through the surface. Round 1 went to Sasuke. Come on, is that all you've got? Said Sasuke. Naruto picked himself out of the water and caught his breath. Heh, you wish, said Naruto. Shadow clone jutsu, he said as 6 clones poofed into existence and attacked Sasuke. All 6 clones and the real Naruto charged Sasuke, and he found himself actually finding a certain difficulty fending off 6 attackers at once. Perhaps there was something more to the dobe after all. Sasuke won the second match as well, followed by the third and fourth. In Naruto's defense, he lost control of his chakra for a moment on the 4th try, falling through the water not because of Sasuke, but because of his own chakra control. But each time, the victory came with an increased challenge. Finally, it was getting late at night and the two boys had been going at each other for some time now. Both of them were getting tired and they could feel it. Both barely had enough energy to keep themselves afloat. Perhaps you're not so much of a dobe after all. Let's go back, said Sasuke. That had been just what he wanted, some actual training that made him stronger, not just some meaningless running and jumping around on the surface of the water. Naruto stared at the Uchiha wide-eyed. Did Sasuke actually compliment him for once? Naruto grinned at the Uchiha. What's the matter, giving up already? He huffed. Dobe, you can barely keep yourself afloat. The last thing I need is to drag your unconscious and drowned body back to Kakashi, said Sasuke, panting as hard as Naruto. Both boys had to admit it. That last match was good enough to bring them to this point. To emphasize on that fact, they had to rely on each other to drag the other home. They finally made it home, only to collapse through the door. Sasuke, shouted Sakura, rushing to Sasuke's side. What happened? You guys are all dirty and bruised. Heh, both of us, training, said Naruto. Kakashi smiled. Looks like the two of you have been sparring, he said. Sasuke grinned, kind of, and nodded. Good. That helps you train and not only chakra control effectively, but also taijutsu. Starting tomorrow, you'll be joining us on the bridge, said Kakashi as the two dragged themselves over to the table and began eating just about anything in sight. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke were at the bridge the next day. Naruto had managed to sleep in. Reality, they most likely forgot about him. At the bridge, there was a problem with the workers leaving their jobs. Apparently, the thought of Gato was enough to scare off most of the workers. Having ninja around really didn't help. At noon, Tazuna decided to end work for the day. The 4 of them went into town, only to see the depressing state that Gato was driving the country into. There was little food in the store and most of the population had resorted to thievery. Suddenly, Sakura felt something tough her on the behind. Pervert! She screamed, knocking a man hard in the face who was trying to pickpocket her. Shortly after, she felt someone tug on her again. Ready to punch another thief, she soon realized that it was just a child begging for food. As a result, she gave the kid a handful of candy. This is why we need the bridge, a symbol of courage. We need these people to let their fears go and once again stand up for themselves. If that bridge can be completed, the city will return to the old times when it was prosperous and happy, Tazuna explained. The 4 of them left early for construction on the bridge. Once again, no one woke Naruto. As Naruto got up and realized that he was late, he headed off into the forest to use as a shortcut to get to the bridge. There, he encountered a beautiful young lady. "Who are you?" Naruto asked, trying to figure out what the lady wanted. "Oh, is this the plant you are looking for?" "Yes, thank you," the woman said. "Oh, that forehead protector. Does that mean you are a ninja?" "Yeah, you notice?" "I'm a ninja," Naruto said. "And one day, I'm going to become Hokage, the strongest ninja in my village." The girl laughed. "Do you have someone important to you?" she asked. When a person has someone precious to them, they will truly become strong. "Yeah, I understand that," Naruto said. "I'm going to become strong so that I can protect my friends." The lady go up. "You'll become strong, I know it. I hope we'll meet again sometime. I want to see how strong you've become," she said as she walked away. "Oh, and by the way, I'm a boy." Naruto's world was shattered. That boy was almost prettier than Sakura, he thought. Arriving at the bridge, Naruto realized that more workers had left, afraid that Gato would kill them if they continued. However, with Naruto there, Tazuna got an idea. "Hey kid, those clones of yours," he asked as Naruto looked at him curiously. "Can they do anything else besides get hit with a sword?" Naruto was now getting a little mad, but Kakashi picked up on Tazuna's thoughts. "What he really means, Naruto, is make a bunch of your shadow clones and help with construction on the bridge. That way, this bridge will get completed sooner, and you will really be helping the village here," Kakashi said. Naruto actually agreed. To everyone's amazement, the work on the bridge had shown a lot of progress after that day. The bridge was now only a few days from completion. It was now 1 week since Team 7's encounter with Zabuza. For Kakashi, this meant that they would be seeing Zabuza or another opponent here shortly. As such, Team 7 was on high alert, except for a particular blonde ninja. Yes, Naruto had managed to sleep in once again. However, it was a good thing that he did. Suddenly, a knock came on the door, followed by a crash. "Are you Tazuna's daughter?" one of the men standing at the hole of a door said. He had long gray hair with a black cap. At his side was a rather large katana. "Sorry, but I'm afraid you're coming with us." Tsunami knew she was in trouble. Out of reaction, she grabbed Inari, who was right next to her, and began to run. Before they knew it, the two thugs had her cornered. As for Inari, they only needed one hostage and one of the thugs was dying to cut something up. "Should I kill him?" the other thug said. This one was larger and more muscular than the first thug. He had a patch over one of his eyes and was also carrying a katana like his partner. Out of desperation, Tsunami did the best she could. "You want a hostage, right?" she said. "If you even touch him, I will kill myself." The bandits were depressed by this. They had really been hoping to kill someone, but they needed a hostage and 2 dead bodies would do them no good. Inari had managed to escape, but the 2 thugs had taken his mother. Sitting in a corner, Inari began to cry and think on what Kakashi had said to him the other day, regarding Naruto. Flashback. "You little sissy," Naruto said to him. At that moment, he got up and left the house. Kakashi followed him, hoping to calm the crying boy down. "Inari, about Naruto. He didn't mean what he said, but you have to understand that, like you, he didn't grow up with his father around either. In fact, Naruto has never known either of his parents," Kakashi said, trying to calm the crying boy down. "He has had a rougher childhood than you can imagine, but he always manages to see the best out of life. Perhaps, he's just tired of crying. He knows what it means to truly be strong, just like your dad." End flashback. After a few moments of reflection, Inari realized that he had to let the crybaby in him go and grow up. He mustered his courage and pursued the bandits. Will I also become strong like Dad? He thought to himself. Upon reaching the bandits, he shouted out, getting their attention. The bandits turned around to face him and his mother called out for him to run. "Get away from my mom," he screamed as he charged the bandits. The bandits drew their swords and proceeded to slash at the boy. Their attacks hit, cutting him to pieces, much to the horror of his mother. "Inari!" she screamed out. But, before she could say any more, Inari disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving cut pieces of wood. "Sorry for being late. I've been doing that a lot this past week," Naruto said, holding Inari, who was unscathed. "But a hero usually shows up at the last seconds anyways. Great job, Inari. Now let me take it from here." The bandits charged at Naruto, who was all alone, or was he? Suddenly, two figures appeared from behind and gave the thugs a good kick to the head. Before they became unconscious, the bandits turned to see two more Narutos coming at them with their feet only inches from their heads. Naruto then turned to Inari. "Sorry for calling you a sissy yesterday. You're actually pretty strong." Inari began to tear up. "Damn it. I promised myself I wasn't going to cry anymore. Now you're going to make fun of me," Inari said. "Inari, it's alright to cry when you're happy," Naruto explained. With that, he headed off towards the bridge, knowing that something was wrong. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna arrived at the bridge to find most of the workers either injured or dead. Before they could realize what was going on, the mist began to thicken as Kakashi realized that Zabuza had returned. "Hehe, I see your brats are still shaking," Zabuza called out through the mist. Suddenly, they were surrounded by about a half-dozen Zabuzas. "Humph, I'm shaking from excitement," Sasuke responded as Kakashi signaled for him to go. With that, Sasuke defeated the clones with only a few movements of his knives, much to Sakura and Tazuna's surprise. The group looked up to see two ninja standing before them, Zabuza and that hunter ninja from the other day. "The brat has grown. Perhaps I have found myself a rival, Haku?" the demon of the mist asked. Haku nodded and Kakashi knew that his hunch had been correct. "That masked man, he's obviously a comrade of Zabuza," Kakashi said, but was interrupted. "I'll fight him," Sasuke said. "Tricking us with that stupid act, I hate bastards like that." "Sasuke, you're so cool," Sakura shrieked out as Kakashi's sweat dropped. Sasuke engaged the masked figure, who brought some water around him to defend himself from Sasuke's attacks with. "Sakura, guard Tazuna and stay by my side. We'll leave the masked ninja to Sasuke," Kakashi ordered as Sakura complied. The Uzumaki Tales, Return of the Whirlpool Chapter 5, Awakenings. Sasuke had begun his battle with the masked ninja as the two assaulted each other with a hail of Senbon and Shuriken. None of the Shuriken or Senbon hit their target as they had all collided with one another in mid-air, canceling the attacks. As the air began to grow moist, so did the ground. Puddles began to form around the two combatants. The masked ninja halted his attack and began to speak. "I don't want to kill you, but you won't stand down, will you?" the masked ninja said to Sasuke, who responded with his usual response. "I see, but you won't be able to keep up with my speed the next time." The ninja began flipping through a series of hand seals and Sasuke rushed towards him, hoping to stop him before he completed some sort of jutsu. Unfortunately, he realized the trap the moment he grabbed onto the arm of the ninja. "Now that I have one of your arms preoccupied, you won't be able to counter this." Suetun, flying water needles. With that, the water around them began to rise, forming sharp needles of water. Sasuke channeled some chakra to his legs and jumped up before the needles could impact him. He then retaliated by throwing some shuriken at the masked ninja, who had just barely dodged them. Sasuke then appeared behind the ninja and sent him flying back with a kick to the stomach, much to Zabuza's surprise. Kakashi turned to Zabuza. "I can't have you underestimating my students by calling them brats," Kakashi explained. "Sasuke is the #1 rookie in the village, Sakura is the brightest, and Naruto is Naruto, the #1 hyperactive knucklehead ninja in the village." "Humph, just because your brat scored one lucky hit, doesn't mean he can take Haku," said Zabuza to Kakashi. "He's just getting started and it looks like it's all over for your brat now." Sasuke felt a sudden chill surround him. "Hayatan, demonic ice mirrors!" Haku called out. Sasuke was shocked that he was now surrounded by a dome of ice mirrors, with Haku's reflection in each one. He tried to figure out what that jutsu was, but he did not remember the Hayatan being one of the common elemental affinities. "So he has a blood limit, this will get interesting," thought Sasuke. However, in reality, he was extremely tense, not sure what to expect at all. "Now I'll show you my real speed," Haku said. Suddenly, Sasuke was hit with a barrage of needles, none of which severely injured him, this time around. Seeing Sasuke's troubles, Sakura ran to aid him, temporarily abandoning her charge. She threw a kunai at Haku, who came out of the mirror only to catch it. Suddenly, he was knocked onto the ground outside the mirrors. "Naruto Uzumaki has arrived!" Naruto shouted. "That idiot show-off," Sasuke thought as he picked himself off the ground. He was covered in scratches and cuts from the needles, but nothing was fatal, yet. "Now that I'm here, the hero usually shows up like this and kicks the enemy's ass instantly," Naruto exclaimed. "That idiot," Kakashi said. Zabuza got a little laugh at Kakashi's facial expression. "What kind of ninja does he think he is, barging in like that?" Naruto threw a few shuriken at the distracted Zabuza, only to have them knocked away by Haku's needles. So you don't want me attacking them?" "You're soft as always, Haku," Zabuza said to his comrade. Sasuke realized the situation he was in. Apparently, Haku had been holding back. None of those hits were vital, only mere scratches so far. However, after the way he killed Zabuza back by the lake, Sasuke realized that this ninja had deadly accuracy with Senbon and he had been holding back. Now that Naruto had arrived though, perhaps Sasuke could get out of this. With the dobe working on the outside and himself on the inside, perhaps they could take down Haku. Sadly, he would have to swallow his pride for this and allow Naruto to help him, assuming Naruto hadn't done what he just did. "Sasuke, I came in here to save you," Naruto said, now inside the ice dome. Sasuke was about ready to beat the knucklehead senseless as Haku resumed his assault. Thinking of the ice, Sasuke made a few hand seals, katan, great fireball jutsu. With that, Sasuke launched a fireball at the mirror that Haku was in. Unfortunately, the ice mirror did not sustain any damage. Afterwards, Naruto and Sasuke were pelted with a barrage of needle. Naruto made a bunch of clones to attack the mirrors, hoping one of them would be able to get Haku. However, Haku was too fast and the clones were easily defeated. As Naruto and Sasuke were facing Haku, Kakashi stared down his opponent. "For a kid to master a jutsu like that, it must be an advanced bloodline," he said. "Bloodline?" Sakura questioned. "It's a deep lineage, a jutsu or style of jutsu passed down by your family. Even I cannot copy it," Kakashi explained. With that, Kakashi revealed his Sharingan, ready to fight Zabuza and end the battle quick. The Sharingan. "Only one trick, Kakashi. You should know better than to show your moves to an opponent more than once," Zabuza said. The two Jonin engaged one another, both piercing the other's hands with kunai. "You should be honored." You're the first opponent to see my Sharingan twice, Kakashi called out as the two disengaged. I've been waiting to say this line. You can't use the same jutsu on me twice, Zabuza called out as he made a hand seal. Suddenly, the area around them was covered in a thick mist and Zabuza disappeared. Back in the ice dome, damn it. I can't fail here. I have a dream I need to fulfill, Naruto said out loud. Haku then experienced a flashback upon hearing Naruto's words. Flashback. Dream? He remembered himself as a lonely child. His home in the land of water had just been destroyed after the Mizuki's persecution of people with bloodlines. Soon he saw Zabuza standing before him. An unfortunate child, Zabuza said. A brat like you is wanted by no one. You will die with neither freedom nor dreams. Hee, you have the same eyes as me, Haku said to Zabuza, striking some sort of emotion in the demon. End flashback. Dream. Becoming a true shinobi is difficult for me. If possible, I do not want to kill you, nor have you kill me. But if you come at me, I can destroy my kind heart and come at you as a true shinobi, Haku said to Naruto and Sasuke. This bridge is the place we fight to connect our dreams. Please don't hate me. I want to protect someone precious to me, fight for them, and make that person's dreams come true. That is my dream. For that, I can become a shinobi and kill you if I must. Zabuza laughed at what Haku was saying. He knew that Naruto and Sasuke had not killed anyone yet and that they did not know what it was like to truly become a shinobi. Kakashi heard this, but couldn't see anything. The mist was too thick, even for his Sharingan. But he figured that Zabuza couldn't see either. Suddenly, about a dozen shuriken came flying at his and Kakashi just barely managed to block them. Impressive that you were able to block them, Sharingan Kakashi. Zabuza said, appearing behind him. Kakashi turned around to see that Zabuza's eyes were closed. He disappeared back into the mist. Kakashi, you have overestimated the use of your Sharingan. You acted as if you could read my mind and see the future, but that Sharingan is merely a trick. Basically, it involves hypnotism and attention to detail. By using those two abilities together, you can make it seem like you are seeing into the future. The answer to combating it is simple. First, I use the mist to make that keen eye of yours useless. Second, I keep my eyes closed to prevent you from influencing me. However, I am an expert in silent killing. I can kill you just by hearing you. Kakashi was worried by this realization. Zabuza moved to Tazuna and attacked, hoping to take out the bridge builder and Sakura. As Zabuza swung the blade, it was stopped by the steel plate on Kakashi's gloves. Zabuza growled and kicked Kakashi in the gut before swinging his blade again. Kakashi had just enough time to throw himself backwards to dodge most of the attack, however, the blade still sliced across his chest, creating a rather large gash. He slipped back into the mist again, ready to strike another blow. Now, Kakashi had once been in charge of the ANBU and the Sharingan wasn't his only trick. He made a few hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Kakashi said, summoning 8 ninja dogs to his side. He ordered them to find and immobilize Zabuza, which they did without trouble, using the scent of Kakashi's blood on Zabuza's blade to track him. Naruto woke, just in time to see Sasuke take the attack that was intended for him. The needles hit Sasuke in the chest and what appeared to be the liver. Naruto saw Sasuke fall to his knees, just as a single needle that Saki had failed to take hit Naruto in the neck, in roughly the same spot where Zabuza was hit when he was killed a week ago. Naruto slipped into darkness. Naruto awoke again, this time finding himself in a damp sewer, unsure of exactly where he was. He heard growling coming from one direction and his curiosity got the best of him. He turned to find the source of the noise. Soon, he found himself standing in for a large gate. "It's about time the two of us met," a strange voice said from behind the bars. Who's there?" asked a startled Naruto. The voice sounded demonic and it sent Naruto falling back onto his ass. "Why don't you take a close look, child, and see," said the voice. A faint light filled the room and Naruto could see what was behind the bars. "Why you're the Kkubi no Keikitsune," stuttered Naruto in fear. "Yes, and since you're here, that must mean you're in some sort of trouble," the Kyubi said to Naruto. "What do you mean?" Naruto said, still trembling in fear. "Are you going to kill me?" "No. Even if I wanted to, the seal on you that keeps me imprisoned in you would prevent me from doing such. If I remember, you were in a battle with a masked man." The fox did his best to conjure an image of what was happening. The thing that shocked Naruto was the image of Sasuke taking the hits for him, saving him, but getting injured in the process. Naruto saw that Sasuke was falling to the ground and feared that Haku had actually managed to kill Sasuke. "I can sense that your friend is still alive, but he may not be for long if you just sit there and do nothing like a blundering idiot. I will give you a little bit of my power for now, but there is something I want to discuss with you later. Now go." With that last bark of the Kyubi, Naruto was forced out of his mindscape. Finding himself in the real world, facing Haku and a dying Sasuke, Naruto instantly felt a surge of power course through his chakra system. The needles that were stuck in him were forced out and any wounds instantly began to heal. Haku looked on in shock as a red aura began to surround Naruto. Naruto caught Sasuke as he was falling to the ground. Afraid that his teammate was dead, Naruto went into a rage, launching himself towards Haku's image in the mirror. With a strike of his fist, Naruto punched Haku in the mirror and sent him flying backwards. The mirror he was in shattered and the dome collapsed with it. Haku managed to barely regain himself, remaining on his feet, but no longer inside any mirror to protect him from the next assault. Unfortunately for him, this next assault, he would not be able to dodge. His mask was cracked and his head was ringing, most likely suffering from some sort of concussion. Naruto's next attack came swift, a strong punch to the chest that sent Haku skidding to the ground. As Naruto moved over to Haku, ready to deliver the finishing blow. As Naruto lashed out at Haku with his fist, the mask crumbled off, revealing the same boy he had met in the forest only a few days ago. Naruto's attack immediately stopped there. He grabbed Haku by the collar of his robe. "Why?" demanded Naruto. "Why did you kill him? Why are you doing Gato's dirty work?" "Why?" "Because, I am simply a tool, to be used by someone else, to accomplish their goal," said Haku, breathing deeply. Naruto was disgusted at the words that came out of Haku's mouth, yet he couldn't bring himself to blame Haku for turning out like that. Naruto could see some familiarity in Haku's eyes. He could see loneliness in those eyes. He determined there that Haku must have lived alone until someone came to him with an offer. Hell, Naruto had almost fallen to the tricks that had manipulated Haku when Mizuki asked him to steal the forbidden scroll. "Don't talk about that crap anymore. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. You're a person, not a tool, don't give me that crap," shouted Naruto, flaring a little bit more of the demonic chakra already in his system. "Perhaps, but it seems like my usefulness is over," said Haku as he pointed into the mist, towards the end of the bridge. Naruto looked over in the direction Haku was pointing. For some reason, he could sense that something was there, something with the intent to kill. Naruto delivered a punch to Haku, enough to knock him unconscious but not enough to kill him as Naruto stormed off towards the source of killing intent. Kakashi was facing Zabuza, who was now immobilized by Kakashi's dogs. Suddenly, he felt a burst of demonic chakra coming from the direction of Naruto. Both he and Zabuza felt it, and Kakashi knew what it was. He was afraid that the Kyuubi had broken through the seal. However, Kakashi realized that the seal had not broken on, only some of the chakra had managed to leak out. He knew he had to end it. I have copied 1000 jutsu Zabuza, but now you will see my one original jutsu, Kakashi said, making a few hand seals. Suddenly, a mass of lightning appeared in Kakashi's hand. Raitun, Raikiri. Kakashi said as he dashed towards Zabuza, intending to kill him with his lightning blade. As Kakashi thrust his hand towards Zabuza, it was intercepted by the most unexpected turn of events. Some man had come flying out of nowhere, crashing into Kakashi's charged hand, taking the Raikiri to his gut. Zabuza looked over at his stroke of just pure dumb luck and realized that man was one of Gato's. Kakashi, release me so I can dispel the mist and we can get a better look at what is going on, said Zabuza. Of course, Kakashi didn't buy it. And why should I? Kakashi asked. The minute I do that, you're either going to resume attacking me or try and kill Tazuna. That man is one of Gato's. Haku and I suspected Gato would try to double-cross us, and we were planning on killing him after we were done here. If one of his men are here, then that only means that there are more of him here. I just need my arms to get rid of the mist, explained Zabuza. Kakashi thought. Fine, but try anything and the next Raikiri will be going straight through your head, threatened Kakashi. He ordered the dogs restraining Zabuza's arms to let go, and Zabuza did as he said he would, release the mist. Once the mist cleared, Kakashi could see what was going on. There was a group of roughly 50 to 60 thugs on the far end of the bridge, and Naruto beating up one who was unfortunate enough to get too far ahead. Sasuke, shouted Sakura as she ran to where Sasuke was lying on the ground. There was a faint pulse and she began carefully removing the Senbon from the Uchiha pincushion. Zabuza looked over at the battered Haku on the ground and his cold exterior began to melt. Now realizing that the rest of Gato's men could see him, Naruto retreated back to where the rest of the team was. He could feel the demonic chakra drain from him as he did so. So they are not dead yet, how disappointing, Gato called out, looking at the exhausted ninja standing in front of him. Why are you here? Zabuza asked. It's simple. I actually planned to do this from the start. I'm here to kill you, Gato claimed. It's what I do. I hire missing ninja to do my work. They are done, I kill them so that I don't have to pay them. Nice plan, don't you think? The only problem is you. Pfft, Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist. You can barely stand. Kakashi, this fight is over. I have no more reason to fight you or go after Tazuna, Zabuza said as Kakashi agreed. Gato walked over to Haku, who was lying unconscious on the ground just in front of the rest of the ninja, and began beating on the unconscious body. Yeah, take this, you little punk. This is what you get for breaking my arm, shouted Gato. He then pulled out a blade from his side. PHFT. This is what happens to a worthless tool of mine. Naruto tried to rush to save Haku, only to be held back by Zabuza himself. What are you doing? Shouted Naruto. Can't you see that he's going to kill Haku? Don't you even care just a little bit? He's done everything for you, and you've done nothing but look at him as a tool. He's more than just that, UKN. Stop, kid, said Zabuza, tears rolling down his face. I know what I need to do. Can I borrow a kunai? Naruto nodded and handed Zabuza one of his knives. Zabuza instantly disappeared and repapered behind Gato, driving the kunai into the back of Gato's skull. You sick, disgusting man. Get away from him, said Zabuza as Gato dropped to the ground, dead. He then picked up the battered Haku and retreated back to where Kakashi and Team 7 were. "Hey! You killed our meal ticket," the group of thugs said as they charged the ninja. "Kill them." Suddenly, arrows came flying out of some still lingering mist and killed most of the bandits. "If you come any further, the citizens of this island will kill you," Inari shouted with all the villagers standing behind him. "Inari!" Naruto called out. "A hero shows up at the last second, right?" Inari said, returning a smile to Naruto. To give the thugs one last push to flee, Naruto made about 3 dozen clones while Kakashi did the same, although Kakashi's weren't all shadow clones. The thugs fled the island, the villagers had won their village back. "Sasuke!" Sakura shouted out in delight as Sasuke opened his eyes. "UHG! Sakura, you're heavy," Sasuke responded weakly. Sakura began to cry and soon gave Sasuke a big hug. "Sakura, that hurts," Sasuke said. He still had a few needles in him. "What about Naruto and that masked kid?" Sakura pointed to them, and Sasuke saw Zabuza supporting a weak Haku. "Why are they not fighting?" "Gato broke his deal and they are no longer enemies," Sakura said. Naruto turned around and realized that Sasuke was alright. Kakashi then turned to Zabuza. "So what are you going to do now?" Kakashi asked Zabuza. "Right now, I don't really know," Zabuza responded. Naruto then came up to them and began acting like the idiot everyone knew and loved. "Hey Kakashi-sensei, can they come back to the village with us?" Naruto asked. He then turned to Zabuza. "You guys could stop running and start a new life again. Hell, you could even become ninja of our village." "You really are an idiot kid," said Zabuza. However, there was something about that appealed to Zabuza. He never imagined himself settling down again after leaving Kiri, but Haku, perhaps the boy could use some rest. "To be honest, I would actually like that, but I am a missing nin and an A-rank criminal. I would just go back to either imprisonment or death." "Kakashi-sensei, can't you do anything about that?" "You're pretty high up," Naruto said. Kakashi figured he would regret this later. "For your good work, I can send a message to the Hokage about this," Kakashi said, turning to a surprised Zabuza. "Based on the condition of everyone, we will be here at least another week. I will send word to the Hokage, telling him of your intentions. Do realize that if you are given a chance, you will have to undergo extensive analysis to ensure that you mean no harm to the village." Zabuza thought to himself for a moment. Well, if there seems to be a chance, it would be a nice change. Even Sasuke was happy with this. If they come to the village, then that will give him an opportunity for a rematch with Haku. With that, everyone returned to the village to recover. Haku regained conscious, but was groggy and Sasuke was still sore from being a human pincushion. As Kakashi said, they would be there for at least another week and a week's worth of rest was much needed. The following day, Naruto found a quiet place out in the forest to sit down. There was still something he had to do after yesterday. He began meditating, hoping to get into contact with the Kyubi inside him. "Well, it seems as if you still want to talk," the fox said. "I figured I would at least hear you out. So what is it you want?" Naruto responded. "I want to make an offer with you, Kit," the fox said. "And I suggest you listen before you go blowing your mouth off like you normally do." "What do you mean?" Naruto asked, trying to restrain himself from the fox's obvious taunt. "To understand where I'm going with this, you need to understand my past," explained the Kyubi. "I am one of the 9-tailed beasts that came into existence over 1,000 years ago. During that time, you humans have attempted to gain control of our powers and use us as tools. We, on the other hand, wanted nothing to do with you and minded our own business. Slowly, you humans managed to seal us inside yourselves, inventing the idea of a Jinchuriki. What's a tailed beast? And what's a Jinchuriki? Asked Naruto. Sadly, the Kyuubi knew the kid was going to start asking questions like that. However, he couldn't help but drop his head. As I said, I am a tailed beast. There are 9 of us in existence. We are demons who are classified by the number of tails we have, starting from the Ichibi, 1 tails, and ending at myself, the Kyuubi, 9 tails. Demons usually have some sort of defining feature that distinguishes their power amongst one another. For tailed beasts, it is the number of tails we have. Since I am the Kyuubi, I am the most powerful of the tailed beasts. You with me so far? Naruto nodded, indicating that he understood what a tailed beast was, at least to an extent. Now, as for Jinchuriki. Let's just say that is what you are. What are you talking about? I'm a ninja and a person, not a Jinchuriki, whatever that is, replied Naruto. It doesn't matter if you are a puny human. A Jinchuriki is a human who has a demon sealed inside them, explained the Kyuubi. So that means you are sealed inside me, realized Naruto. You're starting to catch on, Kit. Now don't interrupt me for a bit and listen to the next part of my story, said the Kyuubi. Now, being the most powerful of the tailed beasts, I was able to remain free from being sealed the longest. Humans had attempted to capture me, like that pair of weaklings that I ate, but failed. It wasn't until that man came along and used his accursed Sharingan to trap me in some sort of genjutsu which he used to control my actions. Sharingan? You mean like Kakashi sensei and Sasuke? Asked Naruto, interrupting the fox's story. The fox growled at Naruto for interrupting him. Yes, like the eyes your teacher and that other brat you're with have. However, this man's eyes were much colder and much more powerful. He used them to manipulate me into attacking your village almost 100 years ago. With my power, he fought against your Hokage and lost. As a result, I was finally sealed into a human. For the next 88 years, I was sealed inside a Jinchuriki, trying my hardest to escape, but no luck. Escape? But why? Asked Naruto. What can I say? I don't like being trapped in a cage, responded the fox. It was almost 12 years ago that I finally escaped. However, he was there, waiting. I thought he was dead, but that insolent cockroach came crawling back to me. Hold on, said Naruto. His interruptions were irritating the fox even more. Who is he? The Kyuubi growled a bit, letting out some of his killing intent. Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha? I've heard that name before, but where? Asked Naruto. The Kyuubi explained to Naruto that he probably heard it during class as the battle between Harashima Senju, the Shodaime Hokage, and Madara Uchiha was one of the biggest pieces of Konoha history. Naruto nodded his head and told the fox that was probably the one lecture that he had not slept through. But wait, Uchiha? Does that mean Sasuke is? Yes, that little Uchiha brat on your team is most likely a descendant of Madara Uchiha. However, Madara abandoned his clan in search of power, me. He was bitter at the fact that his rival, the Shodaime Hokage, had received the position of Hokage instead of him, so he left the village. A few years later, he returned to destroy the village using my power. After that, I thought he was dead and I was finally done with that insolent bastard. However, I was wrong. Like I told you, he was the one who freed me from my Jinchuriki vessel 12 years ago. Before I could even take a free breath, he had me under his control. By the time his control ended and I had a free mind again, I was already being sealed into you by that other bastard, the Yondaime Hokage. Hey! Don't insult the Yondaime like that, said Naruto. However, there was something he wanted to know. But, why me? Why did he seal you into me? All I can tell you is that with the seal that he used, I needed to be sealed inside a newborn infant with undeveloped chakra coils, otherwise I would destroy my host upon sealing. I guess you just happened to be the only newborn around. The Kyuubi laughed at Naruto's misfortune, but quickly resumed the remaining portion of his story. For the past 12 years, I have been trapped inside you. We haven't talked until now because you haven't been truly aware of my presence until just yesterday. So if you hate humans so much for sealing you, then why did you help me? Asked Naruto. He wanted to know why the fox had helped him and even gave him the power to save Sasuke, despite an Uchiha being the source of his problems. Because, that is where I am trying to get at. I want to make a deal with you. Although I don't like the idea of working with you, my attempts at freedom these past 100 years have not been that successful. Wait, did you say work with me? Asked Naruto, who was becoming increasingly excited by the thought of a demon fox at his command. Don't get the wrong idea, Kit. I said I would work with you, not submit myself to you, explained the fox. Naruto was now slightly depressed. So what does that mean? He asked. Simple, I will help you and I will even give you the ability to use my chakra, unopposed in certain situations. However, I expect something in return. Naruto knew this was too good to be true. Okay, so what is it you want? He asked. You should know from hearing my story, actually, it's two things I want. I want my freedom from being sealed again after you die, and yes, that day will come in time. I also want you to help me kill that cockroach of an Uchiha. Wait, but if you want your freedom, then what's to stop you from destroying the village? Asked Naruto, now concerned with what the fox was asking. This. The fox rolled a contract out in front of Naruto, revealing his agreement. This is a blood contract. Even to demons, this is binding. Basically, it states that I will lend you my chakra should you find yourself in a situation when it is required. With my help, you could become as strong as or even stronger than the Hokage. What I am trying to say is that I will help you along your journey to become Hokage. But, when you do, you will make sure that I am granted my freedom upon your death. I even promise to leave your village alone once I'm free so long as they don't try to imprison me. Furthermore, I will do whatever is within my power to ensure that you die of old age and not battle, although that will still be a possibility if you get too far in over your head. Wait, what do you mean? How can you help me survive till I'm an old man? Naruto asked. Have you noticed that you heal extremely fast compared to most people? Asked the fox. No. I thought that was normal, the fox nearly face-planted at the kid's cluelessness. Baka, when a human breaks a bone, it takes them weeks to recover, yet you can fully heal in a matter of hours. Naruto just gasped at this. This only served to inflate his already big head. Anyways, you already have an increased healing factor just by the normal flow of my chakra from your seal. If the flow were to be increased, it is possible that you could heal wounds that would kill you. Now Naruto was wondering what the fox meant by a normal chakra flow from the seal. This seal on me allows for a small amount of my chakra to mix with yours, giving you that increased healing factor of yours and even that massive chakra reserve that you've developed. Naruto had already been informed that he had a massive reserve of chakra after he proved that he was able to create thousands of shadow clones on the night of the Mizuki incident. However, this seal does pose a problem. Although it is weakening slowly, allowing me to safely flow some more chakra into your system, it was initially designed to keep the two of us separate. I can't just give you all of my power at the moment because that would break the seal, killing both of us. In fact, the most I can give you right now is just a little more than I gave you yesterday. What? But I thought you had a ton of chakra to give, shouted Naruto. I do. The amount of chakra that I possess is so large, that it is considered infinite by your human standards, but this seal prevents me from releasing it all at once. If I try to force more chakra through the seal than it can take at the time, then I run the risk of breaking it, effectively killing the two of us. The more chakra that flows through the seal, the more stress it puts on your body. I have noticed that the seal weakens over time, which will allow you to use even more of my chakra in the future. I also believe that there is a key that can safely open this seal, allowing us to merge our chakra completely, and you will have full access to my powers and I will have the power to kill that bastard. Naruto thought about what the Kyuubi had said, looking over the contract in front of him. The terms on the contract were exactly the same as what they had discussed. However, he saw a name on the contract that he didn't quite recognize. "Who's this Kurama listed on the contract?" asked Naruto. "That would be me. Kurama is my true name. So what do you say, Kit, do we have an agreement?" Naruto took a few more moments to think about what they had discussed. Finally, he figured that everything was okay and signed his part of the contract as Kurama did the same. The Uzumaki Tales, Return of the Whirlpool Chapter 6, Trials. It was late in the afternoon in Konoha. Team 8 was finishing up their D-rank missions for the day. Being an Inuzuka, Kiba naturally hated cats. However, after today Kiba was ready to wipe out every cat from the face of the planet. Once again, Tora had managed to escape, and as such, the Capture Tora mission was reinstated. This time it was assigned to Team 8. The first time it was assigned to Team 7, the past 3 times went to Team 10, and it was about time Team 8 got to experience firsthand one of the most frustrating missions in all the 5 great nations. Kiba had received most of the injuries, with multiple scratch marks all over his face and other places. Unfortunately, Hinata had a mark on the left side of her face from trying to pry the cat off of Kiba before Kurenai could put it under a genjutsu. Hinata arrived back at the Hyuga compound. Like always, her father greeted her with the usual emotionless question of asking how her missions went. However, after seeing the scratch mark on the side of her face, it became obvious exactly which mission she was assigned. Hayashi recalled the time when he was just starting out as a genin. There was always a mission that required a team to capture a renegade cat that belonged to the Fire Lord's wife. The cat's name was Tori, the mother of Tora. If there was any true demon spawn in the village, it was that damn cat. Like it was for Hayashi, this mission was considered a rite of passage for newly graduated genin, as almost everyone in the village has had to catch Tora or one of her predecessors. "Hello, father," Hinata said, giving her father a quick bow. "Welcome home, Hinata. I would ask you how your missions went today, but I think I already know," Hayashi said to his daughter. Hinata quickly explained the other mission that they had. Afterwards, Hayashi took Hinata and her sister, Hanabi, into the family dojo for a quick sparring session. Like always, Hanabi had bested Hinata, much to Hayashi's disappointment. At the Hokage's tower, the third had just received the mission report from Team 7's most recent C-rank mission. He opened it and began reading. He nearly had a heart attack from what he read. "Lord Hokage, I am reporting in on the mission Escort to the Land of Waves." The mission was originally assigned a C-rank mission, but was quickly upgraded to a B-rank mission after 2 Kiri Chunin attacked our group. Their target was Tazuna. Despite the encounter, everyone was unharmed and we decided to continue with the mission. I regret to inform you that this was a mistake and we should have cancelled the mission. It was then decided to upgrade the mission to an A rank after we were attacked by the missing ninja Zabuza Momochi and an accomplice disguised as a Kiri Hunter ninja. Naruto and Sasuke proved to be invaluable in that attack as Zabuza and his accomplice was forced to retreat. For the next week, my team was stationed on guard duty. The following day, Zabuza and his accomplice reappeared. Our team engaged them and fought until the fight was interrupted by Gato and his subordinates. Gato has been controlling the shipping and economy of the nation, effectively controlling it and its people through oppression and fear. As a result, they revealed their intentions to kill all of us, including Zabuza and his accomplice, Haku. However, with the help of Zabuza and Haku, Gato was quickly killed and his subordinates scattered. By the time you read this, the bridge that Tazuna was charged to build should be completed or within a day of completion. I have been informed that a representative of the Land of Waves will be traveling to Konoha and the Land of Fire capital to arrange trade agreements as an attempt to repair the economy of the Land of Waves and thank us for our intervention. I also have a rather odd request coming from Zabuza and Haku. It appears as if the two of them have experienced a change of heart, thanks to their encounter with Naruto. The two of them are requesting an opportunity to join Konoha as ninja. While I normally would disregard such a request, I have reason to believe that they are sincere with their words. Haku also possesses a rare bloodline, the Hayaton, which may prove an invaluable addition for the village. Zabuza has informed me that he is willing to undergo any mental interrogation or trials that would be required for him to prove his intentions to join the village. Kakashi Hatake, Jonin. Sir, are you all right? The Hokage's assistant asked, seeing his facial expression after reading the report. Please summon the village council along with Ibiki, Anko, and Inoichi for an emergency meeting in 30 minutes, the Hokage said. Naruto had just come out of his conversation with the Kyuubi before returning to Tazuna's house. He was happy that he would now have the ability to use the Kyuubi's chakra, unimpeded, even if it was only a fraction of the Kyuubi's power at this point in time. With it, he would be as strong as the Hokage in no time. Kurama had explained one last detail about using the Kyuubi chakra, and that was the presence of a chakra cloak if he tapped into enough of the chakra. However, it was explained that given the current state of Naruto's seal, the most he could safely use would be one tail of the cloak for the time being. After using said demonic chakra, it would be common for Naruto to experience extreme exhaustion. Naruto returned to the bridge builder's house. Haku was set up in the guest room, trying to rest the injuries that Naruto had inflicted on him. Naruto had apologized to the boy, which was graciously returned. The day of their fight, everyone, Haku especially, had pretty much spent the entire day resting. Haku and Sasuke were pretty much told to rest for the rest of the week while their injuries healed. The day after the fight, Tazuna wanted to get started on the bridge again. As such, the remnants of Team 7 continued with guard duty. There were a few incidents with some of Gato's men trying to take revenge on the ninja or trying to reclaim the island that they had once controlled, however, they were quickly dispatched. Zabuza had tried to apologize to Tazuna for trying to kill him, resulting in the demon of the hidden mist working on the bridge as well, as Tazuna needed the labor to complete the bridge by the end of the week like he had intended. However, there were two things he had on his side now. One was that the workers were not scared of Gato and they wouldn't quit when it got too late in the day, allowing construction to continue for longer. Second, he fully underestimated Naruto. Kakashi had suggested that Naruto use his clones to help Tazuna out, and the help of 100 extra hands really worked, even if they did disappear whenever one clone missed a nail with a hammer and accidentally hammered his own finger. The third entered the council hall to see that the village council had assembled, although rather hastily. A few of the elder members were nagging the aging Hokage as to why this meeting was called so late at night. The reason I called you all is regarding a report I received from Team Kakashi, who was assigned on a C-rank mission to escort Tazuna, the bridge builder, to the Land of Waves, the third announced. After reading the mission report, it was upgraded to an A-rank mission. This sent stirs through the chamber. A-rank? Why was it upgraded to an A-rank mission? Hamaru, one of Hiruzen's counselors, asked. The team encountered and battled the missing ninja Zabuza Momochi. The third's words once again sent stirs throughout the council. Zabuza Momochi? Are they alright? Is Sasuke Uchiha alright? Asked a member of the council who ranked right up there with Sasuke's fangirls. The Hokage nodded, reassuring the council member. So, I assume you have sent a more qualified team to replace Team Kakashi? Asked Koharu, the Hokage's another advisor. No, once again, there was talk amongst the council. This is the reason I have summoned you here. They have been involved in the death of Gato, business tycoon. However, it has been revealed that Gato was a crime lord who has been oppressing the people of the Land of Waves for the past few years. He hired Zabuza and an accomplice to assassinate Tazuna before his bridge was completed. Tazuna's bridge was the one thing that could weaken Gato's grasp on the island's economy. A few of the council who were more versed in economics agreed. However, it appears that Zabuza turned on Gato with the intention of aiding Team Kakashi after he had a change of heart. I received a request that Hatake Kakashi has forwarded from Zabuza Momochi that is asking us to accept Zabuza and his accomplice, Haku, as a member of this village. Why should we do that? Zabuza is listed as a missing ninja by the Hidden Mist village. There could be political implications as to this, one of the counselors stated. I am well aware that, while we are considered neutral with Kirigakure no Sato, the taking in of Zabuza Momoichi could result in some unwanted political implications, the Sandaime pointed out. However, it is not uncommon for villages to take the missing ninja of other villages. After all, that was the reason Hunter Ninja were commissioned, am I correct, Inazuka-san? Some Inazuka stood up. That is correct. My clan contains some of the best hunter ninja in the village, and it is the job of said hunter ninja to track down and capture or eliminate a missing ninja before they can sell any secrets to a village. However, should a village be fortunate enough to obtain a high-ranked missing ninja, the secrets they can obtain are substantial. It only further the reasons as to why we a village would take a missing ninja in. I agree with you on that, Inazuka-san. Now the question is, what can Zabuza Momoichi provide for us? He has been missing from his village for at least 6 years now, and some of his secrets would be considered outdated, said a bandaged man. Danzo, you of all people know that even old secrets can be considered useful, said the Sandaime. Besides, Kakashi included a few preliminary reports on Zabuza Momoichi and his accomplice, Haku Yuki. The report on Haku stated that the boy possessed a rare bloodline. Hiruzen did it, he pulled the bloodline card. The counselors looked on at him with all interests set on this bloodline. Konoha loved bloodlines, as seen with how they treated the Hyuga and Uchiha, when the clan was still around. Hokage-sama, is there any mention as to which bloodline this child possesses? Asked another member of the council. Yes, Kakashi mentioned the boy using Hayatan Jutsu during their encounter, said the Sandaime. This stirred conversations in the room immediately. The Hayatan was believed lost when Kirigakure no Sato initiated their bloodline purges, something Konoha saw as a travesty. Are you sure it is the true Hayatan? Asked the same counselor. I am fairly certain that it is the true Hayatan. Kakashi mentioned the boy's ability to form ice out of thin air, not just simply manipulating pre-existing ice like the ninja in Snow County do. I do believe that this is truly the Hayatan, said the Sandaime. A few of the counselors couldn't help but praise their luck. They were so close to obtaining another bloodline, something they felt Konoha had been lacking for the past decade or so. A little more discussion ensued until a final vote was called for on whether or not to extend a preliminary invitation to Zabuza Momoichi and Haku Yuki. The vote was strongly in favor of extending the invitation after a trial had been conducted to determine Zabuza's true intentions. 4 days had passed since Gato's defeat, and the bridge was now complete, thanks to the help of a particular one-man, Blonde Army. That night, the village held a rather large celebration to celebrate the liberation of the wave from Gato, a future of economic prosperity. Every ninja there was seen as a hero who helped to overthrow Gato, even Zabuza. But the one who really got most of the credit was Naruto for inspiring the villagers to stand up against the tyranny of people like Gato. Sasuke had healed almost completely to the point where he would be ready to train again the next day. They would still remain in the wave for another 2 days, as Haku wasn't quite ready for long traveling yet. Even then, he wouldn't be able to travel at a high pace, but it would be faster than the pace Team 7 made to get Tazuna there. While Team 7 was rather friendly that night, it still consisted of a few attempts by Naruto to get Sakura to go out with him, and a few attempts by Sakura to get Sasuke to go out with her. Neither Naruto nor Sakura had much success. The remaining 2 days, Kakashi gave to his team to rest and take a small vacation, something Sakura welcomed with open arms. Sasuke, on the other hand, used that day to get in some more training. He was ecstatic, even if it didn't show, that he had unlocked the Sharingan, his clan's bloodline. While it was still in the early stages, it was the Sharingan nonetheless. Kakashi had also offered to give help Sasuke get adjusted to his newly found dojutsu. The training offer was extended to the rest of the Team 7, with Naruto taking up the offer and Sakura deciding she would rather get some rest. Kakashi would balance his time between training Sasuke with the Sharingan and working on fixing Naruto's taijutsu. While Naruto had been considered passable back in the academy and his taijutsu had made a lot of progress in the last few months, it still needed some work to make it acceptable. The next morning, the 6 of them headed off towards Konoha. It was about 2 days' travel with only ninja traveling this time. They arrived at the village gate early in the afternoon to find a few ANBU waiting for them. Zabuza Momochi. You are to come with us for an investigation into your intentions on joining us, the bare-masked ANBU said. Zabuza complied and he and Haku left with the ANBU. Kakashi-sensei, how long will it take before we know if they can join? Naruto asked. Sakura and Sasuke also wanted to know. Their trial is scheduled for 3 o'clock 2 days from now. It is then that we will know their fate in Konoha, Kakashi responded. To be honest, I don't think Haku will have much of a problem seeing as he has never had official ninja training and because of his bloodline, but Zabuza could be a different story. After reporting into the Hokage, Team 7 was dismissed. Despite still being a rookie, Naruto had just survived and completed an A-rank mission, something that was reserved for high Chunin and Jonin. He was ecstatic and decided to celebrate with Irika at Ichiraku. Much to Naruto's dismay, Team 7 was stuck doing D-rank missions the following 2 days. Kakashi figured that it would be better for them to get a few short missions before Zabuza's trial. Not to mention, they practically had an entire month's worth of training in a 3-week mission. It was getting close to 3 and they proceeded to the Academy Auditorium, where Zabuza's trial was to be held. When they got there, they found the room to be rather packed. Apparently word that the demon of the hidden mist wanting to join the village had spread. They managed to find a set of seats next to Team 8, with Naruto ending up to a poor Hinata who would be turning redder and redder throughout the entire thing. Next thing that happened, Mato Guy, the jonin in the village with a shiny black bowl haircut who was wearing green spandex, came in and started going on about their eternal rivalry. Guy was being a little too energetic and guy-like for the rest of Team 7, who were trying to inch their way away from the mighty green beast. This in turn pushed Naruto closer to Hinata until he was virtually on top of her. The close proximity of her crush caused the poor girl to faint in her chair. She wouldn't wake up for a while. As the trial started, the third Hokage entered, along with some of the more prominent members of the village council. He announced to everyone the reason why they were there, although everyone pretty much knew why. Soon after, Zabuza and Haku entered the auditorium, escorted by a few ANBU. Zabuza Momochi, Haku Yuki, you are here today to justify your intent to join this village as ninja of Konoha. Is that correct? The third began reading from the paper he was holding. Why don't we get straight to the point? Inoichi, Ibiki, what are the results of your interrogation sessions with Zabuza Momochi? Lord Hokage, Inoichi said, standing up. I will be honest, I was not expecting much to warrant admission of this missing nin into the village, especially given his record. Zabuza gave a slight tsk under his own breath. Inoichi then proceeded to present his report on the mental findings of Zabuza's mental stability. I do find that he is sincere in his request to join and serve the village of Konoha though. I have found the same to be true with Haku Yuki here as well. Very well Inoichi, the Hokage said. Ibiki? Hokage-sama. Like Inoichi, I had high doubts about these two. While I do feel that Zabuza here is not lying, his previous record of instating a coup in Kirigakure no Sato must be taken into account, said Ibiki. Zabuza sighed as the Hokage began to speak again. Zabuza, do you have anything to say about your actions? Asked the Hokage. I do. I believe you have received reports on the state of the mist under the rule of the Sandai Mizukage, said Zabuza. Hiruzen nodded. One such measure he instigated was the blood limit purges. During that time, I encountered Haku, who I could not allow to suffer under the Mizukage's wrath. The village was not healthy under the Mizukage's oppression. However, even just a few glances of Konoha have told me that Konohagakure no Sato is nothing like Kirigakure no Sato. It is a village that I would rather serve over Kirigakure no Sato. Very well. I have already discussed with the council about these two joining the village and it appears that they have passed Inoichi and Ibiki's examination, the Hokage stated. Hamaru stood up and addressed the two in question. Zabuza Momochi, Haku Yuki, it was decided the other day that should we determine that your intentions are good for Konoha, that you be granted a chance-earned citizenship. However, one thing that has intrigued us is Haku's bloodline. Haku, if you don't mind, there are some of us here who would like a demonstration of your abilities. Haku obliged and the chakra-suppressing cuffs were removed. He made a quick hand sigh. Hayaton, demonic ice mirrors. With that, a mirror in front of Haku formed out of ice and so did one on the other side of the room. The elders were impressed that the Yuki bloodline, the Hayaton, still existed. He performed a few more movements, jumping quickly from mirror to mirror, and showing off his accuracy with Senbon. So the Hayaton still exists, Danzo thought to himself. Hiruzen shot him a look, indication to Danzo not to try anything funny with this boy. It was known to a few of the higher-ups that Danzo was the leader of a secret ANBU organization known as Root. Over the past years, Hiruzen had managed to loosen Danzo's grip on village power, but he was still aware that Danzo would try to recruit some ninja with potential, Haku in particular, into his forces. Koharu then stood up to address Haku. Haku Yuki. You have demonstrated a rather advanced blood limit. Our records show that you are 13 years of age. By law of this village, if someone possesses a blood limit, they will be allowed to start a clan when they are of age, Koharu said. Kakashi knew this was going to happen with Haku and he had mentioned to Zabuza beforehand. Granting Haku clan status was a way for them to further cement the bloodline into the village. The Hokage took the floor once again. Zabuza Momoichi, Haku Yuki. You will be allowed to serve under this village so long as you comply with our laws and regulations. Zabuza, you will be assigned the rank of Chunin. You will also be placed on probation for the next 2 months along with supervised mission duty for the following 4 months. Should I find no issues with you being allowed to serve Konoha, you will be eligible to participate in the Jonin examinations at the end of the year to regain your previous rank of Jonin. If you do anything that endangers the village, the ANBU have orders to execute you. Do you understand and accept these terms? I accept them, Lord Hokage, Zabuza said, offering a respectable gesture and trying to get on the Hokage's good side already. Haku Yuki. Seeing as you have no official ninja training, I must give you the rank of Genin and assign you to a team. I will find a team to place you on and you will begin once your placement is confirmed, said the Hokage. Do you accept these terms? I accept them, Lord Hokage, Haku said, following in Zabuza's stead. Naruto was ecstatic upon hearing this. He ended up hugging the nearest person around him out of joy, which just so happened to be Hinata who was just waking up. Needless to say, she fainted, again. If there are no other objections, then I call this meeting closed. You are dismissed, the Hokage announced. Following the trial, Kakashi was called into the Hokage's office. Kakashi, I want you to take Haku on your team, said the Hokage. But sir, I've already got 3 students. You can't expect me to take on a 4th. What will happen to the 3-man squad, argued Kakashi. I am aware, but I am also aware of the paperwork that this little stunt will result in. If I'm going to have to deal with extra paperwork and possible fallout with Kiri, then the least you can do to help me is make finding Haku a team easy. Besides, your students are the only people in Konoha he knows and it will be good for him. If my suspicions are correct though, the council will try to have him promoted as soon as they can. They are like that when it comes to new bloodlines, said the Hokage. Do I make myself clear that you will take Haku on your team? Yes, Hokage-sama. I will incorporate him right away, said Kakashi, not wanting to argue with his leader. Kakashi caught his team meeting up with Haku and Zabuza outside the trial. It was there that he announced that Haku would be joining Team 7 for the time being. He then stated that the rest of the week would be dedicated to integrating Haku into the team. He then invited the new team and Zabuza to barbecue for dinner to get to know each other better. This also served as a little introduction to the team for Haku. They also managed to meet up with Team 10 and Asuma, who was intrigued by the fact that the demon of the hidden mist would be joining them. It was also a little weird for him to be seeing one of the 7 swordsmen wearing a Konoha headband. The Uzumaki Tales, Return of the Whirlpool Chapter 7, the new Team 7 met up early the next morning at Training Ground 7. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and their new teammate, Haku, arrived at the normal 9 a.m. time. Like always, Kakashi was a few hours late, showing up around 11 a.m. "You're late," the older members of Team 7 shouted in unison. "Sorry, but you see a black cat crossed my path and I felt that I should take the long way to avoid any unfortunate happenings," Kakashi said. No one believed him. "Anyways, the main thing I want to do is get the 4 of you used to working together. Also, I want to see what Haku is capable of." Haku agreed to show the team some of his techniques. They already knew about his Hayatan, demonic ice mirrors, so he decided to move on to his other main ice technique, Hayatan, ice dome. That jutsu turned out to be a defensive jutsu that created a dome around Haku. Kakashi decided to test out the ice dome's strength. Much to his surprise, it withstood a good beating, requiring some of Kakashi's more powerful techniques to break the defense. Even though the team already knew about Haku's accuracy, they were still impressed at just how accurate he was using Senbon. Although Kakashi tried to convince him to use a more powerful weapon, Haku stuck by using the Senbon as he had the skill required to effectively use them. The only other techniques that Haku was able to use were the Suiton, sharp water needles, and another low-level water-type technique. Still, Kakashi was impressed that someone so young could already make use of 2 elements. At the same time, this worried him because he could see Naruto and Sasuke becoming more and more jealous of Haku's abilities. The 2 of them finally cracked. "Kakashi-sensei, teach us a cool jutsu or something," Naruto said. "We've already passed the water walking exercise and now it's time you teach us something useful." For once, both Sasuke and Sakura actually agreed with him. Kakashi closed his eyes and began thinking for a moment. "Alright. I suppose the 3 of you have shown me that you are ready to begin some ninjutsu training. Let's call it an early day. I'll go to the jutsu library and pick out a jutsu for each of you that I feel best suits you. Now here's the deal, I'll give you the entire morning to work on them, but you will be doing whatever missions we get in the afternoon without complaining. Do we have a deal?" "Yes," Naruto shouted out. Sasuke and Sakura quickly responded as well. "Oh man! This is great! Finally, a new jutsu." Later that evening, the team met up for dinner as was suggested by Kakashi. "So Haku, tell us a little about yourself," Sakura asked. "Huh? What do you mean?" the new member said. "Well, you didn't live in Konoha and it sounds like you were traveling a lot. I'm sure you must have some interesting stories, the pink-haired kunoichi explained. Well, I guess I could tell you about me, Haku said as the rest of the team listened in. Haku began to tell his story. I was born in a small village in the northern part of the Land of Water. It got cold enough there that it would snow a lot, which I guess could be why I can use ice style. It was a peaceful village despite the fact that our nation was at war. My father was a normal man, no shinobi training. He preferred to live a simple life as a farmer. One day, he met my mother and they fell in love. My mother seemed like a normal woman, although she used to be a shinobi. She was able to keep her abilities hidden due to the fact that the people of my village hated ninja. They saw them as responsible for the recent civil war and wanted nothing to do with them. To be with my father, my mother gave up her life as a ninja and settled down. Shortly after, I was born. At first, my father wasn't sure if I was a boy or girl because of my appearance, but my mother quickly explained that it was a common trait amongst her family that even the males had a feminine look to them. Everything was fine until I was 5. One day, I showed my mother something that I thought was cool and amazing. It was my Haitan abilities. I thought I saw a little bit of happiness in her eyes, but I was scolded for doing so. I guess she didn't want me using it, fearing that it would cause problems within our family. Haku trailed off into silence. Sakura could tell something was wrong and told Haku that he didn't have to say anything else. However, Haku shortly resumed the story, saying that it would be best for the team if they knew everything about his past. Despite her efforts to conceal my newfound abilities, my father had already witnessed what had happened. I don't know what drove him to so what he did next, but I think it was because he was afraid I would become a ninja or that the villagers were afraid of the powers I possessed. Haku took a short pause before continuing on. He gathered a mob of villagers and killed my mother. He then turned to me. I could see sadness in his eyes, but at the same time I could see fear. I could feel that he didn't want to do what he was doing, but the fear drove him. Looking over at my mother, lying dead next to me, I lost control of my power and encased the entire mob in ice, effectively killing them. Naruto stared wide-eyed at Haku. To his surprise, what Haku had experienced was similar to his childhood. He was certain that the villagers did not hate him, but they feared what was sealed inside him, the Kyubi. Haku, I'm sorry that happened to you. Believe me, I know how you feel, the blonde-haired ninja said. I cannot explain why, but for some reason the villagers wanted nothing to do with me. Even now, they harass me. The rest of Team 7 had no idea what Naruto's childhood was truly like. I suppose the only one who could relate the best with Naruto was Sasuke, but even then it wasn't quite the same. Naruto told a few things about his own childhood, how the village hated him, how a mob was formed on his birthday each year, and how most of the village wished he was either gone or dead. He didn't reveal the reason for it, but he knew why they hated him. He had first realized the night when Mizuki had him steal the forbidden scroll. After that, the Sandaime had told Naruto a few more details on the secret that Mizuki had spilled. I'm sorry you had it like that. What are you going to do? Haku asked. I'm going to show them the real me. Even though they treat me like shit sometimes, I know that they are good people and I just need to show them that I will protect them, Naruto said. Haku was inspired by the boy's resolve. It's my dream. I will become Hokage and with that, the entire village will recognize me. I see. It seems like me, you have found some precious people that have already saved you from the hell that is loneliness, said Haku. Yeah, I found a few people willing to recognize like the old man Hokage, Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, and even the team over there. He doesn't admit it, but I see the way he looks at me when we train together. He acknowledges that I am there and we use each other to push ourselves further, Naruto explained. Kakashi and Sakura thought what he was saying was sweet. Sasuke just shrugged it off, but the idiot was right. I am glad, because I also found someone who saw me as something more, Haku said. Zabuza? Sakura responded. Yes, and with that, Haku resumed his story. I was orphaned for about a few months. Even though it was cold outside due to the snow, my bloodline protected me. Then one day, I met Zabuza. At first, he just looked at me with pity, but then I saw in his eyes that he felt the same loneliness that I did. After that meeting, I joined him in his quest. After some time, he asked me to become his weapon, to serve as a shinobi with him. Before I met him, I lost my purpose in life. However, when he asked me to become a shinobi, it's as if he gave me a new purpose to live. I gladly accepted. Over the next couple of years, he trained me in the way of the shinobi and I eventually became his weapon. However, I will admit that I never liked the killing that came with it. That explains why you didn't kill Naruto and Sasuke back in the Land of Waves, Kakashi realized. He had a few other questions regarding that battle, but decided to hold them off for a better day. Sasuke wasn't happy by the fact that Haku had been holding back against them. He made a promise to himself to defeat Haku in their next rematch. Haku had a little more of his story to tell. We traveled together, picking up jobs like the one we had in the Land of Waves. During our journey, I remember meeting a man by the name Kimimaro. I remember him because I felt the same loneliness and sadness inside him that I once felt. I even offered for him to come along with us, but he refused, claiming he had to find his own way. I haven't seen him since, but I would sure like to know how he's been. Shortly after, we were given a job by Gato and that leaves us where we currently are, in Konoha, becoming a team. Wow. It seems like you've lived a rough and confusing life, Sakura said. Yes, I guess you could say so, but everything is now. Before these past few days, I even felt that Zabuza was looking for a purpose in life, however your village appears to have given him another chance to start over. He will never admit it, but I think he is truly grateful. Although he is already mad that there are ANBU following him everywhere, Kakashi just smiled at Haku's last comment. The next morning, the new Team 7 awaited Kakashi at the training ground. He had promised them cool new jutsu and they were going to get it. The only question now was how late would Kakashi be? Surprisingly, he was only about 45 minutes late this morning, a new record for him. Alright, as promised, I went to the library this morning while you were doing your mission and I picked out some jutsu that I think you all should find useful, Kakashi said. He then handed a scroll to Naruto. Seeing as you can already use the shadow clone jutsu, I thought this would be perfect for you. Naruto opened the scroll and saw a jutsu. He read, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, A rank. He was ecstatic at the jutsu Kakashi picked out, seeing that it was an A-rank technique. But he was a little curious as to what it did. Kakashi-sensei, what does this jutsu do and why is it considered an A-rank? Naruto asked. Good of you to ask, Naruto. The reason it's A-rank is because of the requirement of knowing the shadow clone jutsu, a B-rank technique typically taught to Jonin ninja. What it does, is it makes shadow clones of your shuriken, Kakashi explained. Naruto was a little deflated upon hearing this. That's it, he shouted. I thought you were going to give me something useful. If I wanted shadow clones of my shuriken, would just make shadow clones and have them throw their shuriken. Kakashi sighed. It's not like that. Imagine the difference between one shuriken coming at you and dozens, even hundreds of shuriken coming at you. Naruto thought about what Kakashi said. Well, one shuriken isn't much and it can be easily blocked, but a lot of shuriken, well. Naruto said. With a lot of shuriken, your first thought is to get out of the way as the more there are, the more difficult it is to block them. Now imagine if you could throw one shuriken at your enemy, but hit them with over 30-inch. With that, Kakashi pulled out a few shuriken and threw at a training post. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, he shouted. Just before the shuriken hit the post, they copied itself into about 100 shuriken. Now the post was filled with metal shuriken impaled in it. Naruto's jaw dropped and Kakashi just smiled. If timed correctly, it is a very useful and deadly move. Kakashi then handed a scroll to Sasuke. Katan, Dragon Fire Breath. Sasuke said, reading the description. B rank. Unlike your Great Fireball Jutsu, this attack utilizes a constant stream of flames. Also, the range is greater, about double of your jutsu, and the flame is hotter, Kakashi said. Haku, if you could make a mirror. With that, Haku made an ice mirror. Kakashi used the Great Fireball Jutsu on it. The fireball made contact and burst into flames. Afterwards, the mirror was still intact and only a few drops of water rolled down. The problem with your jutsu is that it's not powerful enough and it isn't sustained. Alright, so this jutsu is more powerful? Sasuke asked. Yes. It's at least 3-4x more powerful of a fire than your Katan, Great Fireball Jutsu. Now watch, Kakashi said, forming the hand seals for the Katan, Dragon Fire Breath. He sent a stream of flames towards the mirror. Unlike the fireball, this attack was sustained for many seconds, and when Kakashi was finished, most of the mirror had melted. Sasuke just stared at the mirror and smiled. Now this is what he had wanted. Kakashi handed a scroll to Haku. Now this technique is a water-style jutsu, but I'm sure you can find some way to make an ice-style jutsu from it. Haku read the scroll, Suetun, Water Whip, C rank, it read. Kakashi thought on the jutsu and performed it after a few minutes. A whip of water extended towards the training post, wrapping it up. It's not that powerful of a jutsu, but even I can see some potential for it to be greatly improved if you can incorporate your ice style into it. Haku gratefully accepted the task. Kakashi turned to Sakura. You were a little more difficult, but after analyzing your strengths, I think you would be better off learning a type of genjutsu, Kakashi said, handing her a scroll. And this technique reminded me a lot about you. Sakura opened the scroll and read, Cherry Blossom Blizzard. She now knew what Kakashi was talking about. Kakashi-sensei, what exactly is the point of genjutsu? Naruto asked. Well, if an opponent uses a genjutsu on you, she basically takes control of your chakra, disrupting their senses, unlike ninjutsu and taijutsu, which focuses on dealing physical harm to your opponent. Now genjutsu can either be illusionary or offensive. This one happens to be illusionary, but an offensive genjutsu has the potential to do some major mental damage, Kakashi said. Don't panic. I am now going to use this genjutsu on you. Kakashi activated the genjutsu and suddenly the 4 genin were enveloped in a blizzard of cherry blossoms. Soon, they all began to feel something tapping them on their back, but when they turned, there was nothing there but more cherry blossoms. Kakashi then came up behind Sakura and put a blunt knife to her neck and cancelled the genjutsu. Don't worry Sakura, the knife wasn't sharp, Kakashi said as Sakura was rubbing her neck where the knife was. If you noticed, I tapped you all multiple times, but when you looked, you saw nothing, correct? The 4 genin nodded. Now imagine if every time I tapped you, I was actually stabbing you with a knife. They soon got what Kakashi was talking about. The strength of a genjutsu depends on 2 things, the actual strength of the technique and the ability of the caster. A genjutsu master can make the weakest genjutsu stronger than the most powerful genjutsu if it were used by a novice. While I am proficient in genjutsu, if you need some expert advice, Sakura, I suggest you ask Kurenai Yuhi, sensei of Team 8. The 4 of them nodded at their sensei for the techniques that he gave them. Kakashi-sensei, speaking of genjutsu, there is a way to counter genjutsu. Are you going to show us how? Sasuke asked. I will, but why don't you work on these jutsu and I'll teach you how to counter genjutsu next week, Kakashi said. Inside his head, he was laughing at his brilliance. This should keep Naruto and Sasuke quiet for a few weeks. Yes, he had purposefully given Naruto and Sasuke a high-level jutsu so that they would stop pestering him, and this way, so long as they played along like good little genin, everything would run smoothly for a few weeks at least. With Naruto, he heard a voice begin to speak inside his head. Naruto, Kurama said to him. Since we are on the topic of genjutsu, there is something I must tell you regarding the subject. I was able to be controlled by genjutsu, but now that you and I are working together, it should have little to no effect on us. Why is that? Naruto asked the demon in his head. Basically, to disrupt a genjutsu, it requires a disruption in your chakra flow. If you are in a genjutsu, I can provide a small burst of chakra, which should dispel it. It's one of the few things I can help you out with, given the current condition of this seal. Alright, that sounds good, Naruto responded. With that, Naruto returned to reality. The rest of the afternoon was spent practicing their jutsu. As expected, this jutsu quickly turned into a rivalry match between Naruto and Sasuke, and the two began diving head first into their new jutsu. The agreed conditions were that Naruto would have to produce a dozen shuriken from one shuriken, the equivalent of what Kakashi had done in the demonstration, and that wasn't the best Kakashi could do, and Sasuke had to be able to melt one of Haku's ice mirrors. "Are you all in position?" called a voice over the wireless headset. "I'm in position," called a feminine voice. "I'm ready," called a slightly bored voice. "I'm ready," called a new and kind of excited voice. "Why the hell are we doing this mission again, sensei?" shouted a very loud voice. "Because, Naruto, these D-ranks build teamwork and we need to incorporate Haku into this team. Besides, don't you remember the deal we made?" reminded Kakashi. "Fine. Let's just get this over with," said the now defeated Naruto. "Alright, on 3. 1, 2, 3, go." With that, the 4 genin of Team 7 dove onto their target, a certain cat wearing a red ribbon. Yes, unfortunately for every genin of the village, the fire daimyo's wife was in town. "Do you have the target?" "Ow ow ow," screamed Naruto as the cat viciously clawed at his face. Sakura peeled the cat off and began stroking in the cat's sweet spot behind the ears that she had discovered the first time they had this mission, which instantly calmed the cat down. At the same time, inner Sakura was contemplating how much this secret of calming Tora down could be sold for. The Uzumaki Tales, Return of the Whirlpool Chapter 8, the rivalry booms. 3 days passed since Kakashi had given his genin their new jutsu. For Team 7, the daily schedule consisted of Naruto and Sasuke would usually arrive at the training ground sometime between 7 to 8, Haku would show up not too much longer after, and Sakura would show up by 9, after she finished fixing her hair and everything else that she felt she had to do to get Sasuke's attention. Kakashi said he would show up around 8:30 to help them, which meant he would normally show up around 10 to 10:30. At 12 o'clock, Team 7 would get a lunch break and then reconvene for a series of missions in the afternoon. This morning, Kakashi was sitting underneath a tree reading a book. He had just given Naruto and Sasuke some advice on their jutsu and the two had gone straight to work figuring it out. "Silly genin," Kakashi said to himself. "It'll take weeks, maybe even months for them to get those jutsu down. But, that means a good amount of time without them complaining about missions. Yeah. I've got it," shouted Naruto as Kakashi nearly choked on his words. Kakashi looked over at Naruto's training stump and saw 2 shuriken lodged in the post. "Damn it," swore Sasuke to himself. "I won't let you get ahead of me, Naruto." While Naruto had just gotten his shuriken to duplicate, Sasuke had yet to turn his fireball into a flamethrower. That is until he did the jutsu again. Sasuke concentrated the chakra in his lungs, building up as much as he could. He made the necessary hand seals and took a deep breath, mixing the molten fire chakra with the air in his lungs. Katan, Dragon Fire Breath Jutsu. Sasuke unleashed the fire in his lungs and a stream of flames were unleashed. This wasn't the previous fireball, this was a sustained stream of flames. Sasuke smirked at his progress, even if he didn't melt the ice. Kakashi stared on in amazement. They've already got the basics down, he thought. It should be at least another 2 weeks until Naruto could even make a single shuriken clone or Sasuke could generate a constant stream of flames. Of course, Naruto only made one shuriken and Sasuke's fire wasn't strong enough, but still. Now all that's left is for them to figure out how to pump more power into the jutsu. Sasuke was panting hard, having used up a lot of chakra with that last attempt, and Naruto wasn't looking too much better. "Alright, I think you all have deserved a break," said Kakashi, standing up. "You're all coming much farther than I initially expected. Why don't you grab lunch and I'll see you for missions later this afternoon." "Sasuke, do you want to get lunch?" Sakura asked. Like every other day, she was hoping Sasuke would say yes. "I'd rather not," responded Sasuke. "If you've got time to be bothering me, then you have time to be working on that jutsu Kakashi-sensei gave you." Sasuke left a deflated Sakura behind to go do whatever he did for lunch. Sakura, if you want you could come get some ramen with me," Naruto asked, trying to cheer his crush up. "And why would I want to do that?" growled Sakura. Like every other day, Naruto had been rejected as well. Later that afternoon, Team 7 received their mission. It was a simple D rank again. While they wanted to complain, Naruto and Sasuke kept their mouths shut. There would be plenty of time for complaining when they got their jutsus down. However, Naruto was steadily getting tired of the D rank. After the mission in the waves, he had been hoping for at least another C rank, even if he felt he was ready for a B rank or something more. Kakashi-sensei, I know we promised not to complain and everything, but I don't suppose we could do something different than a D rank. I know we are ready for another 1-inch, asked Naruto after they had reported in. "Yeah, come on sensei. Naruto's right." "Right, Sasuke," replied Sakura. Even she was getting tired of the D ranks again. Today they had to help out on a farm and Sakura was probably dirtier than she had ever been, a feeling she was not enjoying all that well. "The dobe's right. I know we promised not to say anything, but we've completed the equivalent of an A-rank mission. These D ranks are just starting to get old again," responded Sasuke. Kakashi sighed. So much for the jutsu staving off their desire for something a little more. He looked over at Haku, who had just been smiling. Kakashi figured that Haku had just been putting a mask on and taking the D ranks. Perhaps. "How about this, I'll reserve a C rank for a few days from now. I want to get Haku to 10 missions before we take on some longer mission, and I suspect a few more days of D ranks will get him there." Why does Haku need to get to 10 missions?" asked Sakura. "It was just part of the requirement that Hokage-sama gave me when he assigned Haku to this team," said Kakashi. In reality, he needed to get Haku to the 10 mission minimum for the Chunin exams that were coming up in a few weeks. The council had requested that Sasuke and Haku specifically be able to compete in these exams. In reality, they were most likely trying to kiss up to the last 2 bearers of a rare bloodline. "Fine, I suppose that will work," said Naruto. "Good. Now the 4 of you are done for today. I'll go and reserve our mission for a few days. Just remember that you have tomorrow off. I'll be around sometime around noon to help you, if you wish to train a little, as there is something I need to do in the morning." Today was their day off and Naruto and Sasuke were hard at work competing against one another to complete their jutsu. Thankfully for them, they had the entire day to work. They both had the basic forms of the jutsu down. They just had to increase the power now. Although Sakura enjoyed her days off, she had decided to use this day to train as well, especially after what Sasuke had said to her. She had tried to talk to Sasuke after their mission, but he made a comment that was basically translated as she was below Naruto. Naruto was now pulling his own weight in the team and his abilities were rapidly growing to a point where they were easily above hers. Sadly, she realized Sasuke was correct. During the wave mission, she had done nothing more than stand in front of Tazuna while Sasuke, Naruto, and Kakashi-sensei did all the fighting. Also, Naruto and Sasuke were constantly training, pushing each other while she would do nothing but sit around and fantasize over Sasuke. Not to mention, she was smart and it wasn't long before she was beginning to realize that Sasuke didn't care for her fangirl attitude. From the sounds of it, he wanted her to not be a burden. Perhaps if she were to be the one to get her jutsu down. Sakura remembered that Kakashi told her to go and see Kurenai, teammate sensei, if she needed help on the genjutsu. Thankfully, today was one of Team 8's training days and they weren't out on missions. "Hey guys!" Sakura shouted to Sasuke, Haku, and Naruto, but mostly to Sasuke. "Sakura?" Naruto asked, wondering what she was doing at the training ground on their day off. "I thought this was your day off." "It's okay Sakura, you don't have to come out here if you don't want to," Sasuke said smugly. "Well, if you must know. I was talking to Kurenai-sensei about the genjutsu, and I think I have it," Sakura said, trying to impress Sasuke. She actually managed to get a little smile out of him. "Alright then, go ahead and let's see," Sasuke said, challenging what she was saying. Sakura went through the necessary preparations for the genjutsu and cast it on her three teammates. Just like Kakashi, cherry blossoms swirled around them, greatly obscuring their vision. Sakura then proceeded to tap Sasuke repeatedly as Kakashi had done. After she cancelled the jutsu, she was congratulated by Naruto. She was hoping that it would have been Sasuke saying that, although she did get a nod of approval from him. Considering that this was Sasuke, she would take that for now. They proceeded to continue training. Although Sakura truly wanted to go home, she knew that she would never get closer to Sasuke this way, so she stayed and trained with her team. A few more days passed with Naruto and Sasuke making some progress on their jutsu. Tomorrow would be the day that Kakashi said that they would be getting a C-rank mission and they knew that today would be the best day to get their jutsu down. It was getting late and Naruto and Sasuke were running low on chakra. They were either going to get their jutsu now with this last attempt or they wouldn't have enough chakra for another attempt. Naruto and Sasuke took one look at each other, which basically said, "Watch this, I'm going to complete my jutsu with this last go." Haku nodded and made an ice mirror while Naruto pulled out a shuriken. Both of them focused, gathering their chakra for the upcoming jutsu. At the same time Sasuke unleashed his fine, Naruto let his shuriken go. After everything happened, Sasuke inspected the ice mirror that was no longer there and Naruto went to count the number of shuriken in the stump. As Sasuke had completed his goal, Naruto counted 14 shuriken in the stump, meaning he had accomplished his goal as well. Up until now, Sasuke had always been beating Naruto, even if just barely, but now, they had tied. Naruto was gaining on him. Sasuke didn't like it and he had to push himself so that the dobe wouldn't beat him. Sasuke had to admit though, he probably would not have gotten his jutsu, his first B-rank jutsu, completed in the time that he did if it wasn't for Naruto pushing him. Even Kakashi had mentioned that he had expected that it should have taken them at least 2 weeks to get the first part of the jutsu, which was the fire stream. For Naruto, the first part was getting the first shuriken clone. However, he had the jutsu complete in just over a week, something Kakashi didn't even think was possible. He still didn't want to admit it, but perhaps he had found a worthwhile rival. Kakashi appeared the next morning outside the mission hall holding the C rank that he had promised his students. It was a delivery mission. A lord by the name of Fujiko Kazaka had purchased a sword from a local weapon shop in Konoha. The sword was an older katana, crafted by the legendary swordsmith Masamune a few centuries ago. The age and maker of the sword made it an incredibly valuable piece of work, and both the seller and client were certain that there would be a few bandits along the delivery route. While the sword was valuable to a lord, it wasn't special in a shinobi sense, making it very unlikely that the sword would be targeted by a shinobi. As such, a C-rank mission was requested to deliver the sword, and a team of genin who had survived a face-to-face encounter with Zabuza Momoichi, let alone one who studied under Zabuza, was expected to be more than enough protection for said mission. "Kakashi-sensei, so what sort of cool mission are we doing today?" asked Naruto. "It's a delivery mission, Naruto," responded Kakashi. "What? A delivery mission? But you promised us a cool C-rank mission." "All the delivery missions so far have been nothing but boring D ranks," complained Naruto. Kakashi just chuckled. "This one's a little different. We have been assigned to deliver a valuable sword to Fujiko Kazaka, a lord in the northwestern part of the Land of Fire. While I don't expect any shinobi activity on this mission, the sword is valuable, and as such attractive to thieves and bandits. Now, go pack for about 3 days and meet me at the gates in an hour," said Kakashi. Team 7 accepted the mission without any more complaints. A few thieves was much better than catching a cat or milking a cow. A few hours after they left the village, any boredom Naruto may have accumulated was soon ridded from him as they encountered their first bandit attack. A group of bandits, roughly half a dozen, emerged from the forest and demanded that the traveling ninja hand over any valuables they were carrying. When Kakashi denied their request, the bandits followed through on their threat and charged at the genin. Within about 20 seconds, all 6 of the bandits were incapacitated. Kakashi was glad to see that one of his students had put their new jutsu to good use. Sakura had used her genjutsu on the bandit she was facing to distract the man while she delivered a strong punch to the bandit's cheek, knocking him against a tree and unconscious. Naruto and Sasuke had both beaten their bandits pretty good, although they had not used the jutsu Kakashi had given them, which was understandable as their jutsus carried the potential to kill. It was hard distinguishing Haku's bandit from the porcupine that had just run out of the bushes a second ago. Kakashi's too were handled with ease, even more so than he had done with the demon brothers. The team continued on with their mission, and the following day, they wandered upon the remainder of the bandits had shown up. This time, it was roughly 24 bandits that had descended upon them. Sasuke and Naruto took one look at each other before the action started. This was most definitely a competition between the two of them now. Naruto ducked underneath one attack, responding by nailing the bandit in the stomach with a strong punch. This gave him a little breathing room as he summoned a few shadow clones to aid him. The clones soon went to work overpowering most of the bandits that had decided to take on, as they saw it, the short and stupid-looking one. Boy, were they mistaken when they were hit by the wave of orange. After he was finished with his bandits, Naruto looked over to see Sasuke sitting on top of a pile of battered, beaten, and burned bandits. 7, declared Naruto. Sasuke growled, having only beaten 6. That was before he noticed a forgotten bandit sneaking up behind him. Sasuke swung his foot at high speed around, catching the bandit in the side of the head, knocking him into a tree. There, 7. Naruto and Sasuke smirked at each other, satisfied that the other wasn't giving up so easily. A few days passed and Team 7 had returned to Konoha by that time. Today was designated as a training day for the team as Kakashi said that he had something to do. After lunch, Team 7 had met in an alleyway, waiting for Naruto, who had apparently forgotten something. Sakura was stuck waiting for Naruto as Sasuke and Haku had left to go train. When Naruto came back, he noticed something out of place. Is that supposed to be a rock? Naruto thought to himself. He took a few steps forward, only for the rock to follow him. Even the fox inside Naruto's head was confused at the rock. What the hell is that? Said Kurama. Don't even ask, Naruto said to his inner demon, dropping his head. Coming back to reality, he turned to face the rock. What kind of rock is square with two holes? I can see right through that. Just what I would expect from my rival, the rock said as it exploded, revealing Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon. Oh, it's just you, Konohamaru. So what do you want now? Naruto asked, trying to get away from the kids so he could train and not let Sasuke get so far ahead of him. Leader, are you free? Moegi asked, trying to make herself cute and irresistible, which really doesn't work too well on Naruto. Nope, I'm training. Naruto said. Meanwhile, Sakura was standing slightly behind him, watching the whole endeavor. What? But you promised that you would play ninja with us today. Konohamaru shouted out. Why would a ninja want to play ninja? Sakura asked, staring at the three kids with a look of annoyance. Hey bro, who is this girl? Konohamaru asked Naruto. She's starting at him like she wants to eat him alive, he thought. Konohamaru got an idea in your head. Huh? Naruto asked, wondering what the kid was thinking. Not bad bro. She's your. He leaned closer to Naruto to whisper in his ear. Girlfriend? Hee, you brats are very perceptive. Naruto said, just as a fist made contact with his face, sending him flying back into a fence. Konohamaru turned to Sakura, who was now looked like she was ready to kill the three kids. How dare you, you ugly bitch! Konohamaru said, pushing his luck too far. Sakura smacked him, leaving just as many lumps on his head as Naruto had gotten. Once the two regained consciousness, Konohamaru still didn't learn his lesson. Damn it! That ugly huge forehead, is that really a girl? Naruto got a signal from the fox in his head to run as they turned around to see Sakura charging full steam towards them. Ouch, that hurt. Konohamaru said, running into something solid. When he looked up, he saw a ninja in black pants and a black shirt, with a bandaged bundle on his back, and paint on his face. Standing next to him was a girl in her mid-teens with blonde hair tied into 4 ponytails. On her back was what looked like a rather large collapsed fan. That hurt you little brat, the man with the painted face said. The Uzumaki Tales, Return of the Whirlpool Chapter 9, Strangers in Konoha. All around Konoha, the Jonin were busy training with their teams. As they heard a bird call in the air, they looked up to see a bird summoning them to the Hokage. They all knew what it was for, but they were surprised that it was this soon that they were being summoned by the Hokage. Any Jonin in charge of a genin team, assembled in front of the Hokage for his announcement. You've been assembled for only one reason, the third said. As most of you have probably realized, it should be obvious by the people here. It's already that time. Kakashi said. It's already been reported to the other villages. I have seen them enter the village. Genma, a ninja wearing a leaf bandana with a senbon in his mouth said. So when is it? Well, I will announce it properly then, Hiruzen said, standing up. 7 days from now, the Chunin selection exams will begin. First we will hear from those supervising the new genin. Asuma, Kakashi, Kurenai, do you recommend any of your team for the Chunin selection exams? Kakashi stepped forward. The Kakashi-led Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, and Haku Yuki, under the name of Hatake Kakashi, I nominate them for the Chunin selection exams, Kakashi announced. What? Irika called out. He didn't see his former students as ready for this exam. The Kurenai teammate, Hinata Hyga, Kiba Inazuka, and Shino Aburame, I Kurenai Yuhi nominate all three of them for the exam, the Genjutsu mistress said. The Asuma-led Team 10, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Chuji Akamichi, I Asuma Sarutobi nominate all of them for this exam, Asuma announced. How rare. All of them, the Hokage said to himself. Hold on. Irika shouted out. Hokage-sama, please let me have a word. 9 of these 10 individuals were just recently my students. I know their skills are exceptional, but it is still too early for them to take the exam. They need more experience. Kakashi stepped forward to defend the nominations. Irika, I was a Chunin when I was 6 years younger than Naruto. Naruto is different than you, Irika rebutted. Are you trying to crush these kids? Crushing them could be fun, Kakashi said. They are always complaining about missions. I highly doubt that they will even make Chunin this time around, but this will still be a good experience for them. What? Irika said. You think this is some game for your entertainment? Kakashi laughed a little. That was just a joke, but stay out of this. They are no longer your students. They are my subordinates. Irika was shut up. The ninja with the face paint grabbed Konohamaru by the collar and lifted him up to face height as Naruto, Sakura, Moegi, and Udon arrived on scene. Let go of me. Konohamaru screamed out as Naruto tried to come to his rescue, only to be held back by Sakura. Hey, you're almost as annoying as this little brat, the ninja said to Naruto. I hate midgets. Especially younger ones that are rude. It makes me want to kill them. Naruto and Sakura looked on in shock. As the ninja wound up for a punch, Naruto ran to save Konohamaru. Before the punch could make contact, the ninja was hit in the face with a rock and a senbon found his hand. Naruto looked up to see Sasuke and Haku on opposite sides of the ally. The ninja dropped Konohamaru. What are you bastards doing in our village? Sasuke called out. He's kind of handsome, the blonde Kunoichi said. Wow, she's pretty hot, the other foreign ninja said looking at Haku. He then turned his attention to Sasuke. Another brat who pisses me off. Naruto was now getting angry because Sasuke had just shown him up. The foreign ninja called Sasuke out, pulling the wrapped bundle off of his back. Kankuro, stop it, a voice called out. The ninja stood down as everyone's attention turned to the voice. It was a boy with red hair and a large gourd on his back. You're an embarrassment to our village. Jiagara, Kankuro called out, trying to explain himself. Losing yourself like that, how pathetic. Why do you even think we came to this village? Gaara said. Kankuro tried to open his mouth, but was shut up instantly. Shut up, or I'll kill you. Sasuke looked over at their leader and tried to analyze the newcomer. Before he could, the Gaara disappeared in a cloud of sand and reappeared next to Kankuro. Sorry to you guys, Gaara said, apologizing for Kankuro. I guess we got here too early. Hey wait. You're from Tsunagaku. You may be allies, but it is forbidden for foreign ninja to enter other villages without permission. Why are you here? Sakura asked. Heh, talk about clueless, the blonde ninja said. See my pass? We are here for the upcoming Chunin exams. Chunin exams? Naruto said as everyone's sweat dropped. Wow, you really are clueless, the blonde Kunoichi said. The Chunin exam is where outstanding genin ninja from all over assemble to take an exam to become a Chunin. The main purpose is to maintain power and balance, but countries just use them to show off to one another. Sasuke jumped down from his perch. "Hey, what's your name?" he asked. "Who, me?" the blonde kunoichi asked. "No, you with the gourd," Sasuke said. "Gaara of the desert." "I am also interested in you," Gaara said. "Sasuke Uchiha," Sasuke said. Naruto butted in only to be ignored. "Naruto, something feels strange yet familiar about that kid with the gourd. I can't quite put my paw on it, but I feel like I've felt his energy before," Kurama said to Naruto. Naruto didn't say anything but heeded the demon's advice. "How about you? I'm sure a lovely lady like yourself has to have a pretty name," Kankuro said, trying to flirt with Haku. The rest of Team 7 almost face-planted into the ground. "I'm Haku, and I'm a boy," he said as Kankuro suddenly lost all his words and even received a disturbing glance from the sand kunoichi. "So what do you think?" a figure in the trees said. "Well, nothing serious, but that black-haired kid, the boy with the gourd, and that boy that looks like a girl. Let's keep an eye on them," another figure said. "Hey, did you hear?" Tenten said, tossing another knife into a target. "For the first time in 10 years, there are going to be rookies in these Chunin exams." "That sounds interesting," Lee said, sitting directly underneath Tenten's target. "Rumor is that 4 of them are students of Kakashi. I almost feel sorry for them," Niji said. "You're late." Naruto and Sakura yelled at Kakashi, who just appeared on the bridge that he had asked his team to meet on. "Sorry, but I got caught up registering you guys for the Chunin exams," Kakashi responded, setting his usual smile to them. "What kind of lame excuse?" "Oh wait, that actually sounds reasonable," Sakura said. "Here are our applications. If you are going to take the exams, then come to room 301 at the academy 6 days from now," Kakashi explained. Naruto jumped on top of Kakashi, hugging him for nominating them for the exams. "Again, this is just a nomination. Whether or not you want to take them is up to you. Those forms need to be turned in by 4 p.m. tomorrow to the Hokage's tower if you are going to take them. I'll give you the rest of today and tomorrow to decide. Based on your response we'll go from there." With that, Kakashi left the 4 genin to their thoughts. Chunin exams. There are going to be a lot of strong people in that. "Like Gaara and those guys from yesterday," Sasuke said. "I might be able to fight them. If I win, then I'll be one step closer to Hokage," Naruto thought to himself, imagining himself on a winner's pedestal and wearing the Hokage's hat. "Things could get interesting, Naruto," Kurama said to his host. "Yeah, I know. It's about time something exciting happens around here," Naruto responded to the fox. "Not exactly what I meant, but yes, thing will get interesting." "Okay, so what did you mean?" Naruto asked the demon. "That Suna boy isn't the only one with chakra that I've felt before. I can't tell you who, but I've felt at least one other familiar chakra source enter this village recently." "So what does that mean?" Naruto asked. "Are there more of your kind here?" "Maybe. I can't say for sure, but let's just say it's possible." "Then what do you think about entering?" "I want to, as it will put me closer to Hokage," Naruto said, giving the fox a big smile. "Like I said, it will be interesting. I say do it as there are a few of the tailed beasts I wouldn't mind seeing again. But then again, there are others I would rather not." "So what do you think, Naruto, Haku, Sakura?" Sasuke asked his team. "I'm definitely in," Naruto exclaimed, giving Sasuke a slight grin. "I'll come. If the team needs me, I'm more than happy to help them," Haku said. "I don't want to," I can't even keep up with Naruto, Sakura thought to herself, still depressed that Sasuke had told her that her abilities are probably below Naruto. But if I back out, what will Sasuke think of me? Sakura? Sasuke asked, trying to snap his teammate out of it. Huh? Oh, yeah, I'll come, Sakura said, a tone of doubt still in her voice. Team 7 had just turned in their exam forms for the Chunin exams, and it was now about 3 days before the exams would actually start. Already, Naruto had seen ninja from many different villages besides Suna. Currently in the village were also ninja from Kyumo, Kusa, Taki, and even some new village known as Otogekure no Sato. Naruto had just left Ichiraku's after his typical early afternoon ramen run when he spotted a few Kyumo shinobi walking away from him. He immediately felt the Kyubi flare up inside. What's wrong? He asked. I think there is a Jinchuriki amongst those Kyumo shinobi as well. I can't quite tell which one or which Biju it is, but I'm certain that one of them is a Jinchuriki, said the Kyubi. So that makes what? 2 others? Asked Naruto. Yeah. Like I said, this could get interesting, said the fox. Hey, so who are these other Biju? I know there's you, but you said there are 9 others, right? Asked Naruto. There are 8 others, 9 if you include me. Each of us is distinguished by the number of tails we have. I'll start from the beginning. The Ichibi, Shikaku, is probably my least favorite of all the Biju. He's fucking insane and does nothing but kill. He's also the weakest of all of us, as he only has 1 tail. The Nibi, Matatabi, is also known as the ghost cat. She's actually one of the few Biju that I actually don't mind, and she actually is pretty respectful. The Sanbai, Isabu, looks just like a giant turtle. I don't really care much for him, but I can tolerate him if it wasn't for his incompetence. The Yonbi, Son Goku, is known as the Great Sage Monkey. I don't really like him that much because he keeps thinking he's smarter and better than me, phft. The Gobi, Kokuo, is well, we don't really know, said Kurama. What do you mean, don't really know? Asked Naruto. Exactly what I said. All of us resemble some sort of animal, but the Gobi is a mixture of a horse and a dolphin, I think. Anyway, the Rokubi, Saiken, looks like a giant slug. She's almost as bad as the Ichibi when it comes to mindless killing. The Nanabi, Chomei, resembles a large beetle and keeps referring to herself as the Lucky 7 Chomei. For me, she's tolerable. Then we have the Hachibi, Gyuki. He looks like a cross between a giant ox and octopus. He can be rather stubborn and bashful, and the 2 of us have never seen eye to eye. Lastly you have me, the Kyubi, and the strongest of all the Biju. Wow, that's amazing, replied Naruto. Later that night, Naruto was walking through the village, on his way home, when a figure attacked him out of nowhere. Naruto jumped to the side, just in time to avoid being pelted by a few kunai. The man that attacked him wore a headband indicating that he was part of Amigekure no Sato. What the hell do you want? Shouted Naruto. Heh, aren't you funny? Laughed the AIM ninja. The Chunin exams have no room for a little brat like you. You're better off giving up now. And why would I take advice from the likes of you? You're talking to Konoha's future Hokage, declared Naruto as he pulled out a kunai and threw it at the attaching ninja. The AIM ninja took his own umbrella from his back and threw it at Naruto. When the kunai and umbrella met, the umbrella turned into dozens of kunai and impaled Naruto. Heh, see you little punk. There's no room in the Chunin exams for you, huh? The Naruto that he had attacked disappeared, revealing itself to be nothing more than a shadow clone. While the AIM ninja was busy looking around to see where Naruto was, he didn't notice the blonde tackle him from above. Heh, are you calling a little punk? You're the one who can't handle the exams, replied Naruto. The aim ninja disappeared, replacing himself with a rock. Huh? What? Where? Said Naruto, looking frantically for the attacker, who was nowhere to be found. Sakura was walking along praising her luck. Sasuke had actually invited her to take a walk with him. She was busy fawning over Sasuke when Sasuke called out some random aim ninja. Sasuke attacked the ninja, only to be pelted by a barrage of kunai. Sakura looked on in horror as her precious Sasuke was killed in front of her. Sasuke, she shouted out as she ran to the lifeless body of Sasuke, dropped to her knees and began crying. A few moments passed and her crying turned to laughter. You can stop with the elementary genjutsu. No, I've known this was all an illusion, said Sakura, standing up and facing the aim ninja. Since when would Sasuke ever invite me to take a walk with him? Besides, I also know that you're just an illusion as well. You think I'm just a mere illusion? Asked a ticked-off aim ninja as he threw the umbrella at Sakura. Sakura simply walked straight through the illusion and the aim ninja merely laughed. I see, but if you continue on with the Chunin exams, this will become a reality. I wonder if you can endure that? With that the aim ninja disappeared and the illusion was dispelled. Cha, I'm not scared. I'll take them on any time, shouted Sakura. Sigh, I'm still not sure if I can do it. Sasuke was also having trouble with the same random aim ninja. Well, it wasn't so much of trouble as he had easily defeated his attacker, more like a nuisance. So how was it? Kakashi asked said troublesome aim ninja. However, the aim ninja dispelled his transformation to reveal Irika. We went through the trouble of having a special preliminary exam for the rookies, and they all passed with ease, said Irika. As you said, their skills have shown drastic improvement. Well, the actual Chunin exams won't just end at this, but... said Kakashi. The Uzumaki Tales, Return of the Whirlpool Chapter 10, the Chunin exams, Round 1 finally, the day came for the Chunin exams. Hey, Hinata! Naruto shouted, coming to the gate of the academy. The poor girl began to turn red, like normal when Naruto expectantly appeared. Are you here for the exams too? Why yes, I am. Hinata managed to get out. Naruto. Sakura called out for him, across the academy courtyard. Oh, sorry Hinata, but it looks like my team is here, Naruto said. It's okay, I think I see my team coming as well, the shy girl said, trying to hide herself from her crush. Good luck. I know you will do great, Naruto said as he ran off to join the rest of his team. He thinks I will do great? Hinata thought to herself. If Naruto thinks I can do it, then I will surely try my best. The truth is that Sakura wasn't the only one doubting her entrance into the exam. Hinata was also questioning why she was there, coming to the conclusion that her team really wanted to take the exam and they needed a third member. Because of that, she decided to join so that they could participate, but if Naruto thought she could do it, then she would do her best. Team 7 arrived to a mass of people standing in front of a door with the room number 301 above it. 2 ninja were guarding the door, preventing anyone from getting through. They then looked at Lee, the kid in the green spandex suit, trying to force his way through, only to get shoved back by the guards. After his teammates picked him up, Lee turned and looked at the 4 rookies that were staring at him. Why don't you just release the genjutsu and let us all pass, Sasuke said to the guards at the door. The 2 were actually impressed that a genin, not to mention a rookie, would figure out their little trick. As Team 7 proceeded to the proper floor, Lee quickly followed. You are Sasuke Uchiha, am I correct? Lee said to Sasuke. I am what of it? Sasuke responded. I wish to challenge you. I wish to test my skills against the offspring of the powerful Uchiha, Lee said. He then winked at Sakura. You are an angel, I wish to take you out on a date. You, never. Sakura said as she bent backwards to avoid Lee's kiss that he had blown towards her, hitting her head against the ground in the process. Frankly, you're a fool, thinking you can challenge me, Sasuke replied to Lee's challenge. You're about to learn what this name means, thick brows. Finally, I will get to test my skills against the number 1 rookie and Guy Sensei will be proud of me, Lee thought to himself. Naruto charged at Lee, thinking that he will take down this guy and show Sasuke his true skills. Lee easily sidestepped Naruto's attack and retaliated with a kick of his own, sending Naruto into the opposing wall. I will say this again, you cannot defeat me. Inside Naruto, the fox was laughing at him for what had just happened. Humph, this might actually be fun, Sasuke said, realizing that Lee was actually strong. With that, Sasuke attacked Lee. Lee quickly dodged and kicked back at Sasuke. He could not evade the attack and had to resort to blocking the attack. As Lee made a quick hand sign, Sasuke braced himself for some sort of ninjutsu, only to be hit in the stomach by a second kick. What sort of ninjutsu or genjutsu was that? Sasuke thought. That's... Lee said, looking into Sasuke's eyes. The Sharingan. Sasuke charged at Lee, thinking that he would use his eyes to reveal what type of ninjutsu or genjutsu Lee was using. Sasuke is getting stronger and stronger. Sakura squealed. At that moment, Sasuke got kicked upside the chin by Lee. He hit Sasuke? Like it was no nothing? What? The Sharingan couldn't read that? Sasuke said in a bit of pain. Yes, my techniques are neither ninjutsu nor genjutsu, Lee stated. Shadow Leaf Dance. Lee appeared behind Sasuke, who was still mid-air. Yes Sasuke, my techniques are simply taijutsu. They say the Sharingan can read all sorts of nin, gen, and taijutsu. It is true that you get the advantage in a nin and genjutsu battle by reading and copying your opponent's hand seals, but a taijutsu battle is different. What do you mean? Sasuke asked. Even if you can read my movements, if your body can't move, then it's useless. Lee stated, unwrapping the bandages on his arm. Do you know that amongst strong ninjas, there are 2 types, the genius and the hard-working types? You are the genius and I am the hard-working type, having mastered only taijutsu. And with this technique, I'll prove that hard work surpasses genius. Out of the corner of his eyes, Lee saw a kunai fly past him with a green cloth attached to it. He stopped his technique, knowing that the fight was now over. That's enough Lee, a turtle said, appearing in the room. As Sasuke was falling to the ground, Sakura caught him, saving him from a dangerous position that Sasuke had not even bothered recovering from. Looking at him, she saw that Sasuke was shaken with the battle. The turtle spoke again as everyone watched. Lee, that technique is forbidden. What? That turtle can talk. Naruto shouted out as Sakura knocked him over the head. While the turtle was scolding Lee, a man that appeared to be an older replica of Lee appeared on top of the turtle. Team 7 almost passed out, disgusted at the resemblance. They had seen this man once before at Haku and Zabuza's hearing, but they never noticed the creepy resemblance until now. Guy-sensei. Lee called out. Guy punched Lee in the face, probably as punishment for disobeying him. The 2 clones then proceeded to do something that would leave Team 7 traumatized for a few months. Lee. Guy called out. Gie-sensei. Lee responded. With that, the 2 hugged, creating an ocean sunset in the background. Being a 1,000-year-old demon, Kurama had seen some pretty disturbing things, but this ranked right up there. I am sorry, sensei. For that, I will do 1,000 laps around the village after the exam, Lee said. Is that even possible? Sakura whispered to her team. Guy turned to the four of them. Hey guys, how is Kakashi doing? Guy asked, winking and giving them a creepy smile. How do you know Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. People refer to us as eternal rivals, Guy said. Lee took another look at the group of Kakashi's students, his attention focused to Haku. You look just as lovely as the beautiful Sakura, may I ask you on a date instead? Lee said to Haku, only to make the rest of Team 7 nearly throw up. You do realize I am a boy, don't you? I thought I made that clear when I first came to the village, Haku responded to Lee, whose world was now shattered. Naruto made a mention to Sasuke that Lee must have trained extremely hard, every day after catching a glimpse of his hand and seeing the scars. This only made Sasuke smile. Sounds like this is going to be a fun Chunin exam. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Haku stepped into room 301, only to find about 200 ninja from various villages, including their own. Out of the ninja in the room, a particular blonde-haired kunoichi that Sakura knew all too well lashed her arms around Sasuke. Oh Sasuke, you're late, Ino said, blushing and smiling. Get away from Sasuke, Ino pig. Sakura shouted as Naruto and Haku tried to get out of the way of the incoming cat fight. Looking around, Naruto quickly noticed teams 8 and 10. The entire rookie 9 was here. Then the 9 noticed a gray-haired ninja who introduced himself as Kabuto. Hey you guys, quiet down. The last thing you want is to cause a scene, Kabuto told the rookies. Although, I can't blame you. I remember how I was when I was a rookie. So you've taken this test before? Sakura asked the newcomer. Actually, this is my 7th time, since the exam is held twice a year, Kabuto bragged. Wow, so you must know a lot about these exams, Sakura said. Yep. I'll even share some of my info with you, using the Nin cards, Kabuto said, whipping out a deck of cards. Is there anyone you want information on? How about Gaara of the Desert and Rock Lee of the Hidden Leaf, Sasuke said, getting in on the action. Let's see. Rock Lee. He's a year older than you and has completed 20 D ranks and 12 C ranks. His specialty is in taijutsu with his nin and genjutsu being weak, if not non-existent. This is his first time taking the exams. On his team are Niji Hyuga and Tenten, Kabuto read off. Now Gaara. 8 C ranks and WoW, a B rank mission. Since he's a newcomer, I don't have much information on him, but it looks like he has returned from all his missions without even a single scratch. Kabuto then explained that the top genins from the leaf, sand, sound, grass, waterfall, and cloud were here. This wasn't going to be an easy exam. Sakura could see that even Naruto was getting nervous. However, nerves work differently with Naruto. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I won't lose to any of you bastards, the blonde-haired genin shouted out, effectively challenging anyone who heard him. Kakashi, who was standing outside the room, heard his student and just smiled, figuring it was about time Naruto did something stupid. Suddenly, a trio of sound ninja jumped out of the crowd and attacked Kabuto. He easily dodges the fist, but was soon hit by another force. As the fight started to escalate, there was a large puff of smoke in the front of the room. Quiet down you worthless bastards, the new ninja said as the smoke dissipated. Behind him stood a few dozen Chunin. The man wore a long black trench coat with a leaf bandana. He had a few scars on his face. Most of the leaf ninja knew him as Ibiki, torture and interrogation specialist. I am Ibiki Marino, the proctor for the first exam. Take your seats now before I decide to start failing people. Nobody doubted him, and suddenly, order was brought back to the room. Ibiki started handing out the tests as Naruto realized that this was a paper test. He was doomed to begin with. And Naruto, let's do our best, okay? Hinata said, who was assigned a seat next to Naruto. Now, I will explain the rules. Questions will not be allowed. Ibiki said as he began to write on the board. The first rule is that you will start off with 10 points. The test is made up of 10 questions and each question is worth a point. For every question you get wrong, you lose a point. The second rule is that this is a team test. Your entire team will pass or fail based on a combined score of your team. Everyone on Team 7 knew what this meant. They would be pulling Naruto's dead weight. Now, the third rule is that every time you are caught cheating, you will lose 2 points. If you are caught 5 times, your entire team fails. The last rule is that those who lose all their points and those who don't answer any questions correctly, will automatically fail their entire team. Naruto suddenly felt a wave of killing intent directed towards him as the fox began cracking up. Hey, quiet down in there, Naruto said to the demon. Unless you are trying to help. Nope, you're on your own for this one, Kit, Kurama responded, trying to contain his laughter at Naruto's misfortune. Alright, begin. Ibiki announced. The entire room started on the exam, soon realizing it to contain some extremely difficult questions. Sakura, Sasuke, and Haku already turned to look towards Naruto, who was already freaking out. Sakura took a look at the question and realized that she could answer them, although most people in the room probably didn't have the experience or intelligence to do so. Naruto was really freaking out, realizing that the last question would be given 15 minutes prior to the end of the exam and that he couldn't answer any of these questions. Hinata, who had been assigned the seat next to Naruto, couldn't help but worry about him. On the other side of the room, Sasuke, Sakura, and Haku were beginning to understand the true meaning for the test. Due to the difficulty of the test and the presence of the coordinators, it was almost as if they were encouraging cheating. I see, this is a test to see how well we can gather information by using our skills without getting caught, Sasuke thought to himself. Suddenly, Sasuke saw a mirror of ice form beneath him on the ground. In it he was a hand writing on a piece of paper. The message was pretty clear. Don't worry about Naruto, I will help him out. Haku, the message read. Sasuke grinned at what Haku was telling him. All around the room, the people who were realizing the objective of this test began to make their move. Shino had released his insects to gather information while Akamaru was being a lookout on Kiba's head and giving him the correct answers. Niji had activated his Byakugan, giving him the ability to see through anyone and look at any test in the room. Hinata was doing the same as her cousin. Sasuke had activated his Sharingan and began copying the movements of someone who looked like they knew what they were doing. Sakura, on the other hand, had the intelligence to solve the questions on her own. As Hinata saw Naruto was panicking, she decided offering him her test so that he may have a chance to pass. However, a kunai passed by their heads, just missing them. Number 64, you are out. Your team, numbers 21 and 82 are also disqualified, Ibiki said, startling most of the other takers. After that, more and more genin began to fall victim to the test. After seeing that display, Naruto denied Hinata's help even after she mentioned to him that she didn't want him to fail. However, Naruto was not willing to let Hinata get in trouble for him. As Naruto began to start freaking out, he soon felt a chilling sensation around his feet. He looked down to see his feet on top of a sheet of ice. He soon saw Haku's reflection, which disappeared to reveal a message. This test is meant to test your information gathering skills. You are encouraged to cheat. However, you don't have any skills that will be of use for this test, but I do. Just copy the answers that appear on this mirror. I have also been keeping eyes on the proctors to see who has marks and who doesn't. I have not gotten any and neither have you, so we should be fine doing this. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief as even he began to write stuff down on the exam. Sasuke took a look at Naruto and saw his teammate get to work. Thanks to Haku, they were going to be just fine. Alright, time's up, Ibiki announced. Now for the 10th question. By the time Ibiki stopped the clock, only about 120 of 200 Chunin candidate remained. Everyone who remained looked at Ibiki in anticipation. Now, for the 10th question, there are a few special rules. First, you must decide whether or not you will take it. What do you mean choose? Temari asked. What happens if we chose not to? If you chose not to take it, your points will be reduced to 0 and your team will fail, Ibiki explained. What does that mean? Of course we will take it then, another test taker stated. If you choose to take the 10th question and answer incorrectly, then you will be banned from ever taking the Chunin selection exams ever again, Ibiki said, silencing everyone in the room. What is up with that stupid rule? There are people in here who have taken this exam before. Kiba said as Akamaru barked along with him. Hee. You guys were unlucky that I'm the proctor this year. My test, my rules, Ibiki said. Hee, I actually kind of like this guy. Any chance he has room for me inside his head? Kurama said jokingly. What the hell is that supposed to mean, you stupid fox? Naruto thought to the fox, only making him laugh harder. However, I will give you a way out. You can choose not to take it and try again next year if you are not confident. Ibiki sent an evil glare to the Chunin candidates. Now, those of you who do not wish to take it, put your hand up and wait for your number to be called. Then you and your team may leave. All around the room, people were thinking on what to do. What do I do? If I fail, I'll be stuck in eternal genin, but if I don't take it, I'm sure Sakura and Sasuke would never forgive me, Naruto thought to himself. I won't take it, a leaf ninja said, standing up. He and his team were immediately escorted out of the room. Over the next 5 minutes, a total of 30 more opted out, leaving 91 genin remaining. Naruto raised his hand, much to the Rookie Nine's shock. Then he proceeded to slam it down on his desk as he stood up, a look of determination in his face. Don't underestimate me. I will not run. I will take the question, even if I'm stuck to be a genin forever, he declared. I'll will myself to become Hokage anyways, I don't care if I fail anyways. Hee, I'll give you all one last chance to back out. Your life is riding on this decision, Ibiki said, casting one more wave of fear into the genin. However, Naruto had managed to inspire the entire room. That is an interesting kid, a voice said inside a blonde Kyomo Kunoichi's head. Why do I feel like I know him from somewhere? I've seen that stubbornness before. I've seen it many times from Master B, the Kunoichi thought back to the voice. We'll have to be sure to find him in the second stage of the test and see what's so interesting about him. I always like a good game of cat and mouse. That's because you are a cat, the Kunoichi thought back. No one else? Alright then, good decision. You all passed the first exam. Ibiki announced to the room, shocking most of them. I congratulate the 91 of you, the 30 teams that pass. What? Erupted from all over the room. What do you mean we pass? What about the 10th question? Sakura asked, now confused. Ibiki let out a rare smile. You could say that your choice was the 10th question. Then what was the point of this entire test? Temari asked, being the second hot-headed kunoichi to lash out. They were not pointless. The first 9 questions already served their purpose to test your information-gathering skills. Ibiki explained. This test was designed to put pressure on the entire team, as each member would have to not mess it up for their team. However, the questions on this test were much too difficult for most genin to answer alone, so everyone came up to the same conclusion: you would have to cheat to score. This test was designed to make you cheat, but in order to pass, you could not get caught. A few of the candidates got the purpose right away. Now, mixed into the group were a few Chunin who had already taken this exam and knew the answers. This was to help you guys out and to give you accurate information. This is because, Ibiki said, removing his bandana, only revealing a bunch of scars covering his entire head. Sometimes, information is more important than life, and on the battlefield people give their lives to acquire such information. Everyone saw the scars and screw holes on Ibiki's head and cringed a little at the image. If the enemy notices you, there is no guarantee the information you obtain will be accurate, Ibiki stated. Remember this, as accurate information can be a powerful weapon for you and your comrades. This is why we had you gather information through cheating. This clearly separated those who did and did not have the right abilities. Wait, then what about the 10th question? Temari asked. But the 10th question is the true purpose of this test. The take it or not take it decision. Ibiki paused momentarily. Let's say you become Chunin and your mission is to steal an important enemy document. You don't know the number or skill of the enemy. Do you accept the mission? Because you don't want to die, because you don't want your comrades hurt? Can you avoid this dangerous mission? The answer is no. Ibiki let out a slight grin. Those who aren't willing to put their lives on the line. Those who cling to the uncertain future of, there is always next year, and then walk away from their chance. Those pieces of trash who can only make cowardly choices, don't deserve the right to become Chunin. That's how I feel. Ibiki said. You have made it through the entrance of the first test. I wish you guys luck. Hell yeah. Naruto shouted out. He's an interesting one, alright, Ibiki thought to himself. Suddenly, a black bundle came crashing through the window and a black poster was unraveled on the back wall. Out of the bundle crawled a lady with short purple hair in a ponytail and a mesh shirt underneath her jacket. This is no time to be celebrating. It is now time for the second test. I am Enko Mitarashi, the proctor. Now, follow me. Enko said as Ibiki face palmed himself repeatedly. This one is almost Naruto-ish, Sakura thought to herself. Wow, 91. Ibiki, you're getting soft. The test was way too easy. Enko said to Ibiki. There are a lot of outstanding ones in this batch, Ibiki said. Bah, that's fine, Enko said. I'll cut them at least in half by the time I'm done with them. Now I'm getting excited. I'll explain everything once we change places. This is a combination of part 11 to 20. Hope you guys enjoy it. The Uzumaki Tales, Return of the Whirlpool Chapter 11, Round 2, Welcome to the Forest of Death. Danger. Stay out, a sign read as the group of remaining candidates stared at the dark forest in front of them. Welcome to the stage of the second round of the Chunin exams, Practice Area 44, also known as the Forest of Death, Enko said as a bunch of gulps were heard from the crowd. And you'll soon find out why it's called the Forest of Death. And you'll soon find out why it's called the Forest of Death, Naruto said, mocking Enko. Responding to the kid's insult, Enko pulled out a kunai and threw it at Naruto so that it made a small cut along his cheek. Kids like you are quickly killed in here, spraying that red blood that I love so much, Enko said, licking the blood off Naruto's cheek. She pulled another knife, feeling as if something was approaching her from behind. "Here's your kunai," a mysterious grass ninja said, handing Anko her knife with his tongue. "Why thank you," Anko smiled. "But don't creep up behind me like that, unless you want to die." Everyone was a bit creeped out at the examiner and the grass ninja. Looks like we have a lot of bloodthirst ones in this test. This will be fun. Now, before we start, you must fill out these waivers." "What? Why?" Naruto asked. "Because there will be deaths in this exam." Anko let loose a cheerful smile, creeping out even more participants. "And we can't have your death starting wars and everything. Now, I'm going to explain the rules to this test. Each team will check into that booth behind me. Your team will then receive one scroll. It will either be a heaven scroll or an earth scroll. Since there are 30 teams here, 15 will get an earth scroll and 15 will get a heaven scroll. In the middle of this area, there is a tower. You are to bring both a heaven and an earth scroll to the tower." "So that's why you said you will cut the group in half," Sasuke said. "Yes. Now, this area is a dense forest with a river running through the middle. A tower is located at the middle of the area, about 10 kilometers from each side," Anko said, holding up a map of the area. "Around this perimeter, there are 44 locked gates. This will be considered a survival exercise. You may use any weapons or jutsu to complete the task. The only rule is that you cannot open the scrolls until you enter the tower with both scrolls. Other than that, there are no rules and killing is allowed. Also, there is a time limit. The test lasts 120 hours, or 5 days. If you are not at the tower at the end of the time limit, your team is disqualified." "What? 5 days?" Naruto yelled out. "But what about dinner? The forest is full of food. Just make sure you're not on anything's menu," Anko said. Now, 15 teams passing is very unlikely as there are poisonous snakes, insects, and beasts, along with enemy ninja. So, not only will some teams fail from losing their scrolls, but some will also die from the harshness of the course. Also, there is no quitting. You will be in the forest for the entire 5 days, unless of course you make it to the tower early. All the teams proceeded to collect their scrolls and went to their designated gates. Team 7 had an obvious advantage having an extra person, but at the same time they were at a disadvantage as everyone would be coming for them. This was because they were rookies. Sasuke didn't mind this as that would mean he got to fight more people. A lot of teams, especially those containing experienced veterans, were now glad that they could actually kill from now on, as that would make things easier for them. The test began at 4 p.m., giving everyone until 4 o'clock 5 days from then to complete the test. "Begin," was heard as the gates of the forest were unlocked and the genin were let loose. "So basically everyone is heading to the tower," Kiba said as his team was taking a leisurely walk through the forest of death. It was then that an enemy team in the trees spotted them. However, Team 8 was considered tracking specialists and Akamaru's nose picked them up instantly. "Hey, already?" Kiba sounded excited, while Hinata was still rather nervous. Shino was indifferent, as usual. "Kids standing in the open," one of the observers said. "Do they want to be found? Although it looks like they have sensed us, but they don't know our exact location." Suddenly, another or the observers felt something drop onto his shoulder and latch onto the back of his neck. "What the hell is that?" the third screamed out. That thing had turned out to be a giant leech that was sucking the ninja dry. Before the other two had a chance to pull the leech off of their teammate, they too were attacked. All 3 ninja now had multiple leeches sucking on them and were unconscious in a matter of minutes. Leaf-jumping leeches will sense the nearest life sources and attack in groups. After 5 minutes of sucking, you will be dead, Shino said, revealing his knowledge of insects and other insect-like beasts. Kiba approached the unconscious ninja and searched them for a scroll. Yes. We got luck, Akamaru. They had a heaven scroll, Kiba said out of excitement. Alright guys, now let's get to that tower before trouble comes. HHHGGG, various screams echoed from around the forest. Enko was sitting at the starting booth enjoying her dango and those delightful screams of pain and terror. Sounds like it started, she said, letting out a creepy yet happy smile. Was that a human scream? Naruto asked out. He could see Sakura getting nervous. Don't work, Sakura, this is nothing. Naruto turned around needing to relieve himself, only to be smacked by Sakura. Not in front of a lady. You idiot. She screamed as Haku sighed. Suddenly, Sasuke punched Naruto hard as he came back from relieving himself. Where's the real Naruto? Wait, what are you talking about, Sasuke? Sakura asked. No, Sakura, he's right. That Naruto doesn't have the scratch on his cheek from earlier, Haku said. Suddenly, the real Naruto came out of the bushes from behind them as Haku pointed towards him. See? Oh, yeah I do, Sakura said, noticing the scratch on a now confused Naruto's face. Haku threw a senbon into the fake Naruto's neck, dispelling the transformation and leaving an unconscious rain ninja in its place, just as 2 more rain ninja came leaping out of the trees. They had hoped to take the group by surprise while they were arguing with the fake Naruto, but Haku had put an end to it. By the time they started their attack, it was too late. The 4 of them split up, leaving Sasuke and Naruto to fight one of the rain ninja and Haku and Sakura to fight the other 2. One ninja found an opening in Sasuke and threw a few knives with exploding tags towards Sasuke, forcing him to jump off the tree that he had taken post on. Naruto threw a few shuriken at the ninja and a kunai towards Sasuke. As the ninja was distracted with fending off Naruto's attack, Sasuke grabbed the knife with chakra coming out of his foot and flung it towards the ninja, striking him in the shoulder. Naruto used the opening to test out his new jutsu in combat. He threw a single shuriken at the injured ninja. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. For the ninja, even injured, 1 shuriken was nothing, but 40 was a different story. Out of desperation, the rain ninja used his arms and legs to defend his torso and chest, but resulted in the shuriken tearing up his arms and legs, effectively leaving him immobilized from the damage done. The last remaining rain ninja was engaging in a taijutsu battle with Sakura. As Sakura began to go on the offensive, the rain ninja started backing up. He had a lot of room to move and figured he would gain some distance before countering with his own set of blows. However, his plan was cut short when a mirror of ice appeared behind him, stopping him. All he could do now was try to block Sakura's blows and look for a way out. Hayaton, demonic ice mirrors. Haku shouted out as a dome of ice mirrors formed around Sakura and the ninja. The rain ninja looked on in surprise at Haku's jutsu. They had never seen an ice jutsu, and the fact that a leaf kid could do something like this stunned him long enough for Sakura to get in a few blows. Sakura, get out, Haku called as Sakura backed off her assault. The rain ninja thought he was finally free until he saw Haku's image in each mirror. Suddenly, he was pelted by numerous senbon. After Haku's attack was complete, the rain ninja was unconscious and would not be moving for some time. Haku looked over to Sasuke and Naruto's opponent, who had just been hit by about 40 shuriken to the arms and legs. He threw a senbon to that ninja's neck, knocking him unconscious. Well, that was easy, Sasuke said. Now, let's see what kind of scroll they have. The team searched the unconscious rain ninja, revealing that they had an earth scroll on them. Damn. What should we do with it? Sakura said. Keep it. It's worthless to them now, seeing as it will take about a week to recover from those wounds, Sasuke said. Plus it might come in handy if we can find someone to bargain with it. The team agreed. Alright, but to avoid something like that again, we need to come up with something so that we know that it is us, Sakura suggested. Let's see, Haku is the only one I know of who can use ice style and it can't be copied, and you have your Sharingan, Sasuke. But for me and Naruto. They came up with the idea of using a code word for Naruto and Sakura, as there was nothing special they could use to distinguish the two. Team 7 took off, trying to avoid any unnecessary attention, however, they were unknowingly being followed. After about an hour, they stopped. Sasuke. Haku said. Yeah, I know, Sasuke said. Jump. He shouted as a barrage of needles sailed towards them. They turned to face their attackers. They were now scattered. When they regrouped, Haku and Sasuke revealed their blood limits and Sakura and Naruto recited the code. Sasuke attacked Naruto once again. Sasuke, why did you attack Naruto? Sakura asked, shocked that she had to say that twice in the past hour. He had said the code word, which at first put Sakura at ease. It was then that she realized this was Naruto they were dealing with. To them, he didn't have the mental capacity to remember such a long and complex code. Do you really think Naruto would be able to memorize the code? Sasuke said, sarcastically as both Sakura and Haku nodded in agreement. Not far from where the rest of Team 7 was, Naruto found himself facing a giant snake. What the hell is up with this forest? I've never seen a snake so big. Naruto thought to himself. Kit, something is not right. That snake is not normal and I can feel an evil presence around here. Be on your guard, warned the fox. The snake lunged towards Naruto, who just barely dodged it. However, he didn't notice the tail, which hit him and sent him flying into a nearby tree. Soon after, the snake lunged at him again, catching Naruto in the mouth and swallowing him. Damn it! It swallowed me, Naruto thought. What to do? What to do? This might work, Kurama had obviously thought of something. Remember those times when you ate too much ramen and felt like you were going to burst? Naruto suddenly got what the fox was talking about. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, he called out as roughly 400 Narutos appeared in the snake's rapidly expanding stomach. Unfortunately for the snake, it wasn't big enough to handle that many Narutos and it burst apart, leaving Naruto covered in snake guts. Naruto bolted off towards where his team was. When the fake Naruto recovered, he undid the transformation, revealing himself to be that grass ninja from before. You want my heaven scroll, right? The ninja asked, holding out his scroll. He then proceeded to swallow the scroll, creeping out the 3 genin in front of him. Now, let's begin the battle for each other's scroll with our lives on the line. Sakura and Sasuke stood there frozen. Images of their own gruesome death flooded their minds. Haku was affected as well, but not to the same extent as his teammates, as he had experienced the effects of massive killing intent while traveling with Zabuza. Their enemy flicked a few kunai towards the 3. Sakura and Sasuke were still frozen and would be unable to move unless something was done. Sasuke did the only thing he could think of and stabbed his leg with his knife to break the hold of the terror, giving him the ability to move in time. Haku had also reacted and created a few ice mirrors to save himself and Sakura. Sasuke looked back at their attacker, revealing his Sharingan to their opponent, before disappearing into the trees. Well, it appears as if these kids have some interesting powers, the grass ninja thought to himself. Time to have some fun. Enko felt as if something wasn't right. After investigating the area around the Forest of Death, her suspicions were confirmed when she came across 3 lifeless bodies of grass ninja. Upon further examination, she found that they were missing their faces. What? No, it can't be, she said, clutching the back of her neck in pain. Why is he here? Suddenly, a squadron of ANBU appeared behind her. She briefed the squad on her findings and the person she believed to be responsible for the crime. Orochimaru. Sakura could see that Sasuke was terrified and she tried to say something to calm him down, only for Sasuke to quickly cover her mouth. We have to get out of here. That guy is like nothing we have ever seen before, Sasuke thought to himself. Suddenly, a snake appeared in front of him. It struck at Sasuke, only to be pelted in the head by numerous Senbon, pinning it against a tree and killing it. Sasuke took a deep breath, trying to relax, but was quickly put back on alert when the grass ninja emerged from the corpse of the dead snake. You guys shouldn't relax even a little. Prey should always be looking for a way to run in the presence of a predator, their enemy said. Out of nowhere, roughly 40 shuriken were sent at the ninja as he managed to snake his way around it. Sorry I'm late, Naruto said, appearing on scene. Oh, and what was that code again? I forgot. Naruto. Sakura said, relieved that he had arrived and was alive. I don't know what you're doing, trying to play hero. Just run away, this one's on a whole nother level, Sasuke shouted out. He then did the only thing he could think of. If you leave us, I'll give you our scroll. What the hell are you talking about? Why would you give the scroll to the enemy? Naruto shouted out. I see, very smart, the mysterious ninja said. Sometimes, the only way to escape a predator is to give it a different meal. Sasuke tossed the scroll towards their enemy, only for Naruto to grab it and punch Sasuke in the face. What was that all of the sudden, you bastard? Sasuke screamed at Naruto. Even though you may have your Sharingan, I can still tell you are not the real Sasuke, Naruto responded. You total moron, I am the real Sasuke, Sasuke rebutted. There is no way such a stupid coward like you could be the real Sasuke, Naruto stated. I don't know how strong this guy is, but what guarantee is there that he will go away if we give his the scroll? You're the one too freaked out by the situation. Hehe, you're right Naruto. I can just take your scroll and kill you, the ninja said, taking some blood and rubbing it on a seal on his arm. Summoning jutsu, the ninja said, summoning an even larger snake, which he was now standing on. The snake then proceeded to slam Naruto into the ground as the 3 genin screamed out his name. This really is bad kit, Kurama said to Naruto. You think? Naruto responded. I keep getting smacked around by damn snakes. There is something about that man that even gives me the chill. If you are going to survive this, you are going to need my help. Alright, then stop talking and start giving me your power, Naruto said to the fox. Just give me a few moments, I'm going to try and push as much power through the seal that I can without damaging your body. I've just got the feeling that you're going to need as much as you can get. Naruto was flung by the snake's head, who was trying to become the second snake to eat him today. As the snake lunged at him, Naruto's pupils began to take on a red color with narrow pupils. His teeth grew into small fangs and his fingers grew claws as the Kyuubi's power began to course through him. As Naruto's transformation completed, the snake slammed its tail into him, knocking him backwards through a few trees. There is no doubt about this kid, the mysterious ninja thought. This is getting fun, now what will you do, Sasuke? The giant snake lunged at Sasuke, who was too frozen to move. The snake stopped, feet from Sasuke. Naruto had jumped in the way and stopped it in its tracks. No way, is that Naruto? Sasuke thought, lapsing into almost Hinata-class stuttering. Something was different about this Naruto. The power that he was emitting was immense and he had taken on a slightly feral appearance. It was almost demonic in a sense. "Hey, are you alright, scaredy cat?" Naruto said, questioning Sasuke. Sasuke just sat there, frozen by the turn of events. Temari and Kankuro felt the blast of demonic chakra, making them tremble in fear. It was similar to the chakra that Gaara emitted when his killing instincts took over him, which was happening right now. That chakra. Mother's sand craves for it. "I must see who it is and I must have its blood," Gaara said as he darted off towards the source of the demonic presence. See you in the next one. The Uzumaki Tales, Return of the Whirlpool Chapter 12, Round 2, The Forest of Jinchuriki. Sasuke snapped back to reality. The sad part was that Naruto was right. The two of them were facing the Snake Master while Haku joined their side. "Fine, I'll show you I am no scaredy cat, Naruto," Sasuke said as he activated the Sharingan. Naruto, Haku, and Sasuke all pulled out their shuriken, Senbon for Haku, tossing them at the snake summoned. Naruto's were aimed left while Haku's were aimed right. As the grass ninja tried to back up out of range of the weapons, he found himself against an ice mirror. Sasuke's shuriken were coming straight towards him, but broke off course at the last second. "Hee, can't seem to kill me." "You will learn what a mistake you made," Sasuke the snake ninja said as Sasuke smirked. With a flick of the wrist, he revealed the wire attached to the shuriken. Controlling and manipulating them, the shuriken wrapped back around, tying his opponent to Haku's ice. "Katan, fire dragon bullet." Sasuke called out, sending a stream of powerful flames sailing towards their enemy. When the smoke cleared, the mirror was practically completely melted, but their opponent remained. From the looks of it, his skin was burnt and peeling away. A wave of killing intent struck the four genin as Sakura joined them at their side. This time, it was more intense than it had been before. The four genin looked on in horror as the man's skin peeled away to reveal an even more sinister face. "Kit, this is really bad. I am beginning to sense even some dark and evil power coming from this guy," Kurama informed Naruto. "You will most likely be unconscious for a few hours after this, but I'm going to push more power through the seal and try and get you into the one-tailed state." "Who the hell are you?" Sasuke called out, still paralyzed by fear. "My name is Orochimaru," the snake man hissed. "If you want to see me again, then survive this exam. Of course that means defeating my men, the Sound Ninja Trio." "Why the hell would we ever want to see you again?" Sakura called out. "I'm going to give you a little going-away present, Sasuke. In time, you will come seek me out." With that, Orochimaru extended his neck towards Sasuke, looking like he was ready to bite him. Naruto stepped in front of the snake man, catching his head in a headlock just before he was able to reach Sasuke. Red chakra began to bubble around him, forming a demonic chakra cloak. "I won't let you touch him, you creepy bastard," Naruto called out, punching Orochimaru in the face and sending him backwards as the chakra cloak fully enveloped Naruto, taking on an almost animalistic appearance. Naruto's team looked on in shock at the transformation that was taking place. Slowly, the cloak began to look more fox-like, with a tail and ears emerging. "What did you do to him?" Sakura called out, thinking this was Orochimaru's doing. "Hee, why don't you ask him yourself?" Orochimaru responded. "Sasuke, you are too valuable for me to let you escape without giving you some of my power first. But first, I know how to take care of your fox brat friend." "Sakura, I don't think that is Orochimaru. I've felt this chakra from Naruto before," Haku said. "Back in the land of waves, that's where I've felt that power of his before." Sakura took back her words and watched in astonishment as Naruto engaged Orochimaru, cloaked in this mysterious red chakra. Orochimaru lunged straight at Naruto. 5.C, Orochimaru was stopped dead in his tracks. Something was snaking up his legs, working its way closer to the rest of his body. He looked around to see sand. It was then that he realized he would be in trouble if he stuck around much longer. Mother wants their blood, Gaara said, appearing on scene and unleashing his own wave of killing intent. I will be the one to kill them, and I'll kill you as well. Orochimaru managed to snake his way out of Gaara's sand claws. He was shocked. A couple of genin were forcing him to retreat, although two of them had demon-infused chakra coursing through their veins. Damn, I'm not going to be able to get to Sasuke now. Oh well, I'm sure I can think of a way to get him. With that, Orochimaru left as Gaara turned his attention to Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Haku. Mother wants your blood, Gaara said as his sand crept towards them. Naruto didn't know what to think, but the killing intent radiating from Gaara told his teammates to back away. Damn, the fox swore to Naruto. Why did it have to be him? Who? Naruto asked in confusion. I'm almost positive of it now. It's the Ichibi, Shikaku. He's the weakest of us, but he's seriously annoying, not to mention insane. I'd recognize the bloodlust of that badger coming from that kid anywhere, Kurama informed Naruto. Kid, work on getting your team out of here. You might not have noticed, but I can't keep up the cloak for much longer. Once the cloak dissipates, you will most likely lose consciousness. Naruto turned to his teammates. Guys, let's get out of here. I've got a bad feeling about this guy. What do you mean get out of here? You were the one who suggested we stay and fight. Sasuke argued with his demon-cloaked teammate. And care explaining that red chakra around you? I will, but just trust me on this. We need to get out of here, Naruto said. He's right, a blonde Kumo Kunoichi said, jumping down next to Naruto. This is one opponent you guys don't want to fight, given the condition you are in. Who are you? Sakura asked as the five of them were now dodging Gaara's sand. Yujito ni, the cloud Kunoichi said. But now is not the time for introductions. With that, Yujito made a few hand seals. Katan, Hellcat Flames. She shouted as three flaming tigers roared towards Gaara, enveloping him in flames. That will distract him for a little, now let's go. The five of them took off, away from Gaara. As they were moving, Naruto's demon cloak began to fade and he slowly lost consciousness. Realizing that Naruto was fading, Sasuke went to catch his falling teammate and regrouped with the rest of his team. Temari and Kankuro arrived to see Gaara wrapped in flaming tigers. Once the flames ceased, Gaara was unharmed, due to a cocoon of sand encasing him. Gaara? Kankuro said, cautiously approaching his teammate. Kankuro, Temari, let's go. Mother needs blood and lots of it, Gaara called out, letting some killing intent flow from him. Kankuro and Temari wanted to object, but knew that Gaara would just kill them as well. What caused Gaara to become so bloodthirsty all of the sudden, they both thought, leaving to go satisfy Gaara's bloodlust. Team 7 plus Yujito came to rest near the river. They set Naruto underneath the roots of a large tree, hiding him from sight of any enemies. Yujito, do you know what's going on? Sakura asked. Everyone else wanted to know. They had caught a slight glimpse of Yujito's reaction to Naruto's condition upon arrival and realized that there was something she knew. I do, the Kumo Kunoichi said. But I think your friend should be the one to tell you. As for that Suna kid, let's just say he has a serious mental problem. Now, I don't want to do anything to hurt you, so please don't attack me and I won't kill you. What makes you think you can kill us? Sasuke responded, taking that as a challenge. First, you are in no condition fight. You need to rest. And second, let's just say that kid of yours and I have something in common. They were unsure as to what Yujito was talking about. She risked herself even further by telling them that she was familiar with the kind of power that Naruto had displayed, only making Team 7 want to know more. Why should we believe you? You could just be here for our scroll? Sakura said. Yujito pulled out a scroll, revealing it to be an earth scroll. We have the same scrolls from what I saw back there, and I have no need for a third earth scroll, Yujito responded. Team 7 was in the same situation with 2 earth scrolls and no desire for a third as well. If you think I am going to harm you, then attack me now and I will flee. After a short hesitation, Team 7 decided to accept Yujito's company for the time being. What do you think? Yujito thought to herself. It's definitely one of us, a voice within Yujito said. His cloak features seemed rather fox-like. Wait. It couldn't be Kurama, could it? Kurama? Yujito responded. The Kyuubi. Yes, I am pretty sure that Kurama is within that kid. It's been over 100 years and I've actually been looking forward to seeing him. Oh, do I look okay? I hope he's still not bitter like he was 100 years ago and wants to talk. I really do want to talk to him. Yujito let out a little laugh, catching the attention of Haku. It's almost nightfall, Enko thought to herself, darting through the trees of the forest. I must find him before it's too late. I must stop him even if it costs my life. Even if I can't, I must slow him down enough for the ANBU to arrive. I must stop you, isn't that right? Orochimaru, Enko said, turning to the snake man camouflaging himself with a tree. Why are you here? Enko threw a few poison needles at Orochimaru, who snaked his way around them. He lashed out his tongue, binding Enko's wrists. You won't get me this time, Shadow Snake Fangs. Suddenly, snakes erupted out of Enko's wrists and bit Orochimaru's tongue, forcing him to recall it. If you really must know, I'm doing some body shopping. I've picked out a fresh young Uchiha that will work out nicely. The snake let out an evil laugh. Enko knew what that meant. Orochimaru had given Sasuke Uchiha the curse mark. Enko charged into him, forcing Orochimaru back into a tree and pinning him there with a kunai. Ha, caught you, she said, letting out a little smirk. Now let me borrow your left hand. Enko made a seal between her right hand and his left hand. That seal. Orochimaru thought, a little bit of fear coursing through him. Yes, Enko said with an evil smirk. You and I will both die. Double snake assassination. Suddenly, Orochimaru disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing himself to be nothing more than a shadow clone. Enko cursed under her breath as Orochimaru had escaped her grasp once again. Suddenly, the real Orochimaru came up behind her, ripping the burnt skin and revealing his true face. Enko clutched her shoulder as the pain of her curse mark flared up. Please don't end this exam. There are some things I want to enjoy, including 3 from my own village, the snake ninja said. If you stop this exam prematurely, I will destroy your precious village. With that, Orochimaru disappeared, leaving Enko lying on the tree branch to deal with the pain of her curse mark. Surprisingly, Team 7 managed to get a good sleep, with everyone, except Naruto, taking 3-hour shifts for guard duty. After about 9 hours of resting, Naruto still had yet to wake. Like Orochimaru-sama said, we attack at daybreak, a sound ninja hiding in the bushes said. Our target is Sasuke Uchiha. If the others get in our way, we just kill them, including that Kumo girl. As morning broke, Sakura was the one on guard. She noticed a ruffling in the bushes and threw a kunai towards it, revealing nothing more than a squirrel. As she let out a sigh of relief, another animal came running towards her out of the bushes. She threw another knife at the animal, noticing that it was carrying something, an explosive tag. This put her on guard as she proceeded to wake Sasuke, Haku, Yujito, and attempted to wake Naruto, to no avail. Just as she was going to wake Sasuke, there was a voice behind the trees. "Don't wake Sasuke. We want to fight him, but you'll just get in the way. What are you here for? That Orochimaru creep sent you, didn't he?" Sakura shouted, waking the others with the exception of Naruto. Upon seeing Sasuke get up, the three sound ninja were in a slight state of shock. How are you up?" the one with black Kakashi-like hair said. "I thought the mark Orochimaru gave you should have put you in too much discomfort to fight, if not killed you." "What mark?" said a confused Sasuke. Everyone else wanted to know about this mark the sound ninja were talking about. After hearing that, he remembered Orochimaru's head traveling towards them, but Naruto stepping in the way to block it with that weird chakra cloak around him. "What do you mean, what mark?" "The curse mark that should be on the back of your neck," the sound ninja said. "There is no mark, your boss never gave me a curse mark, thanks to that exhausted idiot over there," Sasuke said pointing to Naruto. But, how did Orochimaru-sama fail?" the girl asked. Sasuke just shrugged. "Now I suggest you leave before we have to kill you," Sasuke said as Haku, Sakura, and Yujito joined him. "Sakura, guard Naruto. I don't want him dying before I find out about that weird power of his. Haku, you take the girl, I'll take the one that stole Kakashi's ridiculous hairstyle, and Yujito you get the other one." The three sound ninja jumped at the four-leaf and cloud ninja. Sakura smiling as they did. Using her knife, she cut a wire, sending two giant logs towards them. "When did you do that?" Haku asked, surprised by the attack. "This morning while everyone was sleeping," Sakura said, letting loose a little grin. She even managed to get a smile out of Sasuke, who charged his target. Granted, the rest of the fight wasn't exciting. Sasuke was hoping for a better fight from the sound guys, but all that happened is that the girl found herself a human pincushion. The Kakashi-looking guy broke one of his arms after Sasuke kicked him right into one of Sakura's traps, and the last sound ninja wound up being chased by flaming cats for a solid 15 minutes. After all was said and done, the sound ninja had a damn earth scroll on them. The last thing they all needed was another earth scroll. "Morning everyone," Naruto yawned. His attention turned to the defeated sound ninja. "Did I miss something?" Everyone's sweat dropped as they were wondering how anyone could sleep with a fight going on near them, considering that there was a Naruto-shaped outline made of shuriken and kunai on the tree directly behind where he was. Somehow, the lucky kid managed to avoid any projectile thrown his way. Seeing their opportunity, the sound ninja escaped. Sasuke now had the chance to ask the question that everyone wanted to know the answers to. "Naruto, about yesterday, what happened?" he asked as everyone's attention turned to Naruto. "Well, I don't really want to talk about it," Naruto said, trying to avoid the subject, which he was really bad at to start with. "And why not?" Sakura said, trying to be nice and play the opposite to Sasuke's forcefulness. "Does it have something to do with that weird chakra?" Haku asked, remembering their battle on the bridge. Naruto nodded. For some reason though, he could see Yujito looking at him with a look of sadness and understanding. It was then that Naruto realized that the two of them were similar. "Which one?" he asked Yujito. "To you," she responded to him. Now everyone wanted desperately to know what they were talking about. "9," Naruto said. "What the hell are you two talking about?" Sakura said, butting in. "Sakura, can I ask you a question?" Naruto said. He was no longer the cheerful blonde-haired idiot that they all knew and loved. In his eyes, they could see a hint of pain and suffering. So are you going to tell them? Kurama asked his host. Yeah. They've already seen enough and I'm tired of keeping secrets. If I just hide from them, they will definitely hate me and I would rather have them hating me knowing why they were doing it, Naruto told his resident demon. What is it? Sakura asked Naruto. Do you know why everyone in the village hated me? Naruto asked as everyone went silent. Well, now that you mention it, I never really thought about it, Sakura responded. Naruto's questions brought back flashbacks from Haku's own childhood. He remembered the mob, formed by his own father out of fear, killing his mother. I just stayed away from you because my parents didn't want me to be near you. I remember some people referring to you as a demon child, but what could that possibly mean? Do you know about the Kyuubi attack on the village almost 13 years ago? Naruto asked as Sakura and Sasuke nodded. The Kyuubi? Well, I was told it was an evil monster that attacked our village. However, the fourth sacrificed himself to kill the demon and save the village, Sakura said. Inside, Kurama scoffed at the comment. What if I told you that story was made up, Naruto said. What do you mean by that? Sasuke asked, still not picking up on anything. Haku was slowly realizing that something was up, but was unsure due to his lack of Lia village knowledge. For the past 12 years, the third put a law into place to try and protect me, however, that ended up backfiring and the entire village ended up resenting me, seeing me as some remnant of that night, Naruto said, taking a deep breath. On that night, the only way the fourth could defeat the Kyuubi was to seal the Kyuubi inside a newborn infant. No, gasped Sakura, suddenly realizing what Naruto was trying to say. Yes, Sakura, that infant was me, Naruto said as he saw her eyes tear up. Sasuke stood in shock at the revelation. Haku understood all too well what it was like to be feared and cast aside, but was still in shock that this kid had an actual demon inside of him. However, Yujito was the only one who truly understood his pain. Before you go freaking out and try to hate me like the rest of the village, please understand that I am not the Kyuubi. It's not like I had a choice in the matter and it just happened. I'm still Naruto, it's just that I have the Kyuubi inside me. Naruto looked up at his team, who just stared at him in shock. There was no way their little knucklehead teammate could have a demon. Sakura? Naruto asked. Sakura was trying her best to suppress her regret for treating Naruto like a piece of crap in the past. I never knew. Her voice trailed off. That's why everyone hated you. Naruto nodded. Sakura was at a loss for words. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who was just looking at him with his usual demeanor. Sasuke? Naruto asked. Is something wrong? Sasuke shook his head. It's just hard to believe that someone like you could have a demon inside of him. You've always been so positive, despite everything that you've gone through. I know the feeling of loneliness, it tears at you. Having to bear that for 12 years, how did you do it? Don't you hate the villagers for doing what they did to you? Naruto smiled. No, I don't hate them. I just see it as I need to prove them wrong and show them who I really am. You mean a blonde-haired, mischief-making idiot? Sasuke let that joke slip, enraging Naruto a little. But Naruto soon realized that was just how Sasuke is, and he realized that his team wasn't going to abandon him like the rest of the village. After what you did yesterday. It sounds like that creep was going to give me some sort of curse and you were able to stop him and save us, Naruto. We talked about what all the possibilities for that weird chakra you had were, but we came up to the same conclusion. Huh? Naruto said, a little confused. We decided that regardless of what it was, you just wanted to protect us, so we wouldn't hate you for whatever it was that you said, Sakura said, reassuring Naruto. Naruto just gave his team a big smile. Somehow, his team had managed to look past the demon inside him after his actions yesterday saved them from that creepy snake dude. "Hey Kurama, can you hear me at all?" another voice inside Naruto's head called out. "Barely, is that you Matatabi?" "This connection is shaky, probably because of this damn seal," Kurama said. "Ugh." Naruto began freaking out, hearing a second voice inside his head. "Why are there two voices inside my head? The damn fox was enough, but now there is another one." Everyone looked at him as if he were going insane. Yujito just laughed. "It's probably the Nibby. She's been wanting to talk to your friend ever since we realized that you were his Jinchuriki," Yujito said. "Wait, does that mean?" Sakura said, pointing at Yujito. "Yes. Like Naruto, I am a Jinchuriki as well," Yujito explained. "While our tailed beasts can normally only talk to us, sometimes they can generate links between other Jinchuriki to talk to other tailed beast." "Wait, so that means you can talk to that evil demon, Naruto?" Sasuke sent him a suspicious look. "Yeah, oh, and speaking of which, he's not really evil, just misunderstood," Naruto said as the rest of his team looked on with utter confusion. Naruto explained to them everything that Kurama had told him and Team 7 did the only thing they could do regarding the matter. They accepted what Naruto was saying. "So what you're saying is that you can access the fox's power anytime?" Sasuke asked, hoping that was not the case. If Naruto had access to that power all the time, he would never be able to beat his teammate. "No. I can only use it in emergency situations, like back there," Naruto said. Sakura asked him why and Naruto explained that by using the Kyuubi's power with the seal still intact, it would put a major strain on his body, which could also respond in him going unconscious like he did before or even going insane. Plus, if the seal was stressed for too long, it would begin to crack. If the seal broke, then both Naruto and the Kyuubi would die. The only way to safely release the seal was with some sort of key. Most of the conversation between Kurama and Matatabi was just regular chit-chat, however, they did get onto an interesting topic. "What do you think of that sand kid? Do you think he's—" Matatabi said. "I really hope not, but unfortunately I think so." Kurama responded. "Huh. Now they are talking about that Gaara kid," Naruto said to Yujito. "What about Gaara?" Sasuke asked, trying to get as much info on one of the more powerful competitors as he could. "Both of our inhabitants have come to the conclusion that he may also be a Jinchuriki for the Ichibi," Yujito stated as a wave of shock was sent through the Leaf Ninja. "They don't really know much more, but they said to watch out for him." Of course, this only made Sasuke want to fight him more. The aspect of going up against something with power similar to that of what Naruto had just displayed was rather invigoration. Now the team turned to Yujito, as their curiosity was directed towards the Kyumo Jinchuriki. "So why did you come and find us if you are not after our scroll or anything?" Sakura asked, wanting to know why she found them and helped them escape from Gaara's sand. "To be honest, I needed to get away from my team. Karui and Omoi are two you never want to be around when they start arguing. Especially when Karui starts shooting her head off," Yujito explained as Sakura was reminded of how Naruto and Sasuke act sometimes. "Also, Matatabi and I wanted to confirm our suspicions about Naruto." Suddenly, they all heard screaming and yelling coming from behind them. "Well, looks like my team is here. I had better go before they cause you trouble," Yujito said, leaving the group of Konoha ninja. It was getting late on the third day and the four of them had decided to make their way closer to the tower, with the hope of picking up some opponents camping out to ambush competitors. Their luck paid off and they soon found themselves facing another group of rain ninja, who apparently wanted revenge for what Team 7 did to their comrades earlier on. However, they really weren't much of a match for Team 7, who already outnumbered them before Naruto used his shadow clones. About time. Sakura cheered as she searched the defeated ninja to find a heaven scroll. The four made their way to the tower, leaving just over a day left in the competition. Shortly after, they arrived at the tower and proceeded into their designated rooms. They entered a room to discover no one there, but they found a poster with some sort of saying on it. After seeing that there were missing words, Sakura figured that they would be on the scrolls. The time had come for Team 7 to open their scrolls. As they did, a cloud of smoke appeared in front of them. Team 7 expected one final enemy. "Hey, long time no see," the figure in the smoke said. Suddenly, the person was attacked by a small blonde-haired boy who seemed excited to see him. "Irika-sensei," the rest called out. "What are you doing here?" Sakura asked. "I'm here to congratulate you for completing the second part of the exam," Irika explained. "At the end of the exam, it's set up so that we Chunin are able to meet up with the test takers, and it just so happens that I got summoned to meet you for. And it looks like you made it with just over a day to spare." The four of them were happy to complete the second exam. "Now, you guys can use the tower to rest up and to see if any other groups arrive." "Did anyone else arrive?" Sasuke asked. "Yes, I believe I saw Kiba, Hinata, and Shino earlier. A group of Cloud Ninja arrived about an hour before you four, and there is one last group of Leaf Ninja here, although I don't really know them," Irika said. With that, Team 7 entered the tower to go join the rest of them. See you in the next one. The Uzumaki Tales, Return of the Whirlpool Chapter 13, Preliminaries, the purpose for the tests. Damn it, Kurama swore as Team 7 entered the living areas in the tower, only to see Gaara and his team. Why did he have to make it? Oh, just stop it already. If he becomes a problem, then we will just have to beat him up a little, Naruto said to Kurama. Team 7 passed Gaara and the Suna ninja, receiving an evil glare as they did so. They proceeded deeper into the tower, hoping to find Team 8. "About time you guys made it," Kiba said, coming to meet them. "I was afraid we would have to spend all day with that sand guy. Hey, speaking of which, have you guys noticed something seriously wrong with that guy's head?" The four of them nodded in agreement. Following that, they explained their encounter to Kiba. "Whoa! You mean you guys ran into him in the forest?" Kiba said. "And you got out alive? Do you mean you saw him too?" Sakura asked. "Yeah, we did." Akamaru noticed him, but then began trembling like I've never seen before. "I tell you, something is not right about that guy. We watched him mercilessly kill another team using his sand. We thought we were next on his kill list, but something caught his attention and he left," Kiba explained. Team 7 knew all too well what caught Gaara's attention and looked at Naruto. Apparently the fox had managed to save a few more of their friends. At that time Shino and Hinata emerged into the room. "Hello," Shino said, greeting his comrades with as few words as possible. He walked into the common area with Hinata following closely behind him. "And Naruto, why you made it," the shy girl said, letting out a blush and trying to avoid eye contact. "Yep, we sure did," Naruto said. He had returned completely to his normal self since his team found out about the fox. "And you made it too. See, I told you, Hinata. You would do great. I even understand that you guys were the first ones here." "You bet. Guess that makes us the best," Kiba bragged. Sasuke shot him a look, effectively shutting him up. "Geez, can't take a joke, can you, Uchiha? There are still a lot of powerful ninja here, so you shouldn't go shooting your mouth off like an idiot. That's something I thought only Naruto is dense enough to do, Sasuke said as Naruto yelled back at him. But seriously, don't underestimate anyone here. Especially that Gaara of the desert. I heard that the last test is single combat, and if anyone here has to face him, you had better be careful. Everyone took Sasuke's warning. As it got closer to the end of the exam, a few more teams arrived. Amongst them was the trio of Sound Ninja, a team of Waterfall Ninja, Kabuto's team, Lee's team, and Team 10. As the end of the exam neared, everyone in the tower proceeded to the main hall in the tower, as instructed to meet with the proctors of the exam. The timer stopped, the second portion of the exam had concluded. All the candidates who passed the exam were now standing in a large room. On a stage in front of them, stood the Hokage, proctor, and the Jonin senseis for each team. First off, congratulations on passing the second exam, the Hokage announced. Wow, 22 participants out of 90. I was expecting to cut them in half, but I was expecting single digits, Anko thought to herself. I guess Ibiki was right, there are some outstanding ones in this group. The candidates looked around to see who else was there. Some, like Team 10, looked exhausted, beat up, and in Chuji's case, starving. Others, like Team 8, who had 4 days of rest, looked refreshed and ready to go. Your team looks pretty good, Kakashi, Guy said to his eternal rival. But as long as my team is around, don't expect them to get any farther. Now, it's all about real ability. Well, with youth, there are sweet times and there are sour times, Kakashi? Huh? Said Kakashi, completely ignoring anything Guy had just said. Oh Guy? You say something? Guy turned away and tensed up, clutching a fist. Not bad, Kakashi. You're cool in that way and it really gets on my nerves. The Jonin took a look at their students. Baki looked at his team of Sand Ninja and noticed that Gaara was unscathed, but there was something unsettling about him. Something had happened in the forest that had Gaara uneased. Kurenai noted that her team looked shaken by something. Guy admired the youthfulness of his team. Kakashi, on the other hand, just gave his team the usual smile and wave. To be honest, he had never imagined that his team would make it this far. He had entered them in hopes that they would mature from this experience, however, it seems as if they were well above his expectations. No wonder they nominated them, the Hokage thought to himself, looking over the rookies. For all of them to make it is surprising to say the least. Hokage-sama will now explain the third test, Anko announced to everyone. Please listen carefully. I will, but first there is something I would like you to know. It's about the true purpose of these exams, the Hokage said. Think about it, why do we have many different countries here if each village could hold their own Chunin exams for their own ninja? Everyone took a few moments to think about what the Hokage was saying. To promote friendship between countries, the Hokage asked. I don't want you to be confused by these exams' true meaning. In reality, this is a replacement for war amongst countries. He received many startled looks from the crowd. War? What does that mean? Tenten said to her team. If you go back in time, current allies were once enemies who fought each other for control, the Hokage explained. In order to prevent fighting, this is the stage these countries chose to do battle on, that is the purpose of these exams. What? Naruto blurted out. Isn't this thing for deciding who becomes Chunin? It is a fact that this exam decides who has what it takes to become Chunin, the Hokage explained. But this exam has another side, where each country's shinobi risk their own life to protect their land's prestige. There will be leaders and influential individuals watching the third exam, many of them come from countries that are clients of shinobi. If the strength of a country is clear, that country will receive more clients, and if seen weak, they will lose clients. Not to mention, it will send a message to other villages that our village has much power. The strength of a country is the strength of the village. The strength of the village is the strength of the shinobi. And a shinobi's true strength is born only through life-risking battles. But why do you say stuff about being for friendship? Tenten asked. I said in the beginning, I don't want you to confuse the purpose of this. By losing life and establishing balance, this is the shape of friendship in the world of shinobi, the Hokage stated. Before we begin the third test, I will tell you one more thing, this is not just a test. This is a life-risking battle, with your dreams and country's prestige on the line. I'd like to explain the third test but... Actually, I apologize Hokage-sama. From here on, as referee, will you please allow me, Geku Heiate, a sickly-looking ninja said, appearing before the Hokage. The Hokage agreed. Hello everyone, I'm Heiate. Before we begin, there is something I would like you to do. It's a preliminary for the third test. To decide who gets to participate in the main event. Preliminary, many people questioned in unison. What do you mean? Why aren't all the people here allowed to participate? Sakura asked. Because the first and second tests may have been too easy this year, and we have too many people remaining, Heiate said. According to the rules, we may have a preliminary to reduce the number of participants for the third test. As Hokage-sama said, there are many important individuals and time is important. Now that is said, if there is anyone who feels like they cannot participate in a preliminary match now, please step forward now and you will be removed. I'm going to quit, Kabuto said. Zaku, whose arm was broken, and one of Kabuto's teammates opted to sew the same. One of the Taigakuru ninja did as well. From the waterfall village, there remained one guy and a girl with mint green hair. What Orochimaru said, should we remove Uchiha due to the curse mark? Anko whispered to the Hokage. I don't think that will be possible, Kakashi said, joining the conversation. He is an Uchiha after all. Besides, I don't exactly want to have to deal with Orochimaru's threats. If the mark does not flare up, then let him compete, the Hokage said, much to Anko's disliking. Sasuke turned to his team. I am not backing out. There are too many strong people here that I want to fight, he said. Naruto, I also want to fight you. Naruto stared at his teammate and smiled. Fine, then I want to fight you as well, he responded as their rivalry heated up. Neji turned to his cousin. Hinata, you should also back out. I must admit that I am impressed you made it this far, but if you continue, something bad will surely happen to you, said Neji. Naruto, who was within hearing distance of this, was a little enraged by Neji's unexplained behavior towards Hinata. Bah! What do you know about Hinata? She's strong and she doesn't need to listen to you, responded Naruto. Naruto thinks I am strong? Hinata thought to herself. This gave her the courage to defy her cousin's warnings and remain in the competition. Now, if there is no one else, we are going to begin the preliminaries, Heiate announced. Since there are 22 entries now, we will have 11 matches. Each match will be a one-on-one battle with the match ending when one fighter is dead, unconscious, or admits defeat. Anko said something into her headset and a screen appeared on the wall behind them. This electronic scoreboard will show 2 randomly selected people, who will do battle, she said as names began to flash on the screen. After it stopped, 2 names remained, Sasuke Uchiha and Yori Akato. So soon? Sasuke said, trying to sound surprised. Now, these 2 entrants come forward while the rest of you, please proceed to the balconies above to watch the matches, Heiate announced. Sasuke, you better not lose if you want to fight me, Naruto said to his teammate. Sasuke gave him his usual look, indicating that he was planning on winning this quick. Kakashi also walked past Sasuke. Sasuke, Kakashi whispered. Don't use the Sharingan. If that mark acts up, I will have to step in and stop the fight. What mark? Sasuke asked, sending a surprised Kakashi a smile and wondering what was up with everyone thinking he had some sort of mark. Kakashi looked at the back of Sasuke's neck to find that the speculations going around the Jonin were false and that Orochimaru had not given Sasuke a curse mark. We'll talk about this later then. I guess just forget about what I said then, Kakashi responded as he went up to the stairs. With that, the match began. Yori started off by making a quick hand seal, and a blue chakra aura surrounded his hands. Sasuke activated his Sharingan as Yori sent a few shurikens sailing towards Sasuke, who easily dodged them. Sasuke charged at Yoru, engaging in a quick taijutsu battle. Sasuke had Yori pinned to the ground, but Yori reached and gripped Sasuke's chest, the blue aura appearing around his hand. Sasuke soon felt some chakra being drained from him as he disengaged from Yori. Shocked at Yori's ability to absorb chakra, he knew he would have to fight this battle from ranged, or his movements would have to be quick and precise. Hehe, how's that curse mark feeling, Sasuke? Yori thought to himself. You are going to have to engage me in close combat. It was then that Yori noticed the Sharingan. What? How does he have the Sharingan activated? He shouldn't be able to without the curse mark flaring up. Apparently Orochimaru never mentioned that he had failed to give Sasuke the curse mark, thanks to the demon-powered Naruto. Sasuke hated to admit it, but he owed Naruto big time for saving him back there. Yori knew he was in trouble if Sasuke could use his Sharingan. He made a desperate attempt to end the fight by charging at Sasuke with his jutsu active. Suddenly, he felt a foot make contact with the bottom of his ha, knocking him into the air. Copying Lee's technique, Sasuke appeared behind Yori in his shadow. Sasuke kicked Yori a few times, making him fall faster towards the ground with each blow. Finally, Sasuke flipped around so that he was on top of Yori and drove his knee into his opponent's gut as Yori and the ground met. Lion's Barrage. Sasuke called out as his final strike knocked Yori unconscious and out of the exam. Ah, Sasuke. You may have avoided me in the forest, but you will become mine soon enough, Orochimaru said, disguised as the Sound Team sensei. However, I need to make sure that next time the demon brat won't be in my way. Kakashi appeared next to the Hokage and Anko. I looked at Sasuke's neck before the match and there doesn't appear to be a curse mark. I'm going to take him for a further examination to be sure, but it appears that Sasuke has avoided that fate for the time being. Anko looked at Kakashi out of surprise and the Hokage nodded in agreement. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha Heiate announced as medics came to collect Yori. Kakashi went to meet Sasuke. Come with me, the Hokage just wants to be sure, he said to Sasuke as the Uchiha victor followed him out of the room. Where's Sasuke going? Sakura asked out of curiosity. Naruto and Haku shrugged. Next match, Chuji Akamichi vs Dosu Kinta, Heiate announced. Chuji stepped forward, revealing some of his nerves to his opponent. I have to fight this nervous fatty. Dosu taunted his opponent. What did you just say? Chuji growled in anger. Dosu had just said the taboo word for Chuji. I am not fat. Human boulder. Chuji did one of his family's jutsu, inflating himself into a large ball and rolling at high speeds towards Dosu. Dosu sidestepped Chuji as the human boulder slammed into the wall. Wanting to end it quick, Dosu revealed some apparatus on his forearm and slammed it into Chuji. With a flick of his finger, he sent a shock wave of sound through Chuji's body, effectively knocking him out. Winner, Dosu Kinta, Hayate announced as Team 10 let their spirits drop. Next match, Haku Yuki vs Tenten. This will be an interesting fight, Tenten said as she faced Haku. The battle between the weapons expert and Senbon specialist was about to begin. Hayate announced as Tenten took a step backwards, throwing a few shuriken to test the waters. Haku quickly knocked them out of the way with his Senbon and sent a few more towards Tenten, who dodged them rather easily. You're not going to beat me with Senbon. I know about all types of weapons and yours is not powerful enough. Tenten stated. Tenten. Show him the power of your youth. Lee said, cheering for his teammates from the stands. Not caring about anyone else's ears, Lee did so, deafening anyone standing within 10 feet of him. Lee. Cheer harder. Guy instructed. Yes, Guy-sensei. I will pour all of my youth into this cheer, shouted Lee. Now, no one was safe from Lee's shouts. This match is practically over, Sasuke said, returning to the stands. Is Kakashi-sensei with you? Naruto asked. No, he stayed behind, saying he had something to check up on, typical. Sasuke shrugged. Hee, long time no see, Kakashi, the sound sensei said to Kakashi. You should consider your student lucky. However, he won't escape me next time. Orochimaru, Kakashi growled out. Why are you here? Why are you after Sasuke? Heh, you're lucky. You've already got your hands on it, Orochimaru hissed. Kakashi realized what Orochimaru was referring to. Yes, it's the Sharingan. Just like the one in your left eye. I want it. What are your goals? Kakashi said, trying to squeeze as much out of the snake before it slithered away. The newly created Sound Village, that's my village. You should be able to figure out just from that, Orochimaru said. For that purpose, I need a lot of pieces. Kakashi activated his Raikiri, ready to take down Orochimaru if he must. However, Orochimaru just turned and left into the darkness. I will get my hands on Sasuke and there is nothing you can do to stop me. Orochimaru let out a sinister laugh as he faded from view. What do you mean over? Lee shouted at Sasuke. Tenten's youthful powers far succeed your teammates. Just watch the match and you'll see, Sasuke said as everyone turned their attention back to the match. Tenten and Haku were engaged in an equal battle of throwing weapons at one another. Realizing that she needed something different, Tenten took out the 2 scrolls on her side. Ninja Art, Twin Rising Dragons. Suddenly, the 2 scrolls unfurled and rose into the air. Tenten jumped up and began summoning weapons, bombarding Haku with a rain of sharp pointy objects. With her attack finished, Tenten landed on the ground to see the results. All she saw was Haku encased in a dome of ice. What? Most of the people in the stand said. Team 7 didn't look so surprised. Guy-sensei, what is up with that ice surrounding Haku? Lee asked. Everyone else was shocked by Haku's mysterious ability. Like I said, this match is over, Sasuke repeated himself. Haku has a rare blood limit called the Hayaton. Watch a little more and you shall see its true powers. Hayaton, demonic ice mirrors. Haku said as a dome of ice mirrors formed around Tenten. Tenten. Lee shouted out as the rest of Team Guy looked on at Haku's abilities. Please surrender now. I do not wish to harm you, Haku said, his reflection appearing in every mirror. Like you could keep me trapped in here is mere ice? Tenten replied. She threw a few kunai with explosive tags at one of the mirrors, only for it to be unfazed, much to her surprise. Haku went on the offensive, hitting the joints on her arms and legs with senbon, effectively immobilizing Tenten. "What did you do?" "I can't move," she called out as she collapsed to the ground. "I hit the nerve clusters in your arms and legs. You won't be able to move them for about an hour, but I made sure not to damage them. You should be able to regain full control after some rest," Haku explained. Niji looked on in shock at the skills Haku possessed. The boy's precision appeared to rival even his own. The proctor took a look at Tenten and she noted that what Haku said was correct. "Alright, I declare Haku Yuki the winner." Next up, Ino Yamanaka vs Sakura Haruno. Everyone in the stands braced for the cat fight of the century. See you in the next one. The Uzumaki Tales, Return of the Whirlpool Chapter 14, Preliminaries, The Leaf Kunoichi Blossom, Next Match, Ino Yamanaka vs Sakura Haruno, Hayate announced. The two shocked Kunoichi proceeded to the floor. "I never thought that I would have to fight you," Sakura, Ino said to her opponent. To Ino's surprise, Sakura removed her headband that she had been using to hold back her hair, and tied it properly around her forehead. "Those two. This could get troublesome," Shikamaru sighed, leaning on the railing. It may not look like it, but Ino is an exceptional shinobi," Asuma thought about his student. But will she be able to go all out against Sakura? Flashback. As a female ninja, we must not only be skilled in the arts of the shinobi, but also culture and knowledge, an academy instructor lectured. If you cannot sneak into enemy territory and act as a normal woman, then being a spy will be pointless. Today's lesson will be flower arrangement, now go and pick some flowers. The little girls ran off to complete their assignment. "Ino, wait up," a little Sakura said, calling out for her friend. Before reaching a small Ino, she tripped and fell to the ground. "I'm bad at this stuff, how about you?" Sakura asked her friend. "What?" Ino asked, trying to see if Sakura was serious. "But you're named after a flower." "Hee, there is a trick to this." "What? Really?" Sakura said. "Yeah. What you do is find a main flower, and then find smaller flowers that complement it," Ino explained. "Look over there." Ino pointed at a few flowers. "If this cosmos is the main flower, then you can use that Fujibakuma as a complement. Like the sakura flower in the spring, the cosmos flower is the most beautiful flower in the fall. And in flower language, it means harmony as it goes along great with any other autumn flower." Ino then held the flower up to her head and gave a cute smile. "Look. Does this go as nice with me as it does the cosmos? Aren't I a cutie?" "Why, yeah," Sakura responded. "What was with that pause?" Ino asked. Suddenly 3 larger girls appeared behind Sakura. Well, if it isn't Miss Gigantic Forehead," their leader said. "Trying to make yourself look better recently? Who do you think you are?" Ino then proceeded to deck the girl upside the head, sending her flying back and leaving a few flowers sticking out of her mouth. "I'm sorry, I must have mistaken that opening for a vase," Ino said as the rest of the girls' group gathered around their unconscious leader. "It may be weak, but that flower is poisonous. You had better spit it out." With that, the 3 older girls were running away from Ino. Ino is so incredible. She's so smart and fashionable and cute. And her ninjutsu skills are great as well, Sakura thought. But compared to her, I'm just. Sakura looked down at the flowers she was holding and got a saddened look on her face. "If Ino is a cosmos, then I'm just a Fujibakuma," Sakura said quietly, although Ino picked up on what she was saying. "What are you talking about? If you ask me, you aren't even a flower, you are a bud," Ino said, only worsening Sakura's depression. End flashback. Right now, I have no intention of fighting you over Sasuke, Sakura said, facing her opponent as she recalled some of her childhood memories with Ino. What? Ino shouted out. You and Sasuke don't even go together, Sakura stated. Plus I am stronger than you. I don't even have to worry about you. Sakura, who the hell do you think you are? Ino replied. Don't get ahead of yourself, crybaby Sakura. What are they doing? Naruto asked Kakashi. Well, it looks like Sakura doesn't want Ino to not take her seriously or show her mercy, Kakashi explained. Flashback. Hey Ino, why did you give me the ribbon? Sakura asked, sitting next to her friend. Hee, that's because it would be a waste if you ended up as a bud, Ino said. A flower is meaningless unless it blooms, right? And it could grow into an even more beautiful flower. Thank you, Ino, Sakura said to herself as the two went off to pick some more flowers. End flashback. I have always believed those words that you told me, Sakura said to her opponent and rival. I had always believed them to be true. I wanted to be like you. You were my goal. Thanks to you I am here now. That's why, Ino, I want this to be an all-out fight. Unless I really surpass you, it's meaningless. Why are they acting like that? Naruto said, hoping they would get to the fight. He doesn't even understand. He's the same way with Sasuke, Kakashi thought, looking over to Sasuke, who was also starting to get a little impatient at the talking. On the floor, Ino moved her headband from her waist to her forehead, indicating that she acknowledged Sakura as an opponent. The fight was ready to begin. Sakura ran at Ino, creating 3 clones in the process. Ino saw right through them, but Sakura had just focused all of her chakra to her feet, causing her to lunge at Ino with increased speed. Her fist made contact with Ino, sending her back. Wow! Sakura rules! Naruto shouted out. Her basic chakra control is perfect, even for a rookie, Kakashi said. In that respect, she's even better than you and Sasuke. This caught both of their attention as Kakashi tried to redirect it back to the fight. Wow, Sakura is even more beautiful now than she ever was. Lee thought to himself. Sakura and Ino both engaged one another, then backing off to throw shuriken at each other. Their shuriken hit one another, canceling the attack completely. But her opponent did great too. This could be a long match. Since when did she become so strong? Ino thought. I can do this. Sakura thought. Both of their fists collided with each other's face, sending them both to the ground. By this point in time, the battle had gone on over 10 minutes and even the proctor was starting to get impatient. There's no way you could be even with me. Ino shouted. Of course, how could I be even with someone who only worries about growing her hair? Sakura replied. Like Sakura had done back in the forest, Ino took a knife and cut her long ponytail off, much to her team's surprise. She then threw the cut hair on the ground, scattering it over. Yikes! Shikamaru said. She's snapped. I'm going to end this right now. I'm going to make I give up come directly from your mouth, Ino said, making her family's signature hand seal. I understand your desperation, but that is useless, seeing as all I have to do is avoid it, which will be easy, Sakura said. You then wouldn't be able to return to your body for a few minutes and Hey-8 would be forced to call the fight. Sakura prepared to run, only to get tangled in Ino's hair that lined the ground. Ninja art, mind transfer jutsu. Ino called out as her body went limp. At the same time, so did Sakura's. Wait, which one is it? Shikamaru called out, not sure if her jutsu hit. Too bad, Sakura, Ino said, from Sakura's body. Sakura, both Lee and Naruto called out. "Now's your chance, finish Ino off." "Idiots, it's useless now," Shikamaru explained. Ino transferred her mind into Sakura. She's now in control of Sakura. "Proctor, Sakura Haruno, would like to." Ino/Sakura said. "Sakura, don't do it." Naruto shouted out. "If you lose to that Sasuke fangirl, you're not a woman." "Damn, he's so annoying," Ino thought. Suddenly, Ino felt something inside Sakura's head, like Sakura was fighting back for control. She clutched her head. Inside Sakura's head, the inner Sakura began beating up Ino, forcing her out of Sakura's body. "Two minds? What are you?" Ino said with her own voice again. "Heh, don't you know women have to be tough to survive?" Sakura said, finally regaining control of herself. Once you are caught by that jutsu, it's difficult to repel," Kakashi thought. But, what if Naruto's cheering awakened her inner desire to beat Ino and that's what gave her the strength? Maybe she's not so weak after all, Sasuke said to himself. With one last burst of energy, the two kunoichi charged at each other, their punches making contact with each other's faces. The two fell to the ground unconscious. Their Jonin senseis went to the floor to collect the unconscious girls as Hay-8 announced a double knockout. "Man, that was troublesome. I hope I don't have to face a girl," Shikamaru said, receiving some glares from Tenten and Kurenai. "Next match, Hinata Hyuga vs Kankuro," the board announced. "Heh, a little leaf brat, this will be easy," Kankuro thought to himself. Hinata recalled the encounter in the forest with the sand ninja. She began to tremble a little. Although he had not been the one she was afraid of at that time, he couldn't be much better. Niji then turned to Hinata. "You should just give up," he said to her as she receded even more into herself. He had also managed to catch Naruto's attention. "You are too weak to face him. I can tell just from looking at you." "What the hell are you talking about, Niji?" Naruto shouted at Niji, ready to knock him out. "I am only speaking the truth," Niji said. "Niji-Nizan?" Hinata looked at her cousin. "Nizan," most of the people responded, looking to Kakashi for answers. Niji and Hinata aren't necessarily siblings, more like cousins. They belong to the Hyuga clan, one of the most prestigious families in Konoha, Kakashi explained. Hinata is a member of the main family while Niji is a member of the branch family. However, things have happened over the years, distancing the branches, and Niji is only searching for some form of weakness in Hinata. "Hinata, I will say it again. You are not a good shinobi. You should just forfeit. You don't want to dishonor the clan, do you? Dishonor the main branch?" Niji taunted as Naruto's blood began to boil. "Hinata! Don't listen to this ass!" he shouted out, waking Ino and Sakura. "Even now, I can feel your sense of inferiority. You cannot win and you will only dishonor yourself and the main branch. Now you don't want to do that. Oh wait, you already have. You cannot change and you will continue to be weak." Niji's words had a harsh sting to them as Hinata walked down the stairs to face her opponent. "I wanted to change myself. But, is it true that I cannot?" she said to herself. She remembered the training sessions with her father and how he would always degrade her. Eventually, he shoved her aside for her sister, Hanabi. Hinata, Niji had one more thing to say to her before her match began. "People cannot change themselves. I thought of you as a spoiled member of the main family, but the truth is that you are just an embarrassment." This really got Naruto's blood boiling as Kurama was debating whether or not to let a little of his chakra seep through the seal. He also wanted to shut this cynical man up badly. "Hinata, I can see with my Byakugan that you do not want to fight. Deep down, you just want to run away and hide, Niji taunted more. Kankuro just smirked. This sibling rivalry was doing his work for him. Byakugan? Sakura asked, directing her question to Kakashi. Kakashi answered her question, it's the advanced bloodline of the Hyuga. Kind of like Sasuke's Sharingan being the advanced bloodline of the Uchiha, although it surpasses the Sharingan in terms of visual insight alone. Niji glared at her from the balcony, activating his Byakugan. He wasn't going to pass up this chance to embarrass and taunt a member of the main family. His only regret was that he wasn't the one facing her. I can see you imagining your defeat, Niji said. You cannot change that. You cannot change yourself. Hinata. You can. Naruto shouted out, having enough of Niji's bullshit. He has no right to tell you what you are and aren't. Now kick this sand guy's ass and stick it to Niji bastard's face. I believe you can do it. Naruto is cheering for me. Hinata thought to herself. He thinks I can win. UHG, he really is annoying, Niji thought. Naruto, thank you, Hinata, though, as her doubts suddenly disappeared. Kankuro noticed this as well. Heh, looks like this brat wants to play, Kankuro smirked. Byakugan. Hinata said, activating her blood limit. Thank you, Naruto. I will show you that I can change. Begin. Hayate announced. Hinata made the first move, charging at Kankuro, who was just standing there. She had her Byakugan locked onto him, but noticed that something was off. The chakra inside Kankuro was not normal. In fact, there was no chakra source inside him, only chakra lines that seemed to go to that bundle on his back. She took a gamble and decided to attack the bundle instead of Kankuro. After a few first strikes, Kankuro retreated as the bundle unfurled itself to reveal another Kankuro. Damn, he said. How did she notice that? Up in the stands, everyone looked on in shock. What just happened? Sakura asked. Niji remained silent, but Lee spoke up. One of the specialties of the Byakugan is that it allows the user to see their opponent's chakra network, Lee said as Niji let out slight grin. She must have seen something that caused her to attack the bundle instead of Kankuro. Fine, I'll play, Kankuro said, as the first Kankuro's skin began to peel away, revealing a puppet. He felt a slight pain in his shoulder, but shrugged it off. She charged at him again, only to be intercepted by the puppet, which was slashing at her with its blades. Thankfully, she managed to dodge. This dance between her and the puppet went on for a few minutes before Hinata noticed something. It was another puppet. Kankuro thought that he had her, but she dodged just in time. How? I thought I was in her blind spot, there should have been no way she saw me. Up in the stands, Naruto smiled. Hinata was doing great and Niji had turned his back on the fight. How did she see that? Even I think that should have gotten her, Sasuke questioned. Yes, but the Byakugan gives her the ability to see in a 360-degree arc around her, Lee explained. Wow, you know a lot about the Byakugan, Lee, Naruto explained. Yes, when your rival is also from the Hyuga clan, you must know about their abilities. It's just like Gai Sensei and the Sharingan, Lee explained. Hinata was now facing two puppets and Kankuro. She had to do something quick as she was rapidly losing stamina. Focusing her Byakugan on Kankuro, she saw thin chakra threads coming out of his hands and attaching to the puppets. Deciding to go for it, she made a dash for one of the puppets, lashing out at the threads. She managed to sever 3 of the threads on one of the puppets, however, the other puppet landed a blow, creating a deep, but not life-threatening gash in her left arm and side. Hinata. Naruto shouted from the stands, becoming increasingly concerned for her. You see now, she will not win this, Neji said as the puppets landed another blow on her, sending her back into the wall and leaving a medium-sized puncture wound in her right side. Bah! Shut up, Neji. What do you know? Naruto said. More than you think, Neji said, getting Naruto's attention. Although she may be the heir of the main house, she is weak. Her father even pushed her aside to train her younger sister, who is a much better candidate to lead the clan. If she doesn't prove herself to her father by her 16th birthday, he will officially instate Hanabi as the clan heir and she will be forced into a branch family, like me. That is her destiny and she must accept it. What sort of bullshit are you talking about? What does destiny have to do with this? Naruto asked. What do you mean by main and branch families? Sakura asked. Neji remained silent, but Lee spoke up. The Hyuga clan is composed of a main family that runs the clan. Hinata is a member of the main family. Neji on the other hand, is a member of the branch family, Lee explained as Neji remained silent. However, from what I understand, the main family has made special rules in favor of themselves and subjugating the branch families. Unfortunately, that has begun to create a rift in the family. Their attention turned back to the fight. Hinata was trying desperately to evade the attacks, although she was beginning to tire. If something didn't happen soon, this fight would be over. Hinata! Naruto shouted again. Don't let these guys put you down. You're stronger than that. Does he really believe that? She thought to herself. She then thought back to the rest of the exam as Naruto had done nothing but support her the entire way. The least she could do right now was not to let him down. She began calling on the last reserves of her energy and made a dart towards the puppets. Demonstrating chakra control that could rival Sakura, she increased her speed, flying past the puppets and towards Kankuro. Hinata landed 2 strikes on Kankuro's wrist, causing him to lose the ability to use chakra with his hands and also causing the chakra threads controlling his puppets to disappear. 2 more strikes to the body caused his sides to go numb. Hinata made one last strike, aimed for his chest. After the final burst of chakra penetrated Kankuro, she disengaged, waiting to see the result of her attack. Kankuro began coughing up blood, as her attack had managed to slightly damage the muscles around his heart. He collapsed to the ground, defeated. Winner, Hinata Hyuga. Hayate announced. Yeah. You did it, Hinata. Naruto said, jumping down to give her a big hug. Hinata began to turn red, although it was not because of Naruto. As Naruto let go of her, wondering what was wrong, she fell to her knees, panting heavily. Hinata. Kurenai said. She checked the girl's temperatures and heart rate quickly, determining them to be elevated. Those weapons? Poison? We need a medic over here quick. I think she's been poisoned. 2 medical ninja came over and placed her on a stretcher. It looks like it's poison, one of them said, repeating exactly what Kurenai had just said. Naruto looked down at Hinata on the stretcher. Naruto, do you think I changed? She asked weakly, letting out a non-poison-induced blush. Did I show I can be strong? Naruto smiled. Yeah, you were great, Hinata, the blonde said as the 2 medics carried her off to treat her wounds and poison. Naruto sent a glare up to Neji, basically saying, I told you she could do it. Neji just shrugged it off. Yep. Girls can definitely be troublesome, Shikamaru said, looking up at the scoreboard. Damn. Next match, Shikamaru Nara vs Kintsuchi, the board read. He can control the shadows, watch out for that, Kin's teammate Zaku said to her. The 2 competitors proceeded to the floor. Man, this is troublesome. I didn't want to have to fight a girl, Shikamaru said. Don't worry, I'll make it quick, Kin said. Begin. Hayate announced. I saw Dosu's ability, but I don't know what hers are, Shikamaru said. Oh well, Shadow Possession Jutsu. His shadow expanded out, towards Kin. She dodged his attack, flinging a few senbon towards her. Shikamaru dodged. Clink bells attached to the senbon made, as they caught Shikamaru's attention. Heh. I know that trick. Next you'll throw one with a bell on it and one without a bell. My attention will be drawn to the bell, and you'll get me with the other needle, Shikamaru said, analyzing her strategy. I just need to avoid those needles. Clink. What? Behind? Shikamaru said, turning around to see the same bells making the sound. String? Suddenly, Shikamaru saw Kin throwing 2 needles towards him. He couldn't dodge these, so he had to block. Kin was about ready to throw a few more needles into Shikamaru, but found herself unable to move. What? She said. Heh, Shadow Possession Jutsu is finally a success, Shikamaru said, analyzing Kin's facial expression. You haven't noticed it yet? A string at that height doesn't make a shadow. Kin looked down to see 2 shadows coming off of her string and connecting to her shadow. I can change the shape of my shadow. So I made it real skinny to make it look like the shadow of your string. Shikamaru then pulled a shuriken out and aimed it at Kin. Because of the jutsu, she did the same thing to him. Are you crazy? She called out. If you attack, we will both get hurt. I know, Shikamaru said. We'll just keep throwing shuriken to see how long we last. As the shuriken got really close to the competitor's face, Shikamaru quickly bent backwards to dodge it, causing Kin to do the same. However, she slammed her head on the wall behind her, knocking her unconscious. Heh, one down, Shikamaru said, returning to an upright position. If you're a shinobi, then you have to fight with knowledge of your surroundings. The distance to the wall behind you was what got you. I used the shuriken to keep you from noticing how close you were to it. Winner, Shikamaru. Hayate announced. Yeah, Shikamaru. Ino cheered out. Kurenai returned to the stands. How is she? Naruto asked, concerned for Hinata. She'll be fine. Thankfully the poison was a common type and they had the antidote here in the tower. They are just stitching her wounds up and she might even make it back to watch the final fights, Kurenai explained. Alright. It's good that Hinata will be alright, and even better that she won, Kiba said quietly. Now, that leaves me, Shino, Naruto, Neji, Lee, those 2 sand ninja, all 3 Kyumo ninja, that one green-haired waterfall ninja and her teammate. Naruto turned back to the arena to see the next matchup. Yeah. About time. Naruto said. Akamaru. We got so lucky. Kiba said. Next match, Kiba Inuzuka vs Naruto Uzumaki, Hayate announced. See you in the next one. The Uzumaki Tales, Return of the Whirlpool. Chapter 15, Prelims, the battles of the Jinchuriki. Naruto and Kiba stepped to the floor. Yeah, Akamaru. It's like we have already won, Kiba cheered. Shut the hell up. And don't bring your puppy here. He'll only get in the way, Naruto responded. Idiot, Akamaru's fighting with me, Kiba explained. Is that even allowed? Naruto asked the proctor. Yes, animals and insects are the same as ninja tools. They are allowed, Hayate explained. Fine, you need the help anyways, Naruto said. Akamaru, you stay out of this. I can take Naruto on my own, Kiba said. Naruto. Don't lose to him. Sakura called out, returning the favor for him cheering for her. Sorry Kakashi, but he can't beat Kiba, Kurenai thought. I feel bad for you, so I'll end it with one punch, Kiba said, remembering Naruto's failures back in the academy. Ah, is that so? Then me too, Naruto responded. Stop acting tough, Kiba said. Hee, this will be fun. I never was a fan of dogs anyways, Kurama told Naruto. Wait, are you going to help me? Naruto asked the fox. Not physically. There are too many people here and you can beat him without me. I do know a trick or two that will help though. I'll tell you when the time is right. Naruto let out a little smirk. Begin. Hey-8 announced. Beast Mimicry Jutsu. Kiba called out as he began to grow claws and his appearance began slightly more canine in appearance. He charged at Naruto with unbelievable speed, sending Naruto flying back. Proctor, he won't be opening his eyes for a little. Naruto? Ino and Chuji thought from the stands. Chuji had finally recovered from his battle with the sound ninja, although his hearing was still a little shaky. Sakura glanced over at Kakashi and Sasuke, who gave her a smile, reassuring her that Naruto wouldn't be defeated so easily. Both Sakura and Sasuke knew Naruto could easily beat Kiba if he tapped into the Kyuubi's chakra. However, with the Hokage and a bunch of high-ranking ninja present, only an idiot would do that. Though, in their eyes, Naruto was an idiot. Kiba, never underestimate me. Naruto said, standing up. Naruto. Sakura called out. Although she normally wouldn't be so enthusiastic about Naruto, she wanted her teammate to win, plus she owed him for helping her face Ino. As for Sasuke, he wanted Naruto to win so that he might get a chance to fight him in the final round. Yosh, now that's the power of youth. Lee called out as Guy nodded in agreement. Saying that as you bleed. I said to stop acting tough. Kiba shouted out. Akamaru just barked along with Kiba. I let you hit me, to test your strength, Naruto said. I'm going to need to teach him how to do that without getting beat to a bloody pulp, Kakashi said, thinking of Naruto's specialty jutsu. You should stop acting tough too. Use your dog, I'll beat both of you, Naruto grinned, wiping the blood off his mouth. Gur, you'll regret that. Let's go, Akamaru. Kiba commanded as the two charged at Naruto. He threw a few smoke balls, making Naruto unable to see. As Naruto exited the cloud, Akamaru latched onto Naruto's arm. Yeah, way to go, Akamaru. Kiba said as he saw Akamaru sitting next to an unconscious Naruto. Naruto? Sakura called out. Akamaru returned to Kiba, but ended up biting his master's hand, surprising everyone. Akamaru? Kiba questioned, wondering why his best friend would suddenly do that to him. Gur, you fell for it, Akamaru said, disappearing in a puff of smoke, revealing that Naruto had used a transformation jutsu. The unconscious Naruto stood up, holding an immobilized and whining Akamaru. No, that can't be Naruto. He managed to combine a transformation jutsu and a shadow clone? Shikamaru said, shocked at Naruto's surprisingly clever plan. Humph, so you've gotten a little stronger. Well, that doesn't matter. Time to get serious now, Kiba said, tossing a food pill to Akamaru. Suddenly, Akamaru's fur turned red and became a bit wilder. The re-energized Akamaru kicked the shadow clone, dispelling it and freeing himself. Let's go, Akamaru. Beast clone Justu. Akamaru jumped onto Kiba's back and turned into a copy of Kiba. Their face had a feral appearance, similar to when Naruto was using Kyuubi chakra. Both of the Kibas charged at Naruto with great speed. Naruto was only just able to dodge it, by jumping in the air. Now! Fong over Fong! Kiba called out as he and Akamaru spun rapidly towards Naruto. Naruto landed, coughing up a bit of blood in the process. That's the difference in our abilities, Kiba said. I can't lose here. I will become Hokage. Naruto exclaimed, forcing himself to his feet. Kiba laughed. You become Hokage? You're even weaker than me. If you want to become Hokage, then I'll become Hokage. Kiba mocked Naruto's dream, big mistake. Now was time for Naruto to use his new jutsu. He flung a small amount of shuriken at Kiba, who just laughed at Naruto's desperation. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto called out as those few shuriken turned into nearly 100. Thanks to his speed, Kiba was able to dodge most of them, but he and Akamaru still got hit by a few. Fortunately for them, their wounds were only scratches. Where did he learn that? Asuma said, turning to a smiling Kakashi and Team 7. I might have showed them a thing or two, Kakashi replied. But that's an A-rank technique, Asuma replied. It may be, but it not when you can already use shadow clones. Because Naruto could use the shadow clone jutsu, it was a C, maybe a low B rank in terms of difficulty to learn. Although he's still a long way from mastering it, as the Hokage can create roughly 1,000 shuriken clones, Kakashi explained. If he taught Naruto that technique, then I wonder what he taught the rest of his team, Asuma thought. Kit, the key to defeating dogs like this is to use their nose against them, Kurama explained, finally giving Naruto that advice he promised. Naruto knew what the fox was referring to and reached into his pouch to pull out 2 yellow smoke bombs. Please tell me those aren't. Kakashi thought, picking up on what Naruto was trying to hide. Kiba and Akamaru charged at Naruto, hoping to pay him back for those shuriken. As they got close, Naruto took a deep breath and threw the smoke balls on the ground. Gah! Screamed Kiba. Both he and Akamaru, who had transformed back, were clutching their noses. Everyone's sweat dropped in the stands as Kakashi just let out a slight laugh. They don't call him the #1 unpredictable ninja for nothing, Kakashi said. Both Sasuke and Shikamaru had to admit that what Naruto just did was rather effective. Given that he's a prankster, I've been wondering if Naruto carried any stink bombs on him. Right now, Kiba's sense of smell is 1000x more powerful than a human, Kurenai thought, actually impressed at what Naruto had done. Kiba and Akamaru were both rolling in pain, as Naruto's stink bombs ravaged their super-sensitive sense of smell. Naruto created 2 shadow clones to restrain Akamaru this time. He then created 4 more to knock Kiba into the air. Uzumaki, the 4 clones called out as they sent Kiba into the air. The real Naruto then jumped above Kiba, kicking his head and slamming him into the ground. Barrage! Naruto called out. He took that move from Sasuke, Kakashi thought, looking over at Sasuke, who let out a smirk. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. Hey-8 called out. Hee hee. Yeah, I won. Naruto started cheering. At that time, Hinata re-entered the room and saw Kiba lying on the ground and Naruto celebrating. She came to the conclusion that Naruto and Kiba just had a match and that Naruto had emerged victorious. While she was happy that Naruto had won, she was sad that Kiba lost. Upon seeing her re-enter the room, Naruto ran over to Hinata, hugging her and celebrating. This time she fainted, much to Naruto's confusion. Kurenai came over and picked her up and carried her up to the balcony. Is she going to be okay, Kurenai-sensei? Naruto asked. Yeah, she's just tired, that's all, Kurenai responded, letting out a slight chuckle, as they proceeded back the stands. He still doesn't get it. Naruto. That was an excellent display of youth. Lee shouted. I only hope my match is next so I can show everyone my youthful powers. Guy looked at his student and gave Lee his nice guy pose, creeping out most of the people who saw that. Next match, Shino Aburame vs Fu of the Waterfall. Hey-8 announced. Darn, I'll never get to go, Lee said as his spirits deflated. No worries Lee, you will get your chance, Guy said, reassuring his student. Alright Shino, go kick some butt. Naruto shouted out. No one could understand how Naruto had even more energy after fighting, but this was Naruto. Shino and Fu faced each other and the proctor announced to begin. Shino started by unleashing a few of his insects on Fu, testing out the waters of the battle. However, Fu's response was completely different than he had expected. BBB bugs? Fu said, putting Hinata's stuttering to shame. Yes, bugs, Shino responded, almost insulted by Fu's calling his insects bugs. I am an Aburame and my family lives in symbiosis with these bugs. As Shino's insects crept closer, Fu backed away, almost as if she was afraid of them. Images began to flash through her mind, causing her to cower against the wall in fear. What's going on? Shikamaru asked, confused by Fu's reaction. It looks like she has a severe case of entomophobia, Kurenai said. Entomophobia? Naruto asked, spelling out the word. Sakura sighed. It means fear of insects, you idiot, Sakura responded. Get them away from me. Fu called out as Shino's insects crept closer. Do you forfeit then? He asked. Fu, remember the task the elder gave to us. Fu's teammate called out. Her memories came to her. Flashback. For the past decade, our village has been seen as weak. The only reason we haven't been attacked is because of our secret location, a village elder said to Fu and her team. However, for the first time in years, we finally have ninja who are ready to compete in Konoha's Chunin exams. Please go and show that our village is still strong. We won't disappoint you, Shibiki-sama, the 3 waterfall ninja said, bowing to their leader. End flashback. Fu, realizing what she promised, decided that today was the day to get over her fears. She stood up and faced Shino, indicating that she would not surrender. However, it was too late as Shino's bugs swarmed her, sucking her chakra, and Fu's screams resumed. Fu's teammate looked on with sadness at what his teammate was enduring. Suddenly, Shino's insects were repelled with a violent blast of chakra and Fu was on the floor crying out in pain. To everyone's horror, red chakra began to bubble around her. Every high-ranking ninja rushed to her. I'm sorry, but I must do this for the safety of the ninja here, the Hokage said. 5-pronged seal, he said, slamming his fingers into Fu's stomach. The red chakra receded, but everyone's expressions did not. Fu dropped to the ground unconscious. Hokage-sama, Shino asked. What was that? Why did you interfere with my fight? It is something I cannot talk about right now, Shino. However, I declare you the victor of this match, the Hokage said. Just know that I had to do so for everyone's safety. Sakura and Sasuke turned their shocked expressions towards Naruto. And Naruto? Are you alright? Sakura asked, seeing the same look in his eyes that they say back in the forest when Naruto told them his little secret. Yeah, just shocked that's all, Naruto said back to them. He then turned to Yujito, who shared the same expression of pain and sadness that Naruto had just displayed. Both of them looked up at Gaara, only to feel his desire to kill someone now. Whoever was matched up against him had better be ready for a fight to the death. Kurama? Naruto said to the fox. Yeah, I saw and felt it too, Kit. She's one of us. Based on the chakra cloak, I would assume that Chomei, the Nanabai, is sealed within her. However, for some reason, that appears to have manifested into a strong fear of bugs, the demon fox replied. Shikamaru noticed that Naruto's expression was different from everyone else. Naruto, do you know what's going on? The lazy genius said. No, Naruto lied, not wanting to reveal everything right there in front of everyone. Shikamaru just shrugged it off, not wanting to put in the extra effort to question Naruto some more. Kakashi at the same time looked at Naruto and even some of the reactions from his team. He knows. And based on the rest of the team's reactions, I suspect they are aware as well. I wonder what happened, Kakashi thought, knowing he would have to talk to his team once this was over. Trying to move on, Hayate quickly announced the next match. Yujito ni vs Takuro Rigito. Yujito and the remaining waterfall ninja stepped forward. Yujito took a look at Takuro, who was still shaken by the previous event. She knew the easy way to win this would be to let a bit of her demon chakra flare, as she and the Nibi were on friendly terms with one another, but even Ibiki and Enko would see that as cruel. Begin. Hayate called out. Katan, flaming hellcats. Yujito said as she unleashed two tiger-sized flaming cats on her opponent. Sushin, water wave, the still shaking Taigakura ninja called out, just getting the attack off in time, dousing the flaming cats. Despite being at an elemental disadvantage, Yujito could see her opponent faulting with his moves. All she had to do was keep the pressure up and he would eventually slip. After a few minutes of battering the waterfall ninja, Yujito unleashed her final attack. Fiery claws, she said, swiping at her opponent with a flaming cat-like claw and sending him back against the wall with severe burns to his torso and arms. Winner, Yujito ni. Hayate announced. Her team cheered and Team 7 even joined in a little. Lee, now it will be your turn for sure. Guy shouted. No. Lee replied, much to everyone's surprise. It's come this far, so I might as well go last. Everyone looked at the scoreboard in anticipation for the next match. Gaara disappeared in a whirl of sand, appearing on the floor. Get down here, he said, sending a death glare towards the Konoha ninja. Next match, Gaara vs Rock Lee. Hayate called out. Everyone, especially Team 7, was shocked at the matchup, and some of the other Konoha ninja saw their faces. Yash! It fell for it. Lee exclaimed. If you don't want to go last, then say that you do want to go last. Guy sent him a thumb up as he saw Team 7's worried faces. Do not worry. Lee will win this for sure, Guy said. Kakashi tapped Sasuke on the shoulder. Activate your Sharingan and watch the fight with that. Sasuke instantly knew why Kakashi wanted him to do that. Lee jumped down to face Gaara. To be able to face you this early, I could not be happier. Lee said. The cork in Gaara's gourd shot towards Lee, only to be caught. Now don't get antsy. Begin. Hayate announced. Lee, be careful, Guy thought, observing the match. Spinning leaf whirlwind. Lee shouted, launching a sweeping kick at Gaara's head. The sand around Gaara blocked it, much to Lee's surprise. The sand then lashed out at Lee, who flipped backwards to avoid it. Lee attacked again, only to be blocked by the sand. Kankuro arrived next to Naruto, having been released from the medics after his loss to the little leaf brat. Physical attacks are useless against Gaara. Regardless of Gaara's will, the sand acts on its own to protect Gaara. That's why, up until now, no one has ever been able to put a single scratch on him. Naruto was shocked upon hearing those words. Guy-sensei, why is Lee only using taijutsu attacks at close range? Sakura asked, observing the battle. Why doesn't he just use ninjutsu? It's not that he doesn't use ninjutsu, Guy explained. It's that he can't use ninjutsu. What? Team 7 said in unison, although Sasuke was silent, his attention on Lee and the match. Lee has no skill for ninjutsu or genjutsu. In fact, he can't even conjure a single clone, Guy explained. But how did he get so far? Sakura asked. When I met him, he was a complete failure. The only techniques available to him were taijutsu. That's why he can win. Guy said, turning his attention to Lee. Lee! Take them off. But Guy-sensei, that's only for a time. I must protect my precious people, Lee said. It's all right. I'll allow it this once, Guy said. A smile quickly worked its way onto Lee's face as he sat down to reveal a set of training weights underneath his leg warmers. Pfft, there is no way some measly weights will make a difference against Gaara, Temari and Kankuro thought. Ah, much better. Now I can move free, Lee said, dropping the weights from the top of the statue in the room. Boom, was heard when the weights made contact with the floor, creating large craters in the floor, startling everyone, and waking up poor Hinata. Everyone had to pick their jaws up off the floor. Isn't that a bit much, Guy? Kakashi said to the blue beast of Konoha. Hee, Guy said, letting out a smile. Go Lee. Yes. Lee exclaimed, taking off with unimaginable speed. He appeared behind Gaara, before anyone could see what was happening, everyone except Sasuke, who was following the fight with the Sharingan. Lee's attack was stopped just inches away from Gaara's head, closer than anyone had gotten before. He can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu, so we focused all his time and effort on taijutsu, Guy explained. Even if he can't do nin or genjutsu, he won't lose to anyone. He's a taijutsu specialist. As Guy said that, Lee spun above Gaara, lashing out his foot and kicking the back of Gaara's head. Lee had just become the first person to land a blow on Gaara. Ha, I warned you. Lee won't lose to anyone, Guy said. That kid is strong. Now we are just getting started, Lee said, facing his opponent. Lee disappeared again using his speed. He landed a series of blows to the sand wall around Gaara, confusing it until finally he made his move, throwing Gaara into the floor with his next punch. What? Lee said as sand began to peel away from Gaara's face. Suddenly a wave of killing intent shuddered throughout the room. Damn, ever since this Chunin exam started, Gaara's slowly been losing control, Kankuro thought to himself. This is getting bad, Kit. I am even beginning to feel that damn raccoon trying to worm his way out, Kurama said. What? Naruto yelled inside his head. It's true, Naruto, the Nibi said, coming into his head. Naruto had not noticed Yujito come behind him. I can feel the bloodlust of that badger. Out of all of us, he was the most unstable. All he ever thought about was mindless killing. Unlike most of the tailed beasts, who tried to keep their distance from humans, the Ichibi would just waltz up to the nearest village and destroy it. I guess you could say the Ichibi is a true monster. Shit, this Gaara is awake, Kankuro thought. If he gets caught by this Gaara, there's going to be nothing left of him besides blood-soaked sand. What the hell is that? How did he block Bushibrow's attack with that? Naruto said, coming out of his quick conversation with the Nibi. It's the armor of the sand. A look of fear could be seen in his face by both Naruto and Yujito. Armor? Naruto asked. Yeah, it's a thin layer of sand that covers Gaara's body at his own will. It's different from his sand shield that acts on its own, Kankuro explained. That's Gaara's ultimate defense. There are no weaknesses. What do we do? Naruto asked his demonic counterpart. For now, hope your friend doesn't get himself killed, Kurama said. Only if that badger gets out of control will we step in. If worse comes to worse, the seal on Yujito and Matatabi has already been released and she can transform into her tailed beast. Transform? Into her tailed beast? Naruto said. Yes. For you, that is what happens when the chakra cloak you gain from me reaches 9 tails. You effectively turn into me. Although, since you and I are on friendly terms with one another, you will not die and you would be able to revert back to your own form at will, Kurama explained. That is the case with Yujito and I, the Nibi said, creating a slight connection with Naruto so that she and Kurama could discuss the fight. You need to release that seal on you to complete your transformation beyond the chakra cloaks. However, my seal has been released already and the two of us work in conjunction with one another and she can even transform into my true form. If I can transform into you, then I really am a demon. Naruto began to cry, pointing at the fox. Huh. It's not like that, Kit. I'm the demon. You are human. However, because you and I are on good terms, I won't take control and try to destroy you. That's what happened with the Nanabi, until the Hokage suppressed the chakra with that seal. The Nanabi was trying to escape and would have destroyed that girl's body and mind. You and Yujito on the other hand would retain your minds and be able to transform back into your original body. You follow? Kurama explained some more. Sort of, Naruto said. That's good enough for now. Just remember that I am the demon and you are human. We are separate entities, but we work together, lending each other our powers. The same is true for Yujito, but not for the Sand Kid and that waterfall girl. If their beasts broke free, they would be dead and the demons inside them would go on a rampage. If Gaara's forced to use the armor, then that means he's in a defensive pinch as it actually takes up chakra, Kankuro said to himself. That means that kid is actually pretty good. Is that all? Gaara asked Lee. What? If that sand is protecting him, then I must do some damage above the sand's reach. Lee thought, coming up with a risky idea. The lotus. Lee looked up at Guy-sensei and got a nod of approval. He unwrapped the bandages on his arms. The lotus smashes down at high rates of speed, Guy said, catching everyone's attention. That thin layer of sand is useless. Lee then began to dart around Gaara at high speeds, creating a vortex-like effect. Suddenly, Gaara was kicked into the air, his altitude increasing with each of Lee's subsequent blows. Gaara's ascension was too fast for the sand and Gaara soon broke away from it. Lee then wrapped his bandages around Gaara and began the downward spiral at an extremely high velocity. Even the primary lotus puts an extreme strain on the body. All of those kicks are extra dangerous as well, Guy worried. Please let it end with this. Primary lotus. Lee shouted as the vortex collided with the ground, leaving a large crater with Gaara lying in the middle. Lee had disengaged at just the right time and was standing, facing the crater. However, he was severely fatigued from the assault. Lee won. Sakura shouted. What? Both Guy and Lee said as they saw Gaara's body crumble away, leaving a hollow shell of sand. When did he switch? Guy said. It was when you closed your eyes to pray, Guy. Lee hesitated for a moment because of the pain and that's when he switched, Kakashi explained, catching it with his Sharingan. Hee. This is turning out to be fun, Gaara said sinisterly. I am going to enjoy killing you. The demon inside Gaara has finally awakened, Kankuro thought. Lee was thrown back into the wall by a wave of sand. He was barely standing after recovering himself. Why didn't he dodge it? Sakura asked. The primary lotus is a double-edged sword. It's a forbidden technique that puts massive amounts of strain on the user's body and legs, Guy said. Right now, he's feeling so much pain that he can barely move, right Guy? Kakashi asked as Guy nodded. Lee, don't forget, you are a genius of hard work. Guy called out as Lee remembered his days just out of the academy. Thank you, Guy-sensei, Lee said, before a wave of sand fell on top of him. Lee moved out of the way. With that, I am revived. Lee is smiling even though he's getting pushed around? Sakura asked. If anyone was as much into this battle as Guy, it was Sakura. No, now the tables will turn, Guy said, confusing Sakura a little. The lotus of the leaf blooms twice. You are finished here, Gaara said to Lee. This will end now. Lee proclaimed. The lotus of the leaf blooms twice. Kakashi thought on Guy's words. Wait. No. You don't mean? Yes Kakashi, I do, Guy replied as everyone wanted to know what they were talking about. Then the 8 inner gates? Kakashi asked. Yes, he will open them, Guy said. He has the ability. Even so, such a dangerous technique. Kakashi tried to argue. The extreme lotus. Guy said. That kid has a precious thing he wants to prove. So I turned him into a man that could accomplish it. How many gates can the kid open? Kakashi asked. 5, Guy said, astonishing Kakashi. Wait, what are these gates? Sakura said. Unlike everyone else, who was focused on the fight, Sakura had managed to get caught in between Guy and Kakashi's conversation. Sakura, the chakra coils of the body flow through 8 inner gates that limit the flow of chakra through the body. They are the gates of opening, healing, life, pain, limit, view, wonder, and finally death, in that order, Kakashi explained. The lotus forcibly releases these restraints. It increases your power tenfold, but destroys the body in the process. The initial lotus is done by opening the first gate. You release your brain's restraints with the first gate. Then you use the second gate to revitalize your stamina. After opening the third gate, you enter into the ultimate lotus, Guy explained. No way, the initial lotus does so much damage, does that mean? Sakura asked. Sakura, after opening all the gates, for a short period of time, you will gain more strength than the Hokage, but you will most certainly die afterwards. Neji, Sasuke, and even Naruto, I will not lose here. Lee thought. Third gate, gate of life open. Lee said as power began to surge out from him. Lee's skin turned red and his eyes turned white as everyone was now paying 150% attention to the fight. Fourth gate, gate of pain open. Fifth gate, gate of limit open. Kakashi, what is this? Sasuke stammered out. The power of the 8 inner gates, Kakashi told his student. Sasuke, just know that this power is considered forbidden for a reason. Before Gaara even knew what was hitting him, he was hit multiple times, in the air, in rapid succession. His sand armor was being ripped off him by Lee's assault. Neji, this technique was going to be for defeating you. But I will show it here and now. Gaara was thrown into the floor, sending a massive shockwave echoing throughout the building. Some of the people present were afraid the arena was even going to collapse. With his bandages still wrapped around Gaara, Lee reeled him in for one more blow. This is it. Extreme Lotus. Gaara was slammed into the ground just as the pain became too much for Lee. No way. The ground turned to sand. Guy said, utterly shocked that Gaara had survived that. The sand crept close to Lee, who couldn't move. It wrapped around Lee's left arm and leg. Gaara clenches his fist as Shino and Hinata saw the horror that was about to come. Desert coffin. The sand surrounding Lee's arm and leg imploded, crushing them. Now, die. Gaara called out as more sand made its way to Lee. Suddenly, Guy jumped in the way, dispersing the sand. Why? Why did you save him? Gaara said, clutching his head as everyone looked on to Lee, saddened by the damage he had received. Some of them knew that Lee's career as a shinobi was most likely over. Because, he is my beloved student and comrade, Guy responded. Gaara got up and walked away, obviously in internal strife with the demon inside him. Winner, Gaara, Hayate announced. To everyone's disbelief, Lee stood up, unconscious and with a crushed arm and leg, not to mention having opened the 5 of the 8 gates. Guy turned to Lee. Lee, you shouldn't be standing. The fight is over, I'm sorry, Guy said, realizing that Lee was actually unconscious. Lee, you really have become a spectacular ninja, Guy cried as Lee collapsed into his sensei's arms. Naruto and Sakura both rushed to Lee's side. Naruto sent a look of death, even managing to let a little of Kurama's chakra slip out, giving him the demonic eyes for just a moment. However, it was long enough for Gaara to get Naruto's message. Medical team, please get here quick. Hayate called as the stretchers were brought. You're his Jonin instructor? Please come here for a second, one of the mednin said to Guy. There were torn muscles and broken bones throughout his entire body. We could do something about that if that wasn't the only problem. The damage sustained by his left arm and leg are severe. I'm sorry to say this, but he will never be able to live as a shinobi again. To say everyone who heard that was shocked to the core would be an understatement. Even inside Naruto, Kurama was beginning to release his anger. For the demon, that was probably the most entertaining battle he had seen in a long time, and he was truly rooting for Lee. What really enraged the fox was the fate that Gaara had left him with. The next time he and the Ichibi met, heads and tails would be flying. No, it just can't be possible. It can't be over for bushy brows. Naruto started to tear up. If that's so, then what is he supposed to do? He wanted to fight against Sasuke and Neji to prove himself, can't you do anything about it? Kakashi was doing everything he could to restrain the screaming boy as the medics carried Lee away. To say everyone was shocked to the core by that match would be an understatement. Neji just looked at Lee. You never realized it, Lee. The heavens will never allow a pawn who puts their own body at risk to advance. He thought. With most of the field trying to regroup, the last 2 matches were getting underway. Only Temari, Neji, and Omoi and Karui of Kumo remained. Next match, Neji Hyuga vs Karui. A Hyuga. This should be interesting, Karui said quietly. See you in the next one. The Uzumaki Tales, Return of the Whirlpool Chapter 16, concluding the prelims. Neji and Karui stepped forward to face each other. Well. I haven't seen a Hyuga in a while. Tell me, are they still so protective of their Byakugan? Or have they loosened up after realizing their mistake? What mistake are you talking about? Neji asked, curious as to how she seemed to be involved in some matter regarding the Hyuga. Begin. Hayate announced, afraid another match would start off with a long discussion. Karui drew her sword as Neji slipped into his gentle fist stance. Karui swiped at Neji, only for him to parry it and retaliate with his own attack, which Karui dodged. So I guess you really do want to know, Karui said, analyzing Neji's previous attack. Think back, almost 9 years. To the day that we came to your village to accept a peace treaty. Neji's eyes widened. Even in the stands, Hinata heard this and was slightly affected. What are you talking about? Neji replied. You don't know? On that night, you damn Hyuga killed my father because of their damn paranoia about someone stealing their Byakugan. Karui shouted. Niji soon let his shock leave him as he became more focused. Oh, this is going to get good, Kurama said to Naruto. What are you talking about? You can't sense that boy's killing intent? Well, I guess not, since it is being directed at that girl. Wait, why would Niji want to kill that Kyumo ninja? Naruto asked. I don't know. Just watch and maybe you'll find out. Karui felt Niji's killing intent and shuddered a little. What is this? She said. That night, that your father was killed, Niji said angrily. You demanded the head of the Hyuga clan. However, the person who was killed by your father's action, was my father. Your father is just as responsible for my father's death as the head family is. What? Naruto sat up in the stands. Hey Hinata. You're a Hyuga, what are they talking about? Hinata sighed, hoping that this would not come up with the presence of Kyumo ninja. 9 years ago, when I had just turned 3, that was the same day that Kyumo had come to Konoha to sign a treaty to end the war that they had been fighting for years. That night, well. Hinata said, they kidnapped me. My father killed the kidnapper and the Cloud Ninja demanded my father's life or they would renew the war. Niji heard Hinata and directed some of his killing intent towards her as well. Naruto could feel it now. Gaara had been feeling it ever since the match begun and his hunger for death grew even more, especially after being denied Lee. Like I said, the head family decided to use my father instead, because he and Hinata's father were identical twins, born only minutes apart, Niji said, emphasizing the head family with a hint of anger mixed in. However, fate has smiled upon me today. While I am not able to kill the men responsible for my father's death, one of their daughters has been chosen to face me and so I shall begin my revenge. Sasuke muttered, everyone now turning to him. I know how he feels as I am the same way. He wants to kill those responsible for his father's death, the same way I want to kill Itachi for killing my clan. Sasuke had the same type of anger and rage mixed into his voice that Niji had. What are you talking about, you little punk? Karui shouted to Niji. You damn Hyuga killed my father. They may have, but your father made the first move in trying to kidnap a member of the main family, Niji scoffed. If it wasn't for your village's actions, my father would still be alive and you would not be destined to die at my hands today. Why, you little? Karui charged at Niji out of rage. Surprisingly, Niji was keeping his calm, despite the conversation that had just taken place. Karui drew her sword, ready to impale Niji for his insolence. Kaiten! Niji called out, sending her flying back into the wall. That was... Hinata said, shocked at the move Niji had just used. What was that? Ino said as everyone was also stupefied by Niji's defense. Ayat the Kaiten, the heavenly spin. It's a Hyuga tea technique that has belonged to the main family, Hinata said. Wow! Does that mean you can use it, Hinata? Naruto said excitedly. And no. And my father has not even tried to teach it to me yet, Hinata replied. It's because she's a failure, Niji said, stopping his rotation. Shut up, Niji. Naruto shouted, trying to defend Hinata. No one asked you. I'm just telling the truth, Niji said, facing Karui who had just been slammed into the wall, leaving a nice impact crater next to the one Lee had made in the previous match. Niji charged in, seeing the opening. He landed a few attacks on Karui's arms and legs as they went numb and she fell to her knees. What is up with those attacks? Naruto said. It's like Niji only touched her and she's already down. It's the gentle fist style, Hinata said. Like Guy in the last match, and Lee in Hinata's match, she had found herself as the commentator for this match. All eyes were now on her as she began to turn red and back away. Gentle fist? Sakura asked. Why yes. It's the style of taijutsu passed down in the Hyuga clan, Hinata explained, taking a deep breath to calm her down. We inject our own chakra into an opponent's chakra coils. Unlike the taijutsu style that Lee and I use, the Iron Fist, which focuses on dealing external damage and breaking bones, the Gentle Fist focuses on using chakra to attack and destroy an opponent's inner chakra coils, Guy said, returning to the fight as the medics would not allow him to go with Lee. It may not look impressive, but you'll definitely feel it afterwards. What do you mean by inner chakra coils? Sakura asked. Like veins that carry blood, chakra coils carry chakra throughout your body. These chakra coils are directly integrated into your body's internal organs, such as the heart and brain, Guy explained further. Wait, how can the Hyuga even do that? Sakura asked. It's not like you can see the inner coils of the body. With normal eyes, no, Hinata said. Everyone had apparently forgotten about their resident Hyuga in the stands as she had managed to pull a Shino and disappear from everyone's attention when Guy took over. But I can see them with the Byakugan. Everyone looked at Hinata's eyes and noticed the swollen veins around them and the outline of her pupil. Wow! Really? Naruto exclaimed. You really are amazing. Hinata blushed deeply at this. The Gentle Fist is different than normal attacks in that you release chakra from your palms and inject it directly into your opponent's body, damaging their inner coils, Kakashi explained, realizing that it was now going to be difficult for a bright red Hinata to say anything cohesively. Throughout the chakra network, there are 361 pressure points, or tenketsu, that control the flow of chakra throughout the body. By injecting chakra into these tenketsu, the Gentle Fist allows the Hyuga to temporarily halt the flow of chakra through that point. Because of that, they possess the potential to cut off chakra from parts of your body, making it useless for their opponent to use or mold chakra in certain parts of the body. Am I right, Hinata? Hinata nodded and focused her Byakugan on Karui, who was still being beaten by Niji. He was going to enjoy this opportunity and prolong it as much as possible. It look like as she has no more chakra flowing into both her arms and legs. What? Wow! Naruto said. Hey Kit, Kurama said from inside him, catching the blonde's attention. What is it? I'm trying to watch the fight. Naruto said to his resident demon. Sometime soon, get together with that little vixen you've been talking to. I want to try out something that may allow you to reopen blocked chakra points, Kurama said. Vixen? Naruto asked, confused at Kurama's terminology. Yes, vixen. A female mate. I want you to get together with that Hyuga girl and train with her once or twice as I want to test something out. Am a mate? Naruto shouted, practically fainting inside his head. UHG. You're so dense. At times I wonder why I got stuck with you. Back in the arena, Niji made a series of strikes, this time hitting Karui directly in the chest as Hinata cringed a little. What is it, Hinata? Sakura said. Tito's last strike hit her heart and the chakra network around it, Hinata stuttered out. What? Then that means he really does mean to kill her? Sakura said. Niji backed away, analyzing the damage done. Karui fell forward onto her hands and knees, coughing up a lot of blood. Soon after, she collapsed. Winner, Niji Hyuga. Hayate said, checking the damage done to Karui. Niji looked up into the stands, sending a rather evil grin towards Hinata, making her step back and fall. Get a medic in here quick. She's going into cardiac arrest. Most of the genin in the stands shuddered at the call from the proctor. A few medics came in and began initial treatment, before taking her away for further attempts at stabilizing her. Niji walked back up the stairs, sending another look to a shaking Hinata. "Stop that, Niji!" Naruto shouted. "Why must you pick on Hinata like that? What has she done to you?" "It's not what she did, it's what her father did," Niji said, sending the same look to her that he did to Karui before beating her to death. "Niji, enough," Guy said, apologizing to Kurenai and Hinata for his student's behavior. Niji just turned and walked away. Most likely, Guy had just saved Hinata from a rogue strike to her chest as well. "For the final match, will the remaining 2 contestants please take the floor?" Hayate announced. Temari and Omoi stepped forward. To say the match was quick and one-sided would be an understatement. Wanting to end it quickly, Temari opened her fan to the 3rd star and hit Omoi with her futon, Wind Scythe Jutsu. Omoi was unconscious before he even had a chance to attack. "Alright, cough, now that the matches are over, will the contestants who have advanced please step forward?" Hayate announced as the Jonin instructors and the Hokage returned to the stage, which had been half destroyed thanks to Lee's weights. The following finalists took the floor. Out of the 200 that started the exam, only 11 had made it to the 3rd round. This was still more than Enko had anticipated, but it was better than the 22 that remained before the preliminary. "Congratulations on making it to the 3rd round," the Hokage announced. "I guess it is time to start explaining the 3rd round." "Orochimaru-sama," Kabuto said, appearing before Orochimaru. "The prelims have ended and the 3rd round is set to begin in 1 month. Good. I look forward to those matches, especially Sasuke's," the snake grinned. "Orochimaru-sama, regarding Sasuke?" Kabuto asked. "It appears as if you were going to give his the curse mark, but he had no mark. Did Konoha find a way to remove it?" "No," Orochimaru hissed. "My plans hit an unexpected bump, and Sasuke never received my gift. However, it is only a minor setback and I will have my hands on him soon enough. As I said before, the matches of the main event will be seen by everyone," the Hokage announced. "Each of you will fight to represent the strengths of your country and I would like you to fight with all your reserves. That is why the final event will be held a month from now." "What? We are not going to do it now?" Naruto asked. "No. You could say I'm giving you a month for preparations. Unlike today's battles, where you faced an unknown opponent, you will know your opponents and you will be given time to prepare accordingly," the Hokage explained. "Use this month to rest and train accordingly. I'd like to dismiss you now, but first we must decide the matchups for the next round." "What the hell is it?" Naruto shouted impatiently. "I've got to train for the next round." "Inside this box are numbers," Enko explained. "Now, each of you will take a number and this will determine the matchups for the next round." Enko passed the box around and everyone selected their numbers. "Alright, now read off in order your numbers and I will make the bracket," Ibiki explained. 1, Niji said. 2, Naruto said. The Hinata said. 4, Shino read off. 5, Haku read. 6, Yujito said. 7, Sasuke said. 8, Gaara read, glaring over at Sasuke, who returned the look. 9, Temari said. 10, Shikamaru yawned. 11, Dosu said. Ibiki thought for a second after writing the numbers and made up the bracket. Here are the first matches: Niji Hyuga vs Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga vs Shino Aburame, Haku Yuki vs Yujito Ni, Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara, Shikamaru Nara vs Dosu, and Temari will face the winner of the last match. As you can see, there are 3 separate brackets, with each one having its own winner. The final match will consist of all 3 victors facing off in a 3-way match to determine the overall winner. Sasuke was definitely satisfied with his matchup. A month of nothing but training would give him plenty of time to become stronger. Naruto was finally going to be able to pay Neji back for insulting Hinata and maybe even do something about that stick lodged up his ass. Being on the same team, Hinata and Shino quickly made an agreement to respect each other and not hold back in their coming fight. Haku and Yujito were both neutral about their match. They really had nothing to truly prove besides their own abilities. Shikamaru just saw everything as troublesome, Temari was indifferent, and Dosu wanted to prove to Orochimaru that he wasn't a guinea pig. "You are all dismissed now, unless you have any questions," the Hokage announced. "I have one," Shikamaru said. "Since this is a tournament and there is only one winner, does that mean only one person will be promoted to Chunin?" "No. Throughout the tournament, there will be judges judging your abilities. It is possible to become a Chunin even if you lose your first match. Likewise, there is a chance that the victor could remain a genin," the Hokage explained. "So, there is a possibility that everyone here will become a Chunin?" Temari asked. "Yes," the Hokage responded. "Although, think of it this way. The more matched you fight, the more chances you have to convince the judges that you have the skills to become Chunin. Thank you all for your efforts in the second exam. You are all dismissed until 1 month from now." "Alright, back in the village," Naruto said, arriving at the village after the teams were escorted out of the forest. Teams 7, 8, and 10 were walking together. "Who wants to get ramen?" "Geez, is that all you ever think about?" Sakura said. Although she heard her stomach growling and figured so real food for the first time in 5 days would be nice. "I have a better idea," Asuma suggests. "How about barbecue?" Chuji quickly became excited. "Why don't we enjoy this night together to celebrate the 6 of you who have moved on to the 3rd round, before you all begin your training tomorrow?" Everyone liked the idea, except Naruto who still had ramen on the brain, and they quickly found themselves at the favorite restaurant of Team 10. Afterwards, the Rookie 9 and Haku went their separate ways. Hinata ended up back at the Hyuga compound and thankfully for her, Neji wasn't anywhere in sight. "Hinata, I heard you made it into the finals," Hayashi said, appearing from their home. "Why yes, father. I have," Hinata said, giving a quick bow to her father and hoping for some sort of acknowledgement. "Very well, be in the dojo tomorrow no later than 8 a.m. We begin your training," Hayashi said in an emotionless tone. This was not the sort of acknowledgement that she had hoped to receive from her father, however, the fact that he was going to train her for the finals had to mean something. Naruto was up early the next morning getting the ramen that he never got last night from Ichiraku. Kakashi then walked inside. Hey. Kakashi-sensei, I have a request." "No need to tell me, I already know what you're going to ask," Kakashi said. "I already found someone to supervise your training." "What?" Naruto shouted, waking half the still asleep village. "But I want you." "I'm sorry, Naruto," Kakashi apologized. "But I have more important things I need to take care of." "Humph, you're just planning to train Sasuke," Naruto said, seeing right through Kakashi. Now, don't say it like that. Besides, I've found you a much more reliable teacher," Kakashi explained. "Yeah? Like who?" Naruto questioned. "Me," a new man said, coming onto the scene. "It's you." Naruto shouted and pointed at the man. "The closet perv. Ebisu-sensei's a closet perv?" Kakashi questioned Naruto's last comment. "Why the hell does he have to be my teacher? He's weaker than me in the first place. Naruto explained. I beat this guy before with my harem jutsu. Suddenly, Ebisu covered Naruto's mouth to prevent any more words from coming out. Harem jutsu? Kakashi asked, now seriously confused. It's nothing, really. Ebisu said, trying to dispel any suspicion. He turned to Naruto. I'll treat you to all-you-can-eat ramen later on. You better. Naruto responded. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Kurama said as Naruto agreed with the demon. Haku, Zabuza said, appearing at Haku's apartment. Yes, Zabuza-sama, Haku responded to his former master. So you made it to the Chunin exams, not bad, Zabuza said. Although you don't really need it, I'll be supervising your training over the next few weeks. I feel like some of these kids are going to be a real handful. Yes, I would much appreciate that, Haku said politely. With that, Haku had his teacher for the next few weeks. Good, you're here, Hayashi said, entering the dojo to find Hinata already there. Let's begin, shall we? What are we doing, father? Hinata asked. We are beginning your training. I can't have you embarrassing the Hyuga main branch in front of some very important individuals, Hayashi said, depressing Hinata with his comment. We need to work on your speed and accuracy, plus we need to strengthen your Byakugan so that you can effectively see Tenketsu in battle. Yes, father. Where are we starting then? Hinata asked. First, you are not to deactivate your Byakugan during these training sessions for any reason. This will help initially to strengthen it. We will begin working on your accuracy and then your speed. Finally, we will incorporate those with your Byakugan. Just so you know, I expect you to be able to use our family's signature stance for the finals. Hinata knew what this meant. He would be hammering the 8 trigram stance into her head these next few weeks. Shikamaru woke up, after his alarm had been going off for the past 3 hours. It really was a troublesome instrument that he had to deal with each morning. I'm surprised you're up this early, Shikaku, Shikamaru's father, said to him. Usually you sleep in an extra hour or 2. Well, you know. Asuma sensei wants me to train for the upcoming match, Shikamaru explained. It really is troublesome. So my opponent is Hinata, Shino thought, meeting his father outside the courtyard of their house. We both know each other's moves rather well, so it will come up to whoever puts in the most work over these next 4 weeks. Son, are you okay with this? I mean, she is your teammate, asked Shibiki, Shino's father. I am. We promised each other that we would work hard these next weeks and fight our hardest when our match came. To be honest, I am looking forward to it, Shino said, letting out more words than he usually does. Kakashi was climbing a rather high cliff, with one hand tied behind his back. He knew he shouldn't have accepted Guy's challenge. Suddenly, his feet slipped and he barely caught himself from falling. Seeing the top, he knew he was almost there. Gate of opening, open. Kakashi said, giving himself a boost of energy in reaching the top. Oh, you're here already. No, you're just late, as usual, Sasuke said, standing opposite him atop the towering plateau. Right then, let's get started, Kakashi said. I'm sure you remember Lee's taijutsu from using your Sharingan. I do, but what does that have to do with this? Asked Sasuke. Well, Lee had the right idea. You will need an extreme amount of speed if you are to defeat Gaara, and to learn what I am going to teach you. Go on, said Sasuke. You know, the reason I want to train you, is that. Kakashi said, handing Sasuke a piece of paper. Sasuke knew what this paper was. It was chakra litmus paper, used to determine the elemental affinity of ninja. Kakashi channeled chakra into his and it crinkled. Sasuke did the same and received the same result. You are the same type as me. Kakashi formed the Chidori in his hand and Sasuke let out a smile. This was going to be interesting. See you in the next video, guys. The Uzumaki Tales, Return of the Whirlpool. Chapter 17, Jiraiya, the Pervy Sage. Why did we come to this place? Naruto said. Are we going to take a bath before we start trained? No, we are here to train, said Ebisu. In fact, you see that water over there, this is called the water walking exercise. We are going to use that to work on your basic chakra control. Ebisu demonstrated by gathering some chakra into his feet and took a few steps onto the water. You have got to be kidding me. I already did that damn chakra control exercise, Naruto thought to himself. Like I said, I have a bad feeling that this guy is going to be completely useless, Kurama joked. Meh, let's see what he says when I get it first go, replied Naruto. Naruto quickly gathered chakra in his feet and then proceeded to take a few steps out, balancing himself perfectly. You see? Now that wasn't so bad. I must have finally gotten through to you or something, bragged Ebisu. No, I've already done this damn training with Kakashi-sensei, shouted Naruto. Now teach me something useful. Ehehe, said a man with long white hair who was peeping through a hole in the woman's bathing area. Ebisu noticed the man and challenged him for peeping on the innocent girls. I don't know who you are, but I will not forgive such shameless behavior, said a charging Ebisu. Huh? Said the man, who turned around and proceeded to summon a toad, twice the size as him. Before Ebisu could react, the toad wrapped its tongue around Ebisu and flung him halfway across the hot spring that they were training at. Keep it quiet. What are you going to do if I get caught? Ebisu was on the ground unconscious. Closet perv is unconscious? Who is this open perv? Thought Naruto. That was embarrassing, responded Kurama. Humph, he's totally knocked out. I knew this guy was a weakling, Naruto thought, the fox agreeing to every word. Who the hell are you and what is with that huge frog? Shouted Naruto. The mystery pervert got into some sort of stance. Heh, thanks for asking. Mt. Myabokugama's holy master sage, also known as the Toad Sage, the pervert said. I am Jiraiya. Hey pervy sage, what did you do? He was supposed to train me, said Naruto. It's because he got in the way of my work, Jiraiya said. I'm a writer working on a novel. Jiraiya pulled out a book from his robe that read Ika Ika Paradise. Gah, I know that book, shouted Naruto, remembering Kakashi-sensei. Oh, so you know? I must be getting pretty famous, smirked Jiraiya. That's a nasty book, screamed Naruto. And what the hell do you mean by work? All you were doing was peeping on those women, you pervert. You fool. I'm not just a pervert, responded Jiraiya. Peeping gives me inspiration for my writing. You liar, what a lame excuse, said Naruto with a clenched fist. Now what the hell are you going to do about my training? Hey kid, you want some of my chakra to beat this pathetic guy up? Snickered Kurama. No thanks. I don't need that much to beat this perv, responded Naruto to the laughing fox. Training? Questioned Jiraiya. You mean that water walking exercise? So you know about it, stated Naruto. Then take responsibility and help me with my training. I hate disrespectful brats, and I don't like men, shouted Jiraiya. Well, I mean that Ika Ika Paradise book is so cool, lied Naruto. Liar, that book is for adults, said the perverted sage. Compliments will get you nowhere. I'm a sage, not some fool, you annoying brat. Hate to say it kid, but there is only one way to beat this pervert. Naruto sighed, agreeing with the fox. Sexy jutsu. Naruto transformed into a busty woman, whose privates were barely covered by a thin layer of smoke. I like you, shouted Jiraiya, with a perverted look on his face. Both Naruto and the fox thought of him as an idiot. Wow, my kind of girl. What do you call this jutsu? It's my sexy jutsu, the female Naruto said with a seductive tone. What creativity, you're a genius, stated Jiraiya. I get the feeling all adult men are weak against this jutsu, thought Naruto. Humans are so pitifully embarrassing. Sadly, Naruto agreed. So will you help me with my training? The female Naruto said, making herself irresistible as possible. Yes. But on one condition, stated Jiraiya. In my presence, you must always be in that form. I knew it, you're just a perverted old man, shouted Naruto. It's not true, kid, I'm not just a pervert, said Jiraiya. He suddenly got a creepy look on his face. I'm a super pervert. Yep, he's totally crazy. Let's just get out of here and I'll try to teach you a thing or two, said Kurama. What good will that do? You're locked up inside my head, shouted Naruto. He was just frustrated. First Kakashi dumps him onto that Ebisu weakling, then he meets this creepy pervert. Heh, that was just a joke. I'll look over your training, just do what you were doing before, Jiraiya said. Naruto walked onto the water, doing the exercise perfectly. If you can already do that, then why were you training with that in the first place? Jiraiya asked. Because the closet perv is an idiot, said Naruto with the fox nodding his head. Tell you what. Go take a bath and relax for a little bit. Afterwards, I'll work on teaching you something, Jiraiya said. Yeah. You just want to peep for a little longer, stated Naruto. No really, you look really tense and it will help with the training, explained Jiraiya. As Naruto got into the hot spring near them, Jiraiya noticed the seal on Naruto's stomach. Just as I thought. It's about time I teach him to control the Kyuubi's chakra. About an hour later, Naruto met up with Jiraiya to begin his training. Alright kid. First, there is something I need you to understand. You have two types of chakra. Have you ever felt a special type of chakra? Jiraiya looked over at the collapsed Ebisu. Actually, I think we had better take this guy in. Really? Now the fox was getting frustrated after that pointless day. Gaara was sleeping on top of a large statue in the outskirts of Konoha. You sure got me, don't you sleep, said Dosu, failing to sneak up on Gaara. What do you want, said Gaara, with an irritated tone. Well, I was going to kill you as you slept, but since you're awake, we can fight right here. I'll defeat you and have a higher chance of fighting Sasuke, claimed Dosu. I know about your sand attacks. I wonder if it's faster than my sound. He gets bloodthirsty during the full moon, Gaara said mysteriously. Gaara transformed into a large figure, shaking Dosu to the core. What are you? Those were Dosu's last words as a gigantic sand arm slammed down on top of him, killing him. Naruto was fast asleep. The previous day had been rather stressful and he needed the rest. Jiraiya was on a building overlooking Naruto's apartment when Ebisu approached him. I'm sorry for taking your pupil, Ebisu, said Jiraiya. Don't worry. I was just surprised, that's all, explained Ebisu. Hokage-sama's been looking for you a long time without even a trace. It's just surprising that you showed up in the village like this. So you're here because of Orochimaru? No, stated Jiraiya. I just came here to work on my novels. I'm the type that doesn't stick his neck into others' troubles. But you must understand, said Ebisu. Against one of the Sannin, another Sannin is needed. We need you, Jiraiya-sama. Two figures were observing Gaara's killing of Dosu. Wow, so that is what his true identity is, one of the figures said. Yes, but he was a sound ninja, are you sure? Baki, the Suna team's instructor said. It's fine, he was no longer useful, said Kabuto, revealing himself to be a sound ninja. Besides, there is no need for that anymore. My true identity has already been discovered. Then, if they find you with me, our plans to crush the leaf will be ruined, Baki stated. Well, to be accurate, they didn't uncover my identity, stated Kabuto. I revealed myself. I wanted to see how the leaf would react. Taking Sasuke afterwards should not be too much of a problem, said Kabuto. Fine, but if it appears you are failing, then we will withdraw, said Baki. The sand will stay in the background until the very end. That is Kazekage-sama's will. How can this be? Hayate thought, hiding behind a pillar. Kabuto handed Baki a scroll. Here are our plans. Also, it is about time they know. Our ally, the sand, connected with the sound, thought Hayate. I must inform the Hokage. One more thing. I'll take care of our little rat, said Kabuto. Hayate knew he had been noticed and took off. No, leave him to me. As a partner of the sound, I should do something, Baki said, taking off to catch Hayate. Mr. Examiner, what are you doing here? Baki questioned. Looks like there is no other choice but to fight, cough, Hayate said. Crescent Moon Dance. Hayate drew his sword and swung at Baki, creating the afterimages associated with the move. However, his attack only dug about an inch into Baki's shoulder pad. The leaf style, dance of the crescent moon, said Baki. Impressive, to master it at such a young age. However, an actual blade can be stopped. But a blade of wind cannot. Hayate was torn at by numerous wind blades. Shortly after, he lay on the building top, dead. Alright kid, I'm going to make a technique that will utilize your two types of chakra. You remember our talk from yesterday, right? Asked Jiraiya. Yeah, Naruto said. Alright, then try and release that special chakra right now, Jiraiya said. Ugh, it's like he wants me to just sit on command, Kurama said. Yeah. You know what to do, thought Naruto back to his tenant. Suddenly, Jiraiya was thrown back by a burst of the Kyuubi's chakra coming from Naruto. Wow! He was able to release it like that, thought a surprised Jiraiya. Well, this could be interesting. Well, it seems like you already know about that chakra source, said Jiraiya to Naruto. Yeah. I know, replied Naruto. Does that mean you know about Fuzzball too? Fuzzball? Really? Replied the fox, seriously annoyed at Naruto's comment. It's not like I could just say out loud that you are inside of me. I have to keep it somewhat discreet, thought Naruto back to his demon inhabitant. Jiraiya nodded. Let me ask you, how do you know about the Kyuubi? Well, we kind of met back during this mission to the Land of Waves. He's really not that bad once you get to know him, explained Naruto. What? What do you mean not that bad? He's the demon fox that attacked our village, shouted Jiraiya, trying to catch his breath. It was really all a big misunderstanding, said Naruto. He didn't want to attack the village, but was forced by some sort of powerful genjutsu. Powerful genjutsu? Jiraiya thought for a minute. The only one in history who had the power to control the Kyuubi was Madara Uchiha, and he's dead. Well, apparently he came back that night and attacked the village. The fox told me something about a guy in a mask controlling him with a chakra that felt like that Madara guy, said Naruto. Then what my informant told me might just be true. This is something I'm going to have to look into, Jiraiya thought. Alright kid. I'll bite. Just let me make sure that your seal is still secure. The last thing we want is the fox getting free because of your carelessness and wrecking the entire village, said Jiraiya. Naruto made the seal visible on his stomach and Jiraiya took a detailed look at it. It seemed to check out, but he would be keeping a close eye on it for the time being. It seems like he doesn't fully trust me, stated Kurama. No dip. He thinks you are a bloodthirsty demon who purposely attacked the village, Naruto said. Now I feel insulted. I would normally just leave him to his research, but he might know something about the key. Let's just play it quiet for a little. So I guess you know then that the Kyuubi's chakra mixes with your own, giving you a massive chakra reserve, asked Jiraiya. Naruto just nodded. Now I am going to teach you a technique that will make use of that massive chakra source that you have, he explained. There are a lot of techniques that are perfect for you that require a lot of power, like this summoning jutsu I want to teach you. Summoning jutsu? Naruto asked. Yeah. You sign a contract in blood with various life forms and call them forth with ninjutsu when needed, explained Jiraiya. It's a type of space-time ninjutsu. Is this summoning contract like what you and I signed? Said Naruto to Kurama. No. Our contract was different. I'll explain it to you a different day. Focus on the summoning contract as it could actually prove useful. If this contract is with toads, then I know the potential behind it. Let's just say my back is still sore from this giant toad landing on top of me when I was out last, explained Kurama. Giant toad, thought Naruto, now really excited. Oh, sounds awesome. Teach me, jumped a joyous Naruto. First you have to use up all your chakra, so we can have access to that second type of chakra, the Kyuubi's, explained Jiraiya. Heh. I can tap into the Kyuubi's chakra whenever I want, said Naruto. Wait, what? Shouted Jiraiya. Naruto sighed. He felt like he should make a recording of this so he wouldn't have to repeat himself. Naruto told Jiraiya everything that had transpired between him and the fox, back in the land of waves. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. He never expected the Kyuubi to be one to cooperate with its host. Okay kid, just tell me, who else knows about this? Just my teammates, Sasuke, Sakura, and Haku, Naruto said. I had to use the Kyuubi's power to protect them from this snake freak, Orochimaru, I think. So Orochimaru is up to no good, Jiraiya thought. However, I can't use it all the time. The more chakra I have to pull from him, the more it stresses my body, Naruto explained. That makes sense. Just promise me to be extremely careful when using it. There are some people in this village who will try and take advantage of you if they know you have control of the fox's chakra, explained Jiraiya. Well, that is with the fox's chakra cloak. Is it okay if I just use small bursts of his chakra? Asked Naruto. Jiraiya thought for a little. He knew that in order to use this summoning jutsu, Naruto would have to tap into the fox's chakra. Small busts, as long as you don't prolong the presence of excess demon chakra in your system or take on that fox cloak you were talking about, explained Jiraiya. Gotcha, now can we get back to that summoning jutsu? Asked Naruto impatiently. Alright, now watch closely, said Jiraiya. He bit his finger, drawing a bit of blood and making a few hand seals. Summoning jutsu. The frog from yesterday appeared beneath Jiraiya, with Jiraiya on its head. Oh! That's from yesterday, shouted Naruto. The frog handed him a scroll that was in his mouth. Naruto laid it down and unfurled it, revealing the contract. This is the Toad contract that has been passed down many generations. Write your name in blood and then press down your fingerprints in blood, explained Jiraiya. Then focus chakra in the hand you signed the contract with and press it downward. The hand seals are boar, dog, bird, monkey, sheep. Alright, like this? Naruto asked. Jiraiya nodded and Naruto went through the hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Yo kid, you got any snacks? Said a small orange toad. It talks? Shouted Naruto, pointing at the talking toad. Oh. Gamakiki. I didn't expect him to summon you here, said Jiraiya. He then let out a little laugh. I was expecting the kid to summon a tadpole or something. Gamakichi laughed along with Jiraiya and so was the fox. Naruto just stood there, slightly frustrated. Jiraiya explained to Gamakichi that he had chosen Naruto to be the next Toad summoner. Soon after, Gamakichi left, returning back to MT Miyaboku. The rest of the morning, Naruto spent trying to get a feel for how much chakra to put into the summoning Gamakichi at least 2 more times, who was becoming increasingly irritated at these constant summoning. Thankfully, Jiraiya had a few snacks on him to keep the small toad cooperating. Alright Naruto, try putting a little more chakra into it, instructed Jiraiya. Naruto forced some more of his own chakra into the summon. By the end of the day, he had managed to summon the same toad that Jiraiya had managed to summon to attack the closet perv. I wonder, thought Jiraiya. Hey Naruto, how much longer do you have until the finals? Huh? Oh, just over 3 weeks, why? Replied Naruto. Maybe he can do it. He was able to do pretty well on the toad summoning, thought Jiraiya. Are you up for a challenge? Do you want to learn a cool jutsu? Huh? Cool jutsu? It only took a few seconds for Naruto's brain to connect the dots. Cool jutsu? Teach me. Geez, calm down kid, said Jiraiya, trying to restrain the jumping boy. He didn't understand how this kid still had energy from an entire day of summoning. Alright, just watch closely now. Jiraiya held out his palm and focused chakra into it. A blue orb of spiraling chakra began to form as Naruto's eyes widened. Turning to a tree, Jiraiya took the orb and slammed it into the trunk. The orb shredded the tree upon contact, leaving a splintered stump in its place. Wow, was all Naruto could get out. I take that back. Maybe this guy isn't so useless after all, the fox admitted for once. What was that? Asked Naruto, now more excited than ever. If Sakura had walked up to him and asked him on a date, he would not know it. That Naruto was one of the Yondaime Hokage's original jutsu, explained Jiraiya. It's called the Rasengan. Just so you know, in terms of difficulty, this jutsu is a high A rank. Alright. Watch me. I'll have that thing mastered by tomorrow, claimed Naruto. Kid, this jutsu, it took the Yondaime 3 years to develop. It took me a month after he taught it to me. I told you this was going to be a challenge, said Jiraiya. I'll be surprised if you have it down within a few months, and it will take a miracle for anyone to get it down in a month, let alone in time for the finals. Then I'll have it down by the finals. Believe it, he declared. Suddenly, Naruto felt weak as his legs collapsed and he fell to the ground. It was about time he passed out after expending so much chakra. About 30 minutes later, Naruto woke up to the pervy sage carrying him on his back. Naruto saw the door to his apartment just ahead of him. Why are we here? I thought we were going to start on that jutsu, he asked wearily. Not today, Naruto, said Jiraiya. You're going to need to be fully rested for this and I don't have the necessary items to start training. So when do we start? The blonde asked. Meet me tomorrow afternoon at the same place. We'll begin then, Jiraiya said, putting Naruto down just outside his room as the blonde entered for a good night's rest. Thanks for watching, see you next time. The Uzumaki Tales, Return of the Whirlpool Chapter 18, Rasengan. Here, said Jiraiya, setting down 2 large sacks full of water balloons in front of Naruto. What are these for? Asked Naruto, taking a water balloon and examining it. Training, replied Jiraiya. Naruto had no idea what the pervy sage was taking about. Okay, watch. Jiraiya took one of the balloons and Naruto watched as he swirled the water in the balloon with his chakra until the balloon burst. Whoa! Exclaimed the hyperactive blonde ninja. Jiraiya explained to Naruto to burst the balloon by swirling the water using only his chakra. Now, you already know the water walking exercise and the tree climbing exercise. The tree climbing exercise teaches you to maintain a certain amount of chakra by focusing your mind and keeping that concentration. The water walking exercise releases a fixed amount of chakra continuously. For this, use the water walking technique to spin the water with a continuous flow. Spin the water with a continuous flow? Asked Naruto. Let's see, thought Jiraiya for a second. Alright, first use the tree climbing exercise to maintain a moderate amount of chakra in your hands and then use the water walking exercise to release and spin it continuously. Naruto had the idea now. Basically, he had to continuously spin it until it boiled and the balloon burst. Jiraiya explained that there were about 150 water balloons in the bag and he would only teach Naruto the second step in learning the Rasengan once all of the balloons were popped with Naruto's chakra. Before returning to his research, Jiraiya explained that Naruto would probably need both hands to control the chakra at first, but should then work on controlling it with a single hand after the first few balloons. The rest of the day consisted of Naruto trying to burst the balloon. However, all he managed to do was get the water to swirl in a single direction. While the balloon was deforming, it was nowhere near what Jiraiya's balloon had looked like. Jiraiya's balloon had multiple points, chaotically erupting out of it until the balloon finally burst. Naruto's balloon only deformed until it was in an elongated disc. It wasn't until late the next day that Naruto finally got an idea on how to do the first step. Tora, the demon cat of the hidden leaf, came upon Naruto training and found a stray water balloon. Hey! Give that back, you damn cat, screamed Naruto as Tora began playing with the balloon, knocking it back and forth until the balloon burst, soaking the cat. The burst scared Tora off, but Naruto had an idea. He took a balloon in one hand and began focusing his chakra. I wonder if the kid learned anything, thought Jiraiya, whose attention had been momentarily averted from the bikini-clad girls in the river next to their training area. Naruto did, as he clasped the balloon in both hands and began swirling the chakra, creating different directions of the swirl. A few moments later, the balloon burst. Yeah! I did it, shouted the excited ninja. Keep it down out there. I'm trying to take a nap, said Kurama. While he was trying to take a nap, he had been keeping an eye on his Jinchuriki's progress. Well, too bad. I'm now one step closer to getting that awesome jutsu down, so stop complaining, replied Naruto. Suddenly, Naruto heard a rustling in the bushes as Kiba came running out. Oh, Naruto, said Kiba, wondering why Naruto was there. However, his head refocused on the task at hand. Hey, have you seen that damn cat anywhere? I could have sworn I smelled it, but it faded off. Cat? Oh, you mean Tora? Asked Naruto as Kiba nodded. The Hokage gave me and Ino that mission. Thanks to you, I'm stuck doing missions without my team for the next month, said Kiba, referring to the fact that both of his teammates were in the finals and that they had the entire month off from mission work to train, while he had been eliminated by Naruto. Naruto told him that Tora came running through here a few minutes ago, and soaked itself with one of his water balloons. Unfortunately, this wiped most of the scent on Tora, and it would be a bit before the scent was strong enough again. That cat was seriously becoming a genin's bane as Kiba took off in the direction that Naruto directed him in. So it looks like you've got it, said Jiraiya. Naruto nodded in excitement. Alright, now only 149 more balloons to go. Jiraiya smiled as Naruto's spirits dropped. He had been hoping to move on to the next stage, but now he had to repeat the same thing for all 149 remaining balloons. Hinata was in her family dojo, training with her father. He was trying to get her level of gentle fist up to par before the finals, for she had something to prove here. Before she informed him that she had made the finals, practically no one in the Hyuga clan had expected Hinata to make it that far. Most of the members of the main family saw her as a disappointment and felt that she should just forfeit now before she embarrassed the name of the Hyuga in the finals, in front of many powerful lords. At first, Hinata was thinking to give in to the taunts of some members of the main branch, but she decided to push herself to improve, thinking what would Naruto do? He had told her that she was strong and that was all that mattered. While most of the main family had decided to taunt her and call her weak during the past week, her father had actually offered to train her again. Hayashi did not want to give up his daughter's training years ago, feeling that once he managed to take away her self-confidence issue, that she would begin to blossom as a powerful shinobi. However, the pressure from the rest of the main family forced him to take up Hanabi as his student and potential heir. Before he began training Hinata, her sensei, Kurenai, had informed him that Hinata had made it. Hayashi was surprised that Hinata had managed to pull it off and demanded Kurenai tell him of her exam. She explained that her opponent was a rather strong ninja from the Sand Village and that Hinata had managed to best him in combat. Asking what it was that finally gave her the push to do this, Kurenai's answer surprised Hayashi. It was Naruto. He was the one who encouraged Hinata to do her best, he was the one who told her to just ignore Niji's taunts, he was the one who brought out her strength. During their training, Hayashi could see the determination that Naruto's words had implanted in Hinata were still there as she was finally pushing herself and she was finally showing progress. It was getting later in the day, and he had been working with Hinata since early in the morning. Hinata, that's enough for today, said Hayashi to his panting daughter. No, I can keep going, she replied. Apparently, a bit of confidence wasn't the only thing Naruto gave her. She was displaying a small amount of stubbornness. Whether you can or cannot, you have made good progress this week. I must say that I actually am impressed, complimented Hayashi. This was one of the first times that she had heard something like that come out of his mouth. Take tomorrow to rest and we will pick up the day after. I think you have enough accuracy and speed now that we can begin the 8 trigrams. But you should rest first as the training will only get more difficult. Hinata understood, standing and bowing before her father and leaving the dojo. Outside, Hinata met up with one few truly friendly faces she had known in the Hyuga clan, Ko, her personal caretaker and one of her closest friends. Ko was one of the few Hyuga who truly believed that she had talent and was always encouraging her to do her best. It wasn't until just recently that he had truly began to see a drastic improvement in her skills. He offered to treat the young girl to dinner at a place that was known for its sweets and desserts, knowing that Hinata had quite the sweet tooth. For Ko, tonight was also a celebration as he had learned that his wife was now pregnant and they would be expecting their first child in about 8 months. Returning home, Hinata entered the house and proceeded to her room. Passing the dojo, she heard her father's voice and the voice of some of the clan elders. She couldn't clearly make out the conversation, however she could make out the purpose of the conversation going on. Basically, the clan elders had been questioning Hayashi's decision to train Hinata, declaring her a failure. Hayashi, on the other hand, was defending his daughter, claiming that she was finally showing the potential that would make her into a strong shinobi. As the conversation came to a close, one of the elders suggested that Hinata should just be branded and that would be the end of it. They claimed that there was no room in the main family for someone as weak as she was. Again, Hayashi refuted that. "Nei-san? Why are you crying?" asked Hanabi, finding her big sister standing near the door of the dojo. It's nothing, Hana," replied Hinata. "They still think I am weak? But wait, father believes in me. I won't let him down, and I won't let you down, Naruto." Hinata turned to her sister. "I'm going out for a bit. Please don't tell anyone," Hinata told Hanabi, who agreed not to say anything. The next day, Naruto spent finishing off the remaining water balloons. He had required both hands for about the first 50, but then found it becoming increasingly easier to pop the balloons with one hand once he got the feel for the proper control and release of chakra. Jiraiya decided to call it a day for training, as now he had to go and find the required item for the next step of the Rasengan. Besides, Naruto's hands were burning from the constant release of chakra for the past 3 days. "Hey, pervy sage. So what's step 2? Asked an overanxious Naruto the next day. "This," said Jiraiya, throwing Naruto a hollow rubber ball, much to Naruto's disappointment. Jiraiya then took a rubber ball himself and proceeded to pop it like the water balloon. The first step was to get the spin down, the second step is to add power. If there is no water, it is hard to feel the chakra, so it is hard to power it up or control it. Now, here is a bag with 150 rubber balls, you know what to do. I wonder if it is the same skill set as the last step, thought Naruto. "Alright, I'll let you work on it then," said Jiraiya, returning to his research. "Wait," shouted Naruto. "Didn't you say that you were going to train me?" "I said I'd teach you. Don't misunderstand me, I never said it would be that simple," responded Jiraiya. "You need to be able to depend on yourself. That is how you'll become strong. If you can't work out things yourself, then the most you'll come up with are perverted ninjutsu, speaking of which." "Don't even think about it, you old pervert," replied Naruto, knowing exactly what Jiraiya was thinking. Naruto spent the next 2 days trying to pop the ball while Jiraiya just sat there peeping at the girls in the river next to them. It was getting late in the evening and Naruto was really beginning to feel the burn. "Damn it. The damn ball won't break no matter how much I try," thought Naruto, who was now lying on the ground as a sharp pain was running through his arms. "Every time I let my chakra flow like that, a pain runs down my arms and hands like my nerves are being prodded. The more I increase the chakra, the worse the pain gets. Perhaps that's the key to this step. It's kind of like what I do with my tailed beast ball. I build up my chakra until I can no longer contain it and I release it all at once," explained Kurama. "Tailed beast ball?" asked Naruto. "It's probably the strongest attack I have, capable of destroying mountains." "Whoa! Can you teach it to me?" Naruto asked, now wanting to learn yet another jutsu. "Not until we can fully merge our powers, Kit," replied the fox. "Anyways, try that. Build up as much chakra as you can and release it all at once." "Alright, here he go, build the chakra until I can't bear the pain anymore," thought Naruto. He gathered the chakra. The pain in his arms increased until it was at the point of breaking. Naruto then took all that chakra and gripped the ball, forcing it into the ball space between his hands. The ball deformed and finally a small hole in the side opened up and the ball deflated as Naruto dropped to his knees out of breath. "Oh. Looks like you've got at least the basics of it," said Jiraiya, turning his attention back to Naruto. Unfortunately for him, the girls had left for the day. "What are you talking about? All I did was make a small hole," replied a slightly depressed Naruto. "Oh, don't be so stubborn. You've come a long way, getting the first 2 steps done in about a week's time, replied Jiraiya. You have the basics, so the rest is just a simple trick. Jiraiya took out his brush and drew a small spiral in the center of Naruto's hand. Huh? What's this? Asked a curious Naruto. What do you mean by this is the hint? Jiraiya held up a blank piece of paper in front of Naruto. Look here at this paper, said Jiraiya. Naruto took a look at it until Jiraiya put it down. Then he drew the same swirl in the center of the paper that he had drawn on Naruto's hand. Naruto looked again. So what? Asked Naruto. It's not that complicated. When I held up the blank paper, you looked at the entire thing as a whole, right? Naruto nodded his head. But, when you looked at the paper with the dot, where was your attention drawn to? Suddenly, a bright light bulb went off in Naruto's head, practically blinding Kurama. Damn Kit, it's times like this when I'm glad you don't have a lot bright ideas, joked the fox. Naruto's sweat dropped on the outside as Jiraiya just questioned what he was thinking about. It's nothing, just the damn fuzzball that lives in my head, said Naruto. Oh come on Kit, have a sense of humor. Alright, so what you are saying is to focus on one point, asked Naruto. Not bad. Jiraiya began his explanation. When the paper is blank, there is no clear target and your gaze is unstable. Now, when I drew the dot on it, your attention was drawn to the center. Your target becomes clear and your eyes follow it. This is called the concentration of one. You become closer to a state where you can draw maximum power because your mind is focused and calm. When you made that hole in the ball, you must have focused a lot of chakra into the palm of your hand and pushed the power to the limit. Alright, so focus all the chakra in my palm onto that one dot, asked Naruto. Jiraiya nodded. Picking up one more ball for the night, Naruto did as he was instructed, focusing as much chakra as he could muster around that one point in the palm of his hand. When he released it, the ball deformed for a few seconds before exploding in a loud burst. Yeah! I did it, shouted Naruto as he began to feel weak and dizzy again. He collapsed to his knees, having used up too much chakra. Alright Naruto. Take a break. We'll continue tomorrow, said Jiraiya. No. I can keep going, panted Naruto. He then heard a grumble come from his stomach. Perhaps a break was a good thing. The two of them soon found themselves at Naruto's favorite restaurant in town, Ichiraka Ramen. Jiraiya was both amazed and disgusted by the amount of ramen this kid could consume, leaving just over a dozen bowls on the counter. Damn, this kid is just like his mother when it comes to ramen, thought Jiraiya, remembering a few things. The next day, Naruto was able to pop the remaining balls. Like the water balloons, he spent the first 50 or so balls using both hands to contain the chakra, but found himself able to use one hand after getting the feel for it. Alright. What's next? Shouted Naruto after finishing up on the last ball. Jiraiya pulled out an uninflated balloon and blew it up. Another balloon, thought a depressed Naruto as Jiraiya tossed it to him. The first step was to spin it and the second step was power, explained Jiraiya. The third step is this. He held the balloon in his hand and got the chakra spinning. Naruto was staring intently at the balloon, but nothing was happening. What the heck is this? Screamed Naruto. It may seem like I'm holding the balloon the same way, but watch. Jiraiya pulled out a needle and popped the balloon. Inside, Naruto saw it. Inside the balloon was the Rasengan. Whoa, inside, the chakra was spiraling rapidly and increasing in pace, but it maintained a perfect orb, exclaimed Naruto. Even with that much power inside, the balloon didn't even twitch until the pervy sage popped it. There must be more power and speed than when I popped the rubber ball. Alright, listen up. This third step is giving it all you've got from the first 2 steps and charging it, explained the Toad Sage. Basically, you max out the spin and power of chakra, but you will maintain a wall to contain it. Ha! So I do the spinning exercise from the last step, but try not to pop the balloon, realized Naruto. Naruto spent the rest of the day, trying to get the third and final step down, popping many, many balloons. Damn it! You've got to be kidding me. I've got to control all that I've learned perfectly. Now I can understand, this third step is on a completely different scale, he thought. Naruto had about a week and a half to get the third stage down and be able to use the Rasengan until his match with Neji. However, the realization on how difficult was starting to wear at him. For the past few days, at the same time Naruto was busy with the second stage, Hayashi had begun to instruct Hinata on the 8 trigram stance. Ko had volunteered to be the practice dummy when Hayashi went to demonstrate the technique. Gentle step, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hayashi called out as he struck Ko with 64 rapid and precise strikes. Ko collapsed to his knees after taking the attack. Hayashi had reduced the power of the chakra bursts to the bare minimum so that Hinata could see, but that still didn't mean it didn't hurt. Ko, shouted Hinata, running to his side and beginning to open up the chakra points. I'm fine, Hinata-sama. I am doing this for your benefit, so it does not bother me, explained Ko as he found his way back to his feet. For the next few days, Hayashi was instructing Hinata on the first 32 strikes. However, there was one major problem: Hinata would not use the chakra bursts. Hayashi knew why. She was still too gentle and did not want to hurt Ko, even after he begged her to use them. If Hinata would not use the chakra bursts in training, there was no way to tell if her strikes were effective. He had to think of another way. Thank you for watching the video. See you in the next one.
The Uzumaki Tales, Return of the Whirlpool Chapter 19 Inner Demons. In the Sand Village, good work, Baki the Kazekage said. Unfortunately, Kankuro did not make it to the finals, but the other 2 did, Kazekage-sama Baki said. There is no need to worry, Kankuro will still be present and Gaara was the only one we desperately needed to reach the finals anyways, the Kazekage said. From now on, I presume our deal with the sound is strong? Yes, here are the plans form the sound, Baki said, handing the scroll Kabuto had given him to the guards, who then passed it to the Kazekage. I see, then we will be counting on you for that day, said the Kazekage. But Kazekage-sama, with only the 4 of us? Can we not place troops around the fire country and call it an exercise, argued Baki. Konoha isn't stupid, explained one of the guards. Their ANBU is already on the move, and if we do that, we will draw too much attention. As expected, the forces we can bring into the village are limited. That is why we have Gaara and the others. With that, the Kazekage ordered Baki to go and prepare. The sand was preparing to make their move. Flashback. The sand will join the sound in attacking the leaf on the 3rd day of the Chunin exams, explained Baki to his 3 students. This is an S-rank mission, please understand the importance. But why a war? Temari cried. After all the time and effort we put forth creating the alliance, to break that, many will die. In the end, shinobi are tools of war, explained Baki. The alliance itself threatened our existence. You genin probably don't know it, but the Wind Country's stupid ministers have used the alliance to forcibly weaken the military strength of the hidden sand. Because of the alliance, and the ministers fully trusting the leaf, he sent out clients to them and drastically cut our funding. When the head is stupid, we suffer. For our village to keep up, we had to raise the abilities of each of our shinobi. That's why shinobi like you were created, Gaara. Gaara remained silent. Fearing the weakening of Suna, the Kazekage formed an alliance with the sound to teach the stupid minister the danger the country is in, said Baki. To measure the recovery of the sand village, we will destroy the leaf. If more time is allowed to pass, the leaf will become too powerful and out of our reach. This mission, we are counting on you, Gaara. Gaara nodded. End flashback. Naruto arrived at the hot springs early the next day to begin his training. Unfortunately, the pervy sage was not there. Yo, Naruto, said Jiraiya, walking up to their little training ground, about an hour late. Where were you? You're almost as bad as Kakashi-sensei, shouted Naruto. I had business to take care of, Naruto explained Jiraiya with a regretful look in your eyes. I'm sorry to say but your training ends here. There is something urgent that requires my attention. Yeah. I'm sure you just found a new hot spring to go look at girls or something perverted like that, said Naruto. It's not that, kid. This thing that needs my attention has something to do with. Jiraiya bent down to whisper into Naruto's ear. Orochimaru. What? Really? What is going on? Asked Naruto. I don't really know. That's why I need to investigate, explained Jiraiya. Then what about my training? Asked a concerned Naruto. I'm sorry, but the remaining week and a half you are going to have to manage on your own. I have faith you can become the fourth master of this technique, said Jiraiya. Also, about Fuzzball, be very careful when using his chakra. A small burst every now and then might be okay, but don't overdo it unless it is absolutely necessary. There are people even in this village who would try to exploit you and that power for their own gain, and his power is not one that should be taken lightly. Do you understand? Yeah, I guess, replied Naruto, crossing his arms. Looks like he wouldn't be going full fox cloak on Niji's ass during the finals. Naruto, please promise me you'll be careful with using that chakra, said Jiraiya. Alright, I promise you. And don't worry, I won't go back on my word, believe it, claimed Naruto. With that, Jiraiya left to check out what required his attention. Since there was no use staying at the hot springs any longer, Naruto figured he would grab a quick bowl of ramen then move over to Training Ground 7 to continue. Sakura was walking down the street of Konoha, holding a wrapped daffodil in her hand. Today was the day she got off from doing missions. Normally, she would have used this day to stalk Sasuke or do something that was related towards her getting closer to Sasuke, or even anything Sasuke related. However, she had not seen or heard of him in the past weeks, nor had she seen Kakashi-sensei around. Her first assumption was that Kakashi had taken Sasuke away for training, which was the correct assumption. Ahead of her, Sakura caught an orange-clad ninja coming out of a ramen shop. Naruto, she shouted. It had been over a week at least since she saw one of her teammates, and even Naruto was a welcome sight. Oh, Sakura. What are you doing here? Asked the ramen-stuffed blonde. I'm on my way to the hospital to see Lee, she replied. Bushy brows? How is he doing? Asked Naruto. You should come and see him. I'm sure he would like to wish you good luck or something before your match with Niji, said Sakura. Inside, Naruto's spirits lowered slightly. Despite this training, he knew if he didn't have his new jutsu ready for the finals, that there would be a good chance he wouldn't beat Niji. After experiencing the difficulty of the third step, even he was beginning to have doubts. Still, Naruto did want to see how Bushy Brows was doing and he wouldn't refuse this time with Sakura. When they got to the hospital, they also ran into Shikamaru, who had just finished visiting Chuji. Apparently, Chuji had eaten too much and was in the hospital with a strained stomach. Both Naruto and Sakura got a good laugh out of this. Shikamaru decided that it wouldn't be too much trouble to see Lee as he was also a little curious as to how the spandex-wearing ninja was. They opened the door to find something they had not expected to see. There was sand hovering around Lee and a red-headed boy standing beside him, ready to kill. Ah! Screamed Sakura as Shikamaru had to act quickly, restraining Gaara with his shadow possession jutsu. Naruto punched Gaara in the cheek as Shikamaru felt the blow as well due to his jutsu. Bastard! What are you doing to Bushy Brows? I was trying to kill him, replied Gaara with a cold and sadistic tone to his voice. What? The three-leaf ninja stuttered in unison. Shikamaru noticed something was off. How can he stay so calm, thought the lazy genius. Why is there a need to do that? You won your fight, do you have some personal grudge against him? I have no grudge. I just simply want to kill him, Gaara replied, sending horrified looks onto the leaf ninjas' faces. Damn raccoon. Can't he think of anything else besides mindless violence? Hell, if it wasn't for him, you humans might have never found out about us, said Kurama. Naruto heard the demon, but couldn't respond just now between what Gaara had said and what Kurama had just said. What the hell? You bastard, shouted Naruto. You had a messed up childhood, how self-centered can you be? Asked Shikamaru. I'm getting this weird chill. If he acts up, Naruto and I may not be able to stop him. What to do? If you get in my way, I'll kill you too. Gaara said, unleashing a wave of killing intent through the room. What? Go ahead and try, shouted Naruto, preparing himself for a fight. Hey, Naruto, stop it, ordered Shikamaru. Sakura, who was standing there, couldn't move as the killing intent took over her body's control. Kit, Pineapple Hair is right. Now is not the time or place to be picking fights with other demons, even if they only have one tail. We don't want anyone dying in the crossfire, warned Kurama. I'll try to bluff him, Shikamaru thought. We know you are strong, but so are we. We didn't show you our special moves in the preliminaries. Plus it's 2-on-1. You have a disadvantage. If you leave now, we'll let it go. I'll say it one more time. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you too, replied Gaara. I won't be killed by the likes of you. Naruto shouted. Naruto, Shikamaru said, trying to calm his blonde counterpart down. His strength is like a monster, don't you understand? Heh, monster you say? Well, guess what, I have a real monster inside of me, claimed Naruto, referring to Kurama. Sakura knew what he was referring to, but Shikamaru saw that as a bluff. A monster, replied Gaara. Like you said, I had a messed up childhood. I was born into this world by taking the life of the woman I would have called my mother. To become the ultimate shinobi, my father attached the incarceration of sand through me using ninjutsu. I was born a monster. The being referred to as the Shikaku, it was sealed into an old kettle. It's the living spirit of an old hidden sand priest. A possession jutsu that allows one to be possessed before birth. To go that far is crazy, replied Shikamaru. Crazy, yep, sounds like that bastard of a raccoon, replied Kurama.
Heh, what a strange expression of love. A parent doing something like that, said Shikamaru. Love, replied Gaara. Don't judge me with your measuring stick. Family, you want to know what kind of connection that is to me? Gaara now had the Leaf Genin's full attention. It's simply pieces of meat connected to me through murderous intent and hatred. By sacrificing my mother's life, I was graded as the village's ultimate masterpiece as the Kazekage's son, Gaara told them. My father taught me the secrets of the shinobi. I was spoiled and allowed to do as I pleased. I thought that was love, until that incident occurred. What incident? Sakura asked, regaining her ability to talk. Gaara let an evil, sadistic grin slip onto his face. For the last 6 years, my father has tried countless times to kill me. Naruto, Sakura, and Shikamaru were in shock. But you said your father spoiled you, what do you mean? A being too strong can become an existence of fear, replied Gaara. Born through jutsu, my spirit was unstable. It seems the idiots in my village finally realized there was a problem. To my father, I was the village's trump card, but I was also very dangerous. It seems that by the time I was 6, I was too dangerous. As the village's dangerous tool, I was handled with care. To them, I am simply an object of the past they want to see disappear. The why do I exist? Why am I alive? When I thought about this, I could find no answer. But, as you live, you need a reason, otherwise it's the same as being dead. What's he talking about? Asked Shikamaru. He looked over to see Naruto had frozen. I can understand, thought Naruto. He's the same as me. I came to this conclusion. I exist to kill every single being besides myself. I finally found relief from the fear of death, never knowing when someone would try to kill me, stated Gaara. By continually killing assassins, I understood the reason to continue living. Fighting only for yourself, living while loving only yourself. If you think that everyone else simply exists to allow you to experience that feeling, nothing is better than that in the world. As long as there are people in this world for me to kill, and continue to feel the joy of living, my existence will not vanish. What is this guy? This is really bad, thought Shikamaru. I was alone, I couldn't find a reason to live and was in pain, but because my teacher, Iruka-sensei, and my team and comrades, and even you, Kurama, I finally experienced what it meant to be alive, thought Naruto. But he continued to be alone and experienced living through killing other. How could a guy like this exist? Now you know why that raccoon is insane. He's completely psychotic, who only wants to cause death and destruction. If he cannot do it, then he manipulates his host into doing it for him, answered Kurama. Now, I've had enough of you, die, shouted Gaara as he sent his sand out towards the three. Kurama was readying himself to flood Naruto with demonic chakra while Shikamaru froze and all Sakura could do was scream. That's enough, Guy said, entering the room. The finals are in a few days, so don't get antsy. Or do you want to stay here, starting today? Gaara clutched his head in obvious mental pain. I'll definitely kill you guys, just wait, he threatened, leaving the hospital. The three-leaf genin knew they had just avoided something that could have gotten very bad. It was now late in the evening and Naruto had made his way to the training ground. The upcoming match between him and Neji was approaching, and after seeing what Neji did to the Cloud Ninja, Karui, he was beginning to become unnerved. The previous encounter with Gaara only served to make matters worse. He worked on his Rasengan, only for it to fail. However, to say that progress wasn't being made was wrong. Before, the balloon would instantly burst when he tried to contain the chakra, but now he was able to hold it for a second or two before the chakra began to destabilize. Late at night, Naruto was blown back when one of his balloons burst rather violently. It was then that he looked up to Se Hinata standing in front of him. Realizing that Naruto was also at the training grounds where she was doing some personal and supplemental training, she quickly turned a light shade of red and ducked behind a post. Hinata? What are you doing here? Asked Naruto. Nothing, I just came here to train, Naruto, she stuttered out. What are you doing here? I've been here training, Naruto said. Oh, I see can go to another training ground, said the shy girl. No, that is alright. It would actually be nice to have some company for once, said Naruto. This in turn turned Hinata a slightly darker shade of red. A few moments later, Naruto dropped his head as the prospect of his fight came back to his mind. Hey Hinata, that Neji guy, he's your cousin, right? Why yes, said Hinata. Is he strong? Asked Naruto. Why yeah, replied Hinata. Naruto's spirits were deflated even further. But I believe you can beat him. Huh, yeah because I am really strong, replied Naruto. A long awkward pause soon followed. And he's finally cracked, thought Kurama. Well and Naruto, when you cheered for me, I felt like I had become stronger, Hinata said, the stuttering slowly working its way out of her voice. I had managed to defeat a strong opponent and I started to like myself a little more. It was thanks to you that I felt like I was able to change. Ah, thanks to me? Naruto said, still unsure. Yeah, I'm very influential. Another awkward silence followed. Hinata? Do you really think that? Naruto asked. I may appear strong to you, but that's just an act. I act all tough, because I always keep failing. That's not true. Hinata burst out, surprising herself, Naruto, and even the fox. Even when you fail, you always manage to get back up and become stronger. In my eyes, you are a proud failure. When I look at you, I get an intense feeling in my heart. Because you fail, you have the strength to get back up. I believe that is true strength. Because of that, you are incredibly strong, Naruto. Wow. Thanks Hinata. Naruto said, feeling revitalized. Earlier, I was feeling uncharacteristically depressed, but now, I am feeling much better. Naruto then looked straight at Hinata, and said to her, you know, I always thought you were a plain-looking, dark weirdo. Hinata's spirits dropped. But you know, there is something about you that I really like. This picked her up, even more than she had been brought down. She was about to say something, but Naruto opening his oblivious mouth first. So what have you been working on these past few weeks? Yep, he's an idiot, thought Kurama, dropping his head as Naruto had just ruined the moment. Well, my father has been training with me. But, I just can't seem to get the technique down, Hinata admitted. Well, why not? Naruto said. I just don't want to hurt anyone, Hinata said, receding back into her shell. He says that I'm too kind and gentle. You unfortunately, those aren't traits looked highly upon in my family. Huh? What do you mean by that? Asked Naruto. That's one of the best things about you. It is, she said, turning a deeper shade of red than before. Yeah, I mean it's what drives you to be strong. I know you're strong and you proved it after your fight with that sand guy. Because you're kind, you don't want to let anyone down, explained Naruto. But for this technique, I need to practice on someone and I don't want to hurt them if I am just training, Hinata said. Kurama was blinded even worse by a brighter flash of light as Naruto got another idea, and not an idiotic one. Please tell me this isn't going to be a normal occurrence, he complained. Well, if you are worried about hurting someone, just use it on me. I've probably taken a worse beating, Naruto said. But, there is no way I could hurt you. Hinata cried out. That's not what I mean, Naruto said. He created a shadow clone next to him. Just use your technique on my shadow clone. Hinata took a look at the clone with her Byakugan. Surprisingly, the chakra systems in the clone and the real Naruto were identical. Are you sure I won't hurt you? Naruto grinned. Nope, he said. Naruto took out a kunai and threw it at the shadow clone's chest, much to the clone's displeasure, striking it and causing it to fall over, horrifying Hinata. The clone disappeared in a cloud of smoke. See, I'm just fine. Didn't feel a thing. Alright. Hinata said. Naruto was actually willing to help her again, and if he said it was alright to use his clones like this, she would sew it as long as he wasn't getting hurt. Hinata tested the clone off by closing a few tenketsu points on the clone's arm. Its chakra system reacted the same way and the clone remained. After another close inspection, Hinata began her technique on the clone, Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Only a few seconds later, the clone collapsed and Naruto was in awe at Hinata's speed and technique. She had actually put the full chakra bursts into the technique now that she was assured that she wouldn't be hurting anyone. While she was initially unsure about using Naruto like this, he encouraged her to do so in that it would greatly help her. Hinata. What are you doing? Hayashi asked approaching the training ground. And why are you with him? You should be focusing your time on training for the final matches. Naruto was depressed, he was actually having a good time helping Hinata out. He was helping me train, Hinata said. Huh? Hayashi asked, not quite sure of what she was saying. He was letting me use his shadow clones to practice the 8 trigrams on, she said. Shadow clones? Hayashi asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto just smiled and created a shadow clone. Hayashi took a closer look at it with his Byakugan. Much to his surprise, Naruto had indeed created a shadow clone. Hayashi found himself actually impressed that the boy could use such a high-level technique. Alright, then show me what you were doing. Hinata turned to the clone. Sorry for this, Naruto, she said. It's okay, Hinata. Like I said, it's just a clone and it doesn't bother me, Naruto assured. Oh okay. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 32 palms, she said, proceeding into her attack. After all was said and done, Hayashi was genuinely impressed. She had managed to hit 22 out of the 32 tenketsu, after only an hour or two of actually using chakra bursts, showing that her attack was actually rather effective even after only beginning to learn it. Hayashi thought on this for a moment. Naruto, aren't you supposed to be training as well? He asked. Yeah, but I can take some time off to help Hinata. Besides, Kakashi-sensei abandoned me for Sasuke, the closet perv got knocked out by Pervy Sage, and Pervy Sage had to attend to some business. Hayashi raised an eyebrow at what Naruto was saying. Pervy Sage? Questioned Hayashi. Yeah. He's actually a strong ninja, but in reality, he's just a big pervert. He did teach me this cool summoning jutsu, want to see? Said Naruto. Hayashi wanted to see what summoning jutsu Naruto was talking about. Summoning jutsu. After a flash of smoke, Gamakichi appeared and asked for a snack. Thankfully, Jiraiya had also taught Naruto a storage jutsu to store snacks for toads. It talks? Hinata stuttered before passing out at the sight of a talking toad. Hayashi looked at her and let out a sigh. A toad summon. I thought there could only be one toad summoned per generation. Does that mean Master Jiraiya is here and he chose him? Thought Hayashi. Tell me, this pervy sage. Hayashi had a hard time getting those last two words out. By any chance is his name Jiraiya? Oh, Jiraiya? Naruto responded. Yeah, that's him. He also taught me another technique, but that is still being worked on. This is interesting. So you have been taken by Jiraiya-sensei as a student and he has given you the toad summoning scroll. What is this other technique you are talking about? Thought Hayashi. He remembered what Kurenai said to him about the preliminaries and Naruto being able to bring Hinata out of her shell. Surprisingly, he found himself slightly interested in Naruto and wanted to see what the boy could do, even if the match was against his own nephew. At the same time, Naruto had given him another opportunity to improve Hinata's skills. Naruto, could I ask something of you? Asked Hayashi. Sure, what is it? Asked Naruto. I want you to train with Hinata for a few hours in the afternoons and help her perfect her technique. Your shadow clones have proven a valuable method for her to practice that technique, Hayashi said. At this time, Hinata was waking up and heard their little conversation. Yeah, I would be glad to help her out, Naruto replied. I am going to be with Naruto every day you until the finals. Hinata thought, passing out again. Hayashi then picked her up and left. Naruto, please come by the Hyuga compound tomorrow at 2 p.m., he instructed, leaving with his unconscious daughter. The next thing that he would need to fix with her was that fainting problem. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one. The Uzumaki Tales, Return of the Whirlpool Chapter 20, Round 3 begins. The losers battle on. Naruto agreed to Hayashi's requests to come by the Hyuga compound to help with Hinata's training for a little. Unfortunately, he received a few looks from some of the members of the clan, particularly the older members, as to why he was there. Some of the older Hyuga knew about Naruto's inhabitant and many of them felt that they should keep their distance from the boy. Even Hayashi had tried to keep his daughters away from him out of fear of the unknown. However, that didn't tend to work out so well. Over the past month or so, the reports Kurenai had been giving Hayashi on his daughter's progress had revealed something rather curious. It seems as if Naruto managed to have a positive effect on Hinata's confidence, and she even went as far as to attribute Hinata's accomplishment in the second exams as a result of Naruto's constant support. The other night, when he found Naruto actually helping her work on her gentle fist, normally he would have scolded her for even being anywhere near her, but when it was revealed that Naruto's intentions were for Hinata's benefit, and they actually seemed to get Hinata to truly focus. It was then he realized that perhaps the village had the boy wrong. Despite the elders' objections, it was worth a shot. Naruto, thank you for coming. I appreciate you taking some time out of your training to help with Hinata's, Hayashi said as Naruto entered the Hyuga dojo. It's really not a problem. Naruto said, trying to find the words for what to call Hayashi. Call me Hyuga-sama. It is a title of respect that my clan has worked hard to earn, Hayashi explained. Alright, Hyuga-sama. Naruto struggled to get the last part out. He was not used to using honorifics with people's names, however this was something about this man that Naruto didn't want to test. The fox had even warned him to treat this man with respect. For the remainder of the week, Naruto focused his time between his own training and helping out Hinata a few hours each day. Hinata's technique was coming along quite well, with her gaining the ability to use the 32 palms and coming very close to perfecting the 64 palms. Naruto on the other hand had been struggling to perfect the Rasengan. Needless to say, Training Ground 7 was now a field of battered trees with large gashes in them as a result from Naruto's attempts at the Rasengan. By the night before the finals, Naruto had come close to being able to use it. It was at the point where he would have to find out tomorrow. Thanks to his talk with Hinata, he had no doubt in him. Even if he couldn't use the Rasengan yet, he would still find a way to kick Niji's ass. Naruto arrived at the stadium a few minutes before the third exam was scheduled to begin. Upon walking in, he saw everyone there, except for Sasuke and that Dosu guy. Naruto turned to look at Gaara. This is the guy Sasuke's fighting? Where is he? Thought Naruto. Have you found Sasuke yet? Asked the Hokage to one of his personal guards. The Hokage was located in a box on top of the stadium, overlooking the entire arena. We have a few ANBU teams looking for him, the guard said. With Orochimaru after him, I don't know what to say. The Hokage just gave a nod of understanding. Suddenly, something else caught his attention. Well, Kazekage Dano, said the Hokage, greeting his fellow Kage from Suna. Ino turned to Sakura in the stands. I know you're worried about Sasuke, but Naruto's match is up first, shouldn't you be worried about that? Sakura remained silent. While she was sure Sasuke would be fine, she still couldn't help but be worried for him. As the Kazekage and Hokage exchanged greetings, the Hokage stood up, ready to introduce the competitors to the audience. Thank you everyone for coming to the Hidden Leaf Chunin selection exams, announced the Hokage. We will now start the main tournament between the remaining 10 participants who made it through the preliminaries. Please stay and watch until the very end. 10. There was initially 11 and now there is only 9. What is going on? Thought Shikamaru. There is something I would like to tell you before the match starts, explained the proctor, holding up the tournament bracket. Please take a look at who you are fighting. The 9 contestants looked to see that Dosu was no longer on the bracket and that Shikamaru would face Temari in the first round. The winner of that match would then face the victor of the matches between Haku, Yujito, Sasuke, and Gaara. Finally, there would be a final one-on-one match to determine the overall winner. Hey, Sasuke isn't here yet. What are you going to do? Asked Naruto. If he doesn't show by his match time, he will lose by default, the proctor explained. That is strange. He would be here even if that meant dragging his broken body down here, thought Naruto. Baki looked down from the stands at Gaara and a suspicion came to his mind. It can't be. After all I told him not to draw attention, did he kill Sasuke? Thought the Suna Jonin. Alright guys, this is the final test. The arena is different but the rules are still the same, explained the proctor. You will fight in one-on-one matches until one of you either dies or acknowledges defeat. However, if I determine that the fight is over, I will stop it, understood? The 9 competitors acknowledged. Now for the first fight, Naruto Uzumaki and Niji Hyuga, you two stay here while the rest of you go to the waiting room. Good luck Naruto, Hinata whispered as Niji shot her a dark look. In the stands, Kiba joined Sakura, Ino, and Chuji, along with Kurenai and Asuma to watch the fight. "Ha, this will be good," Kiba said. "But against him, Naruto doesn't have a chance," Ino said doubtingly. Two Chunin, Kotetsu and Izumo, from the first exam were sitting behind them. "For this kid to get this far," Kotetsu said. "For a guy that got this far on pure luck, this is the end for him. His opponent is just too tough," Izumo said. This worried Sakura and Ino even more. Kiba turned to the two of them. "Don't worry. That's what I thought at first, but you can't go underestimating him," Kiba said. Suddenly, he headed a worried call from Akamaru and turned around to see an ANBU standing in the back corner. "What's the ANBU doing here?" "Humph. You got anything to say before you lose?" Neji said to Naruto. "Yeah. You're going down," exclaimed Naruto. All doubt had been erased from him after the talk he had with Hinata a few nights ago. Neji activated his Byakugan. The eyes of a person who totally believes in himself. "There is no doubt in him," smirked Neji. "Begin," announced the proctor. "So sure of yourself. It will make it that much more enjoyable when I send you back to reality," said Neji. "Stop all the blabbering and let's fight," exclaimed Naruto. Up in the stands, Hayashi had taken his seat in the noble's box, along with his second daughter Hanabi. "Watch closely, Hanabi, there isn't another who was received such thick Hyuga bloodline," Hayashi said. Even though Hinata was beginning to show some potential, he had to admit that Neji was easily the stronger of the two. This was going to be an interesting fight. "Yes, father," replied the small 7-year-old Hanabi sitting next to him. Naruto remembered what Kakashi had said back in the preliminaries about the gentle fist fighting style. "So basically, I have to fight him from a distance," said Naruto. Naruto made 4 shadow clones and sent them charging at Neji. Shadow clones? That is a Jonin-level technique. For him to use it, Izumo said to his friend. "This could be a good fight after all," Kotetsu replied. Shadow clones, thought Neji, analyzing them with his Byakugan. In the waiting box, Hinata also had hers activated and was seeing the same thing Neji was seeing. "I see, his chakra is divided evenly amongst them. Even with the Byakugan I cannot tell which one is the real one." For Naruto's charged at Neji, kunai at the ready. He evaded the first two, using them to springboard into the second two, causing the second two to disappear. As 2 more clones charged at him from behind, Neji grabbed their hands and elbowed them in the chin, sending them back and causing them as well to disappear. "What the hell? Does this guy have eyes in the back of his head?" Naruto said, forgetting a few things said about the Byakugan in the preliminaries. "So you want to become Hokage, questioned Neji. "Well, that's impossible. I can figure out with these eyes. Talent is decided at birth. You could say everything is decided when a person is born." "Why the hell do you always decide things like that?" shouted Naruto. "So what you are saying is that anyone can become Hokage through hard work? Only a handful of shinobi are chosen as Hokage," explained Neji. "Look closely. Those who become Hokage are born into that destiny. You don't become it by trying. It is decided at birth. People must live within their own unchangeable flow. Just give up. The only destiny that every person shares is death." Neji stared at Naruto with coldness in his eyes. In the stands, Hayashi caught this look. "Those eyes, he still holds a grudge against the main family," Hayashi thought up in the stands. "So what? I'm not good at giving up," shouted Naruto, creating a dozen shadow clones in the process. "I'm not stupid. I already see your pattern in attack," said Neji as the clones charged him. Niji evaded each clone and charged through the mass. His target was the Naruto standing out of harm's way. Niji charged at that Naruto and hit him just underneath the collarbone, pressing a tenketsu there. Fearing having your pressure points pressed, one body is doing the least amount of attacking. The more you attack, the clearer it becomes, you're the real one. Naruto coughed up a bit of blood from Niji's hit. He then looked up and gave Niji a grin. "And Naruto?" Hinata said, worrying from the contestants' box. "Heh, I told you to stop automatically deciding things," said the injured Naruto as it disappeared in a cloud of smoke, revealing itself to be a shadow clone. "What?" said Niji, shocked that his eyes had failed him. Two Narutos appeared behind him. By the time Niji realized it, there was no dodging this attack. "Yeah. Go Naruto!" Kiba howled from the stands. Most of the remaining people in the stands were surprised that the dead last had pulled something like that off. "Naruto, go!" Hinata thought, observing alongside Shino and the other finalists. "He anticipated what I was thinking and purposely left on clone back," thought a shocked Niji. "I'm coming at you with everything I got," shouted Naruto, his fist quickly closing the gap between him and Niji. Only an inch or so away from Niji's head, Naruto's hand was stopped by a blast of chakra. Naruto was thrown back by the force as everyone was wondering what had just happened. From their eyes, it looked as if Naruto had Niji there. "That can't be," Hayashi thought from the stands. "Kaiten, the heavenly spin?" "Father, isn't that?" Hanabi asked. Her father nodded. "No, Naruto had him there," thought a worried Hinata. "Heh. That's Niji's ultimate defense," thought Tenten. "Yes Hanabi, that is the Kaiten, a technique passed down through the main family and only through the main family," Hayashi said. "To master it on his own. Damn. I almost had him," Naruto said, picking himself back up. "It's not over yet." "You are within my field of divination," Niji called out, also sending a glare up to Hayashi in the stands. "Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Shit. I've gotta get away." Naruto thought frantically. He knew about that stance from seeing the beating his clones had taken the past week. But, it was too late. That stance, it can't be. Hayashi thought. What? Hinata sat up in the stands. Even she knew that stance was part of the main family's techniques, and how Niji knew it, she didn't know. Before Naruto could get away in time, he was hit with all 64 of Niji's strikes in a matter of seconds. A branch house member, surpassing the main family. Hayashi thought in awe. What natural talent, for the brilliant blood of the Hyuga to be born into someone who cannot become the heir. Hizashi, you should have been the firstborn. Naruto. Hinata said out loud, surprising most everyone in the contestants' box. I have his 64 of your tenketsu, you are no longer able to stand, claimed Niji. Stay on your knees before a power you cannot change and realize your worthlessness. Having your dreams come true through hard work is an illusion. Damn it, said Naruto. He thought of Lee, standing up after being crushed by Gaara, and Hinata becoming strong by defying Niji's taunts and insults by defeating a strong opponent. Naruto forced his way to his feet. I told you, I'm not good at giving up. Quit. I don't have a grudge against you, Niji stated. Shut up, I do, responded Naruto. If you're this strong, then why have you been tormenting and harassing Hinata mentally? What sort of right do you have to bring others down? Before her match, you called her a loser and said she should just give up and accept her fate. Yet she came through and proved you wrong, and still you stand here and preach about fate. Pieces of shit like you who call others losers, I cannot forgive. Fine. If you're going to go that far, then I will tell you the true story of the Hyuga family hatred, responded Niji. From the preliminaries, you know about the main and branch families of the Hyuga. Well, to keep the branch family in check, the main family has a special jutsu, a cursed seal. Cursed seal? Asked Naruto. The curse mark represents a caged bird. It's the symbol of being tied down to an inescapable destiny, said Niji as he removed his forehead protector and the medical tape covering his forehead, revealing the caged bird seal on his forehead. Naruto looked in shock. From the day I was 4, I've had this horrible seal carved into my forehead. It was also on the day of Hinata's 3rd birthday, that the cloud came to Konoha to sign a peace treaty. Now, my father and Hinata's father were born as identical twins, but Hinata's father came into this world just a few minutes before my father did. As such, Hayashi became a member of the main family while my father was thrown into the branch family. On Hinata's 3rd birthday, I was made a bird in a cage. Wait. But why do they need that mark? Asked Naruto. This mark on my forehead is not simply for decoration. This curse is the absolute fear of death, given to the branch families by the main family. With a simple secret hand seal, the branch member's mind can be destroyed, however, death is just as easy of course. This curse will only disappear after death, sealing up the Byakugan with it, explained Niji. Because the Hyuga household holds a great advanced bloodline, those who go after its secrets are incalculable. With this jutsu, the branch family is allowed to live only to protect the main family. No disobedience is allowed. It is a system created to protect the bloodline of the Hyuga. It is because of that, my father was killed by the main family. Huh, was all Naruto could get out. In the stands, Hayashi just lowered his head. Hinata in a way knew her cousin's pain. Until just recently, her father had completely given up on her and she had lived most of her life without her father's love, all because she was considered too weak to be in the main family. She was even on the verge of being branded into the branch family. However, because of Naruto, she was able to change just a little, making her believe that her father might actually begin to accept her again. The night that Hinata turned 3 and the Kyumo ninja came to the village, one of them tried to kidnap Hinata, who possessed an unsealed Byakugan. He was there to sign a peace treaty, but the Hyuga quickly realized that he was only after the Byakugan. Hinata's father killed him during his attempted escape and the Cloud Village demanded Hayashi's head in return for breaking the alliance agreements. Not wanting war, the Leaf agreed to these terms. However, instead of Hayashi, my father, Hizashi was killed to protect the main branch. Their destiny that night was decided simply by who was born first and who was born second, just like this fight was decided the moment I became your opponent. Your destiny is to lose to me. Just like it will be Hinata's destiny to fall to me as well, if she even makes it that far. I don't know how much it hurt that your dad was killed like that a long time ago, but thinking that destiny is all decided by that is a huge mistake, claimed Naruto. You thought it was Hinata's destiny to lose back in the preliminaries but she didn't. She changed and showed that she'd strong. Niji had enough of Naruto's ranting and he charged at the boy, landing a strike directly in his chest. Examiner, it's over, Niji said as Naruto slid across the floor of the arena. Niji turned and walked away. Don't run, shouted Naruto. I won't give up and I don't go back on my word. That's my nindo. And there is no way I will lose to a coward who is always whining about destiny. If you don't like where you are, then change it. Insolent brat. You shouldn't be lecturing, replied Niji. You could never know what it's like to be burdened with a symbol that you can't get rid of. Naruto looked down, thinking of his childhood. At the same time, as if on cue, Sakura and Haku did the same thing, remembering what Naruto had gone through and why the village treated him like such. Actually, yeah, I can. And you know what? Naruto said. His answer had struck something in Neji. He could tell that his opponent wasn't lying. So what? Stop acting cool, you're not the only one who's special. Hinata suffered just as much as you. A member of the main family, who was cast aside by her family as being weak, trying to change herself. And you're supposed to be in the branch family, helping her and supporting her. Not dragging her down. You know what, like you did to that cloud ninja whose father was responsible for that incident, I bet you would try to kill Hinata as well. In truth, you're trying hard to defy your destiny. Naruto had struck something in Neji, although he wasn't going to admit it. Neji was at the point where he had enough of Naruto's ramble. Heh, I've blocked over 64 of your chakra points. You won't be able to use chakra for a while, how can you fight? In the end, you and Hinata will share the same destiny as losers. Shut up. Stop using that Byakugan to act like you know and can decide everyone's destiny, shouted Naruto. Well, if you think I'm wrong, then prove it, challenged Neji. Yeah, I'm definitely going to kick your ass, said Naruto. Damn, but I can't feel any chakra. And his preaching about curse marks and such is getting annoying. Wait, that's it. Took you long enough, Kurama said, realizing that Naruto was starting to realize. Yeah, just lend me your power and let's kick his sorry ass. Naruto said to Kurama. Huh. Now things will get interesting, replied the fox as he allowed a little of his chakra to flood Naruto's system. It wasn't enough to put any major strain on the seal or activate the chakra cloak, but it was more than enough to revitalize Naruto's chakra system. Naruto made a sign as he began to channel the chakra through himself. It's useless. Your points are pressed and you can't channel any more chakra, Neji claimed. Unfortunately Naruto, he is right, Hayashi thought to himself in the stands. If this is all you have, then why did I take an interest in you? Before you lose, can I ask you one thing? Why do you try so hard to go against destiny? Asked Neji. Because, I was called a loser, replied Naruto. Soon, a red chakra began to swirl around Naruto. I am possible, how is chakra flowing out? Neji asked. Both Hayashi and Hinata were watching the same thing with their Byakugan and also saw Naruto's system flood with a red chakra. It can't be, thought Hayashi, looking on. Elsewhere throughout the stadium, a few other spectators began to feel the surge of the Kyuubi's chakra spreading through Naruto. Father? Hanabi asked, tugging at her slightly stunned father. What is that? That chakra? Neji said as he felt the blast of chakra. Up in the stands, Sakura let out a smile, much to everyone else's surprise. She knew what was going on as Naruto had told her, Sasuke, and Haku. What is this? Hinata asked. That is his true power, Haku said to her. The power to prove himself and the power to protect those precious to him. He was going to leave it at that as it was not his place to be revealing that sort of stuff. With the boost of power given to him by Kurama, Naruto began his attack, taking out a few shuriken and launching them at Neji. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, he shouted as his 4 shuriken turned into 100. It was too late for Neji to dodge, so he proceeded to use the Kaiten, hoping to blow them away. He was successful in blocking most of the shuriken, but a few got through before he could get the Kaiten off. Neji had a few deeper cuts in his arms and legs along with 1 or 2 in the side of his abdomen. Neji was now on full alert for that attack and Naruto knew it would be difficult to get Neji again with shuriken. It was finally time to see if his training had paid off. Oh. Wait. Exclaimed the Hokage with a growing look of surprise, looking on at what was forming in Naruto's hand. What is that? Most of the other genin were thinking. So this is what Jiraiya-sensei was teaching Naruto. I must say I'm actually impressed that he was able to pull it off, thought Hayashi, watching on. Naruto had done it. The Rasengan was sitting in his hand and it was stable. He began to charge at Neji, with a boost in his speed thanks to some residual chakra from Kurama. Neji, who was still slightly dazed by the shuriken, knew that he wouldn't have the time to dodge this. Rasengan. Kaiten. The two attacks met and a massive explosion followed as one figure was sent crashing back into the stadium wall. When the smoke cleared, Naruto was standing in the middle of the stadium, panting but on his feet. From the crater in the wall, Neji fell. The Rasengan had beaten the Hyuga's ultimate defense. Father? What was that? Asked Hanabi, observing the shocked look on Hayashi's face at the result of that attack. That was known as the Rasengan. It was invented by the Yondaime, explained Hayashi, still stunned that Naruto had actually pulled that jutsu off. Although it had never actually been tested until now, the Yondaime theorized that the Rasengan had the power to even defeat the Kaiten. That theory had just been proven today. Even when injured, to believe in victory and think ahead, the power to believe in oneself, that becomes the power to change destiny, Genma, the proctor thought. This kid understands that and it comes naturally to him. Naruto walked over to Neji. Where did you get that? How did you? Said Neji. That's what happens when a failure doesn't decide to give up. However, unlike me, you're not a failure, you're seen as a genius. And don't give me this destiny crap, explained Naruto. If you're so depressed with what has happened in the past, then do something about it. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. Genma announced. Naruto suddenly heard an unfamiliar sound coming from the stands. Everyone was cheering and clapping for him. Naruto, you did it, thought Hinata. Great fight. That was amazing, was what Naruto was hearing from around the stadium as he started jumping and celebrating. Geez, still has enough energy to run and jump around. What a stamina freak, Genma said to himself. Not bad kit, not bad. Even the fox was impressed with Naruto's fight. Naruto's getting stronger and stronger. I can't believe it, but I'm actually kind of jealous of you, said Sakura quietly. A few of the Jonin were impressed that Naruto had been able to pull out the Kyuubi's chakra like that without losing control. To be able to tap in the Kyuubi's power and to be able to use that jutsu, since when did he? The Hokage thought. In reality, only two other people in the stands knew about the relationship that Naruto had forged with the Kyuubi. Even a captured bird, if clever enough, will pick the lock on his cage and escape. Its desire to fly freely in the sky, Genma said to Neji as the medics came to collect him. Hayashi wanted to get up and leave. He had something important to tell Neji, but his daughter's match was next and he wanted to see just how strong of an effect this boy, who even he once saw as a demon child, had on Hinata. Will the contestants of the next match, Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame, please come down to the arena, Genma announced. Shino had already walked down the stairs and was coming out to the field as Naruto was going into the stands. On his way up, Naruto met Hinata. Naruto, that W was a great match, Hinata stuttered. Naruto just gave her his big goofy grin. Thanks Hinata. That really means a lot. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been able to beat him. And me? What did I do? She responded. It was what you said the other night, about me being a proud failure. Thank you, Naruto said as Hinata began to blush a deep shade of red. Now go on, Shino is waiting for you to fight him with your all and you can't disappoint him, can you? No, I guess I can't after that, she said, gaining a little more confidence as they parted ways. Hinata emerged in the stadium and approached the center. Talk was circulating around the stadium. Another Hyuga was taking the battlefield, and this one was from the main branch. She faced Shino in the middle, and he could see a little bit on uneasiness in her. Normally, a shinobi would capitalize on this, but Shino wanted to fight Hinata at her best, and he knew she would not be able to unless she was completely certain of herself. Hinata. I can tell that you are uneasy about fighting me. Why? Shino asked. Because you are my teammate and friend. I don't want to hurt you that badly, Hinata stuttered out. Shino took a deep breath. And it is because I am your friend that you should come at me with everything you have. I desire to see how strong you have become, and we deserve to fight this at our full potential, explained Shino, saying more words in that minute than he normally says in a day. Hinata closed her eyes and dropped her head slightly. She recalled Naruto's words about her being kind. Was this what he meant? She thought as the answer came to her. She picked her head back up and looked at Shino. She was ready to prove herself. She was not going to disappoint anyone anymore. Byakugan, she shouted as she activated her eyes. Shino let out a rare smile. He was ready for the fight. Begin. Genma announced. Father? Exactly how strong is Nasan? Hanabi asked. Even I don't know that, Hayashi replied. While she has been training with me these past few weeks, it is true that she has shown some impressive improvement to her skills. From what I have noticed, I will admit that she's not as strong as Niji, but I've noticed that she's been doing some extra training at the nights. I have a feeling that she has something up her sleeve. Hinata dropped into her gentle fist stance. Inside Shino, she could just barely make out Kai's chakra network as it was being blocked by the churka of his insects. She knew Shino, and she knew that she would have to watch out for his insects as they would start draining her chakra. If she got too many on her or this fight lasted too long, Shino would win. She made a charge at him, hoping to take him out before he got a chance to set his insects up. Due to Shino's lack of taijutsu ability, she was able to land a few strikes on him before backing away from the insects coming out of his coat. Huh, she said. I thought I hit some of your tenketsu. In the stands, Hayashi saw it too. Yes, but I have found a way to defend against your attacks, Shino said as he sent a cloud of insects towards Hinata. Thanks to the training her father gave her, her speed had greatly increased and she darted around the insects, laying another 2 blows on Shino. Like the first attack, she failed to close the tenketsu, but figured out why. I see, you have your insects take the hit inside instead of your tenketsu, she said. Precisely, Shino replied, slightly impressed that she figured his strategy out so fast. Shino sent out even more insects towards Hinata, blocking her vision of him with all the small chakra dots that the insects gave off. She made her way around the insects and charged at Shino. However, she broke off her assault at the last minute, realizing something was wrong. She turned to her side to see the real Shino standing a few yards from her. She diverted her attack to that Shino and landed a few strikes on him. One of her attacks hit while the rest were blocked by the insects. However, she got some insects on her and they were able to drain a small amount of chakra before she could get them off. Impressive, how did you realize that was not the real me? He asked. All I saw was a blur of chakra coming from the other you, she explained. It looked as if it was made up of many different sources of chakra. I soon realized that it was an insect clone, thankfully before it was too late. Shino nodded. He unleashed another swarm of insects from his body and they formed a wall in front of her. The insect clone then cut her off from behind while the swarm that he had initially released to guide her to the clone was hovering above. Soon, they had her surrounded. She was not going to get out of this one without getting a lot of insects on her, which would mean that they would drain a lot of chakra from her, and she didn't exactly have the largest chakra reserves. "Ni-san." Hanabi called out from the box. Hayashi looked on as well. "So is Hinata? Did the month of training result in this, or do you have something else as I suspect?" Hayashi said to himself, looking behind him at the Hyuga elders who had that look of shame on their face. One Hyuga had already lost today, and to a demon brat, and a second Hyuga looked as if she was about to dishonor the clan yet again. Flashback. Hinata stood on top of the stream at Training Ground 8. Those words she heard from the elders, they really did hurt her. What made it worse was that her father was actually supporting her. After that, she knew that she couldn't lose, or else she wouldn't only disappoint her father, but she would be working right into the elders' hands. What she needed was something that would both impress her father and give her the chance to beat Shino. Being on the same team as Shino, she knew all his abilities, but he knew all of hers. She was standing on top of the water as she realized that training like this not only worked her chakra control, which was probably the strongest aspect of her. While practicing her forms, a slight fluctuation in her chakra caused her feet to destabilize on the surface for a mere second. This was during the middle of one of her strikes, and as such, one of the water droplets got caught in her chakra bursts. Her Byakugan saw it, the water droplet sliced straight into two as her chakra passed through it. Realizing that this was exactly what she needed, she began to work on rapidly expelling fine chakra blasts from her hands in an area that covered all points around her. While she was starting to get the hang of these small rapid bursts of chakra, they still wouldn't be enough if Shino sent out all of his insects. Now, what if she could sustain the attack? What if she could keep expelling the chakra in a fine and precise manner while maintaining the speed and flexibility of when she sent the small chakra bursts out? It took some time, but she was finally able to refine those bursts into fine beams that emanated from the palms of her hands. Using the natural speed and flexibility that she was discovering that she had, she found that she could reach every point around her body. All she had to do now was test it. The following night, Hinata had made her way to a waterfall on the outskirts of the village. Thanks to a fallen tree, she had been able to stop the flow of the water momentarily, long enough for her to get into position. When the water finally reached the point where it was flowing over the tree, Hinata had begun to move her arms in a blur, adding chakra to them to increase the speed at which she could move them. The falling water finally made contact with her chakra beams. No water made it within 2 m of her. End flashback. Shino signaled for his insects to attack and drain her chakra. His strategy for countering the gentle fist had proven rather effective, as Hinata also was aware that if she got too many insects on her, they would drain all of her chakra. This kept her from engaging too long. He knew that if she kept up the attack, more and more of his tenketsu would eventually be closed as her strikes knocked out more and more insects. "Looks like it's over, Hinata," Shino called out as his insects began to move in on her. "I'm sorry, Shino," Hinata said. Protection of the 8 trigrams. With that, Hinata began to move her arms in a frantic-looking fashion as she expelled thin chakra beams from her palms. Soon, she was surrounded by the same dome of thin, sharp chakra beams from a few nights ago. "Father?" Hanabi said, looking at her stunned father. "What is that technique?" Hayashi couldn't find the words for the move that Hinata had come up with. He was observing the event with his own Byakugan active, and what he saw was amazing. The insects that Shino had surrounding her were being sliced and diced within seconds as what looked like small blades of chakra were surrounding Hinata at every angle. What was this technique? As the dome of cutting chakra came into contact with Shino's beetles, they were cut in half by the sharpness of Hinata's chakra. Shino just stood there stupefied, although it was tough to tell, as Hinata just cut through his insects. Naruto was looking on in awe at that jutsu. Wow! That's amazing, he shouted out. A few of the people in the contestants' box were impressed while Gaara remained rather indifferent, thinking to how he was going to kill Sasuke in their upcoming match. After a few seconds of cutting apart most of Shino's hive, Hinata began to focus her attention on her opponent. From what her Byakugan could tell, most of the insects within his body had left to attack her, leaving his Tenketsu vulnerable. She put enough energy into her current technique to give her an opening. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 32 palms, she said, cancelling her protection and slipping into the 8 trigram stance. Before Shino's insects could get to her to stop her attack, it was too late and she began lashing out with her attack. Without any insects to block her chakra bursts, his Tenketsu were vulnerable and she was able to close them. Shino crumpled to the ground, unable to move from her attack as his insects returned to their master. Despite the fact that they could give him chakra, the insects did not necessarily know how to open Tenketsu and Shino was done. At the same time, Hinata had managed to cut his hive down to roughly 1/3 of its original numbers and he knew that any more attacks with his insects would just be countered by her protection. "Proctor, I surrender," Shino announced. "I am no longer able to move and my insects appear to be ineffective against my opponent." Genma nodded at Shino's submission. "Winner, Hinata Hyuga." Most of the crowd stood up and applauded the victorious Hyuga, however to say that some were ecstatic would be an understatement. Naruto was so happy at Hinata's victory that he wasn't watching where he was going. He nearly fell off the railing. If it hadn't been for Haku or Shikamaru grabbing his feet, he would have fallen. Kiba was howling like mad up in the stands and Kurenai was forced to rely on Asuma to control her emotions. As Hinata and Shino left the arena, Genma announced the next match. Before leaving, Hinata looked up at her father, who was giving her applause and the approval from his she was seeking. However, her victory was bitter-sweet. Looking behind her father at the clan elders, she could still see the looks of disappointment on their faces, unchanged even after that display. Apparently, they still saw her as a failure and it was expected that she should have been able to defeat someone from an inferior clan, as they saw it. At the same time, Hayashi now seriously doubted if Hinata would even be able to put up a fight in her next match and unfortunately, the elders would see this as a sign of weakness if what he feared happened. "The next match will be Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara," he announced. Thank you for watching the video. See you in the next video.